And yeah, he is grinding like a grandmaster, stealing one from
Wow,
Magnus
no,
Carlsen.
this is losing. It's a terrible blunder. Takes, finish.
Gotta say I'm sharp.
One heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Wow, she blundered the rook. It's like a mouse slip.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Where is the killer block? Exactly, rook c2. Fantastic play by the rook. What a stunner.
I'm talking one shot for the kill.
Oh, look at him. Magnus is distraught. He is furious. He's like, what am I doing?
And Vincent is back in the game.
Check the movement is here, yeah.
219. Wow, what a marathon.
Now the future is yours.
She wins it.
Brunina is the world champion.
Smart setup from Bodnar. What was that? Oh, how we lost the time. Anastasia Bodnar wins the Women's World Rapid Championship.
Oh ho ho! And there's another fork. Unbelievable.
And Magnus Carlsen is world champion once again.
There's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Let's go. Welcome to the 2024 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Tournament. We are in the beautiful New York City, Wall Street, that is. Of course, everything's brighter and they don't sleep there in New York. So many things happen in, the Big Apple. Great place to be, New York City. So much chess history and heritage there beyond the chess, the food, the people, the expensiveness. We love it. Of course, New York is everything we wanted it to be. Now, at the same time, we have a lot of chess to play here. Here's the playing hall, and we have a Caparina Wall Street is where we are. In fact, I actually played some trades today on Wall Street today on the Nasdaq. But the elo of the players swing as much as the stocks here in New York City. I am James Canty III here with my guy, Grandmaster Armand Hamilton. Yo, it's day 2, bro. How do you feel about today and an exciting day we had yesterday?
It's day 2, James. I'm happy to be here. Good to see everyone in the chat watching around the world. We got the World Rapid Championships. If it's anything like yesterday, it means we're going to be in for a long day, and we are probably going to be seeing things that we've never seen before. We've got people leading the tournament we could never expect. We've got people that are doing poorly that we could never expect, James.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about. I mean, so many things to unravel from yesterday and also going into today when we look at pairings and etc., things like that. But I'm excited to see what happens, because when you see the pairings today, guys, and the matchups chat, there is a lot to talk about, Amon. What kind of day you think you're expecting today?
Well, I'm definitely expecting to keep our eyes on, the young stars, the underdogs, the people that have been performing way above expected so far, while also making sure to keep track of those guys that you expect to be in first place right now, but are just not having those tournaments. 2.5 out of 5 is Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
Will he make that comeback that everyone's expecting? He always starts slow, but is he supposed to start this slow? Yeah,
that's a problem actually, as we know. It's been all over the internet with like 2.5 for Magnus and showing, Murzin going crazy at the top of the standings. Where's Fabiano? Where's Waldo? Like, we don't know what's going on in the standings. That's kind of the story of the FIDE World Rapid Blitz Championship. So of course we have the women's section too, which is an absolutely stunning feature here, as we see some mix-ups in the standings. And as we see at the top there, Alice Lee with a 4-0. How many games did they play? She got 4 of those things there. Amon, what stands out to you, and what do you want to say about Alice Lee really taking it away right now?
Yeah, important to remember that there's been 1 full game less played in the women's section. So that is a perfect score for Alice Lee, and she's not even a grandmaster. I mean, this is the type of performance where you see it and you're like, okay, it really is a matter of time. That's someone that should have that locked up and away. Beautiful game so far. She's up against Ju Wenjun, who's chasing with 3.5 points out of 4 in that matchup to start things off today. We'll definitely keep our eyes on that one. James, I think that's going to be the key game to watch. Can she stay not just undefeated, but just with wins in every single round?
I mean, also you are, what is it? You're more motivated to play someone like Ju Wenjun, as strong as she is, the history, the lineage, everything that comes with Ju Wenjun. I mean, Alice, I think, is going to be very confident. It's going to be a game to watch. Also, the BB Sara game on board 5 there. She's a very aggressive player. I love watching her play. So we do want to see if we can learn something there. You got Kostyniuk as well. There is going to be some heavyweight matchups here. Oh, and Katarina and Paulina. I forgot about that one. That one's going to be spicy as well. What about these matchups here?
Well, there's
one's
definitely
that?
some names that will stand out to players, like some names like Anna Muzichuk, Elizabeth Peitz, even Vaishali there. You know, such talent going down the list. We're outside of board number 10, but it feels like the players are in some ways getting stronger. So remember, we're only on day 2, and there's so many comebacks from players like Lei Ting Jie, Vaishali, that I would really say look out for those names to make a surge on day 2, and then find them on, you know, closer to the top of the standings going forward.
It's going to be lots of strong chess and games to watch today. So this is the women's section. Let's go over to the open section, where we can see the pairings and talk about, you know, kind of what happened yesterday. There was a lot of things to unravel, and upsets and downsets, and everybody was upset kind of thing. No, a lot of people were happy. In fact, if you're at the top half of that board up there, Murzin, some people don't even know who that is, in fact, or even know who the first 2 GMs are. Some people just don't know, and that's cool to even talk about there. I mean, Aman, what do you have to say about this, bro? Like, even Magnus is not even in the top 10.
Yeah, I think the first things that stand out are who's number 1 and who's not number 1. Magnus Carlsen is not on your screen. He's having that kind of tournament so far. He's got 2.5 points out of 5, but we need to focus on who is at the top. Volodar Murzin. He's a player, a grandmaster, by the way, young player. He's been at the top of World Rapid and Blitz tournaments in the past, so this is not going to be a surprise to, you know, anyone that knows game. James, he has been there. And if you haven't seen him there, we've covered some of his games this event. It's been so exciting to watch him handle the nerves against the best players in the world. You can see him there on screen. He doesn't look like a guy that's phased at all. So we'll certainly be keeping our eyes on him. As you know, you can see there, he's taking on Lenier Dominguez. I think that match is going to be very exciting. Another one, though, James, is our very own Daniel Naroditsky, right? He's kind of under the microscope. Everyone's talking about him. He's even had some accusations thrown, and he's just coming out and saying, you know what? I haven't lost yet, and yeah, you can find me on the top boards. How about that?
He says, chill, my guy. Danya is here. Watch me work, okay? Watch him work. He has a Herculean task. That's what he likes to use. So he's about to be, that's his favorite word in commentary. But no, Daniel Naroditsky is going to be good to see that one. And also Magnus against a young, newly minted Grandmaster, Brewington Hardaway. Very, very strong as well. So on this matchup here, we got Sam and Jan Christoph Duda, Ray Robson. Oh, that Ray and Arjun, both of them tacticians. Mr. Ray and Have a Nice Day tactics himself. And then Arjun Erigaisi, who's 2,800 heater right now. Come on, bro.
Yeah, there's so many names on this list that, you know, I feel like the ones you touched on were so hype, and you didn't even make it to Alireza yet, you know?
Oh, I didn't even see him there.
Alireza's right there, and, you know, that's just
goodness.
how hyped the tournament is, James, that, you know, there were so many matchups to talk about. You can see the open section getting ready to go on our screen right there. He's actually Raunak Sadwani just on the far right. He actually took out Alireza, probably slowed down Alireza's progress in this tournament, because other than that loss, I feel like Firouzja has had a pretty good tournament. But if the people remember from yesterday's coverage, man, that one moment, that big knight sacrifice that could have happened for Alireza did not. Things changed.
Knight of 7. Yeah, that's crazy. Look at Danya here. Okay, he locked in. It's going to be great to see the opening choices today and etc. So I don't know I'm not familiar with his opening repertoire with White. So
yeah, I mean, well, you maybe we'll see at Jobava London there, James. It's possible. I'm always a little bit biased, you know, to the older generation of players as well. And sorry, Anish, I just threw you in there. But you know, players that have been around the scene for so long. I think this matchup right here is just super exciting. Aroni and Giri.
Yeah, that's nice.
Dang.
That's nice. Yeah, right. Then you have Duda with Big Sam I Am, very strong, literally, and also on the board as well. So it's gonna be good to see that one. Brewington ready to go, nice in the suit. And then we have Magnus Carlsen. Fast, yo. Does anyone? What is the science behind this? Magnus is never at the board. I just need to know, like, what is it, Aman? I don't know. Like, does anyone have the answer to this? Chat always knows. Why does he show up late every single game?
It's a good question. Someone who's not late to the board is Hikaru Nakamura, and I feel like that's actually something that you come to expect from him. Just very different approaches to how you handle that pre-game prep. What makes you the most comfortable? Hikaru just feel like, you know, the guy's playing with not much pressure. He's doing quite well in the tournament, but he just feels like he's having a good time and still playing killer chess.
Absolutely. He's playing killer chess as well. I mean, he came back. He had that draw. He was so mad about that draw too against Donchenko with the rook and bishop versus rook. Honestly, it was great. It was great to see. Great for him to do. But at the end of the day, it didn't work, and then he was blessed to get a game. And I think in that last game, he won. So now he's higher up in the leaderboard. Oh, but we got games though. Let's go. Is this a? Hold on, bro. This is a Jobava. No. That's a Jobava. You saw that, didn't you? I know you saw that.
No comment, James. No comment.
I know you saw that. yeah, that's the Jobava right there. Chessable.com/Canty Jobava. That's not the link, but it is on Chessable. Let's go, Sam.
Yeah, games are underway here. On day 2, we have everybody in action, and I'm excited to look at these top games here. So many exciting matchups. Gone are the days of the early rounds where you have big underdogs and whatnot. No, everyone is going toe to toe. And even if you're up against a lower rated player at this point in the tournament, you know that there's no easy game.
Yeah, there's never, that's an understatement. As you know, Magnus, yes, we're seeing him on board 1, but he has 2.5. You're like, what? How many rounds? We're in round 6. Like it's that kind of tournament. So, but at the same time here, we got lots of chess left, and I know everyone's looking to bounce back day 1. Maybe some jet lag. I'm tired, but if you go win all your games today, you could be really nice in the standings, no matter where you sit generally. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I see some interesting openings being played. Definitely the Sargsyan and Naroditsky one has caught my eye because this opening that Danya is playing it's actually kind of an interesting one. He's gone with the very early Queen B6, and we see after the move Knight B3, he's actually just brought it back, James. So going for this in a rapid game is certainly something because there are so many ways to play against the Sicilian, which is the opening we have here, but he's kind of gone for this like accelerated dragon idea with early G6.
This is actually, believe it or not, I am an expert in this line with the black pieces. Accelerated dragon here. I've played it for a long time, and then I was like, everyone hates the accelerated dragon. Everyone, and I'm not even gonna lie. Even what he's playing with black still is annoying. This is just it scores 50%. Like everything else scores 60 and above in Maroxy bind stuff when you play with white against Sicilian and accelerated dragon. So except this line, the Queen B6 lines actually are the ones that are 50% and lower, just a little bit, but that's way better than 60, right? So percentage-wise, it's already pretty good for black. But here, you usually will go Queen B6, and then obviously in this idea with Queen D2, white wants to go Knight C3. The reason why Knight C3 doesn't work before, because they'll do like the beef eater type thing. Just take C3 and then double the pawns, and then you try to win the Nimzo pawn on C4, or like Knight A5 or 95, Bishop A6, B6, Rook C8 stuff, to try to take on C4. Right, so this is cool, and like it's a tricky way to like try to really get them move ordered. But in the end of the day, it is a Maroxy bind, and it kind of sucks. Right. That's why they say sometimes in a Benoni, what do they say? A Benoni is still a Benoni, like even when it's good, right?
Well, yeah, it's like even your best case scenario for this opening is still a bad position. So you could memorize every line, every bit of theory, and congratulations, you passed the exam, and you're worse.
And you still don't pass. Like, what? I thought I passed it. But you still don't pass.
So I think you were referring to, just going to go back a few moves here and just put Knight C3 on the board, give people an idea of maybe some of the poison that can be in this line. Black actually, a lot of the times, gives up that bishop, which you'd never ever think to do, and you're always advised against when you fianchetto it. But as James was saying, these two pawns on the open file become a target, especially that C4 pawn. Bishop to A6, Knight E5. You can see how everything targets the C4 pawn. So a lot of times that's the idea, which is why we saw Queen D2 played by Sargsyan, and then the game develops into, I would say, just a much more normal Maroxy bind position. And this is what we were saying, James. Like, congratulations, tricky line from Danya, but guess what? I still prefer white.
Yes, that's exactly right. And this is why I don't play it never anymore. I just don't play this opening anymore with the black pieces. Because I just hate this line. Like, it's so annoying. And it's going to be a grind. But he can still do all the same stuff. He can play A5, A4. You're going to go Knight D7 to C5 at some point. You put the bishop on E6. You can go A5, A4, right? When the knight moves from B3, if it does, hopefully it does. You can go Queen A5, right? You go Bishop E6, Rook F to C8, Knight D7, Knight C5. Like, and then you trade. It's fine, but it's boring. And it is a Maroxy bind.
Well, there you go. That's
No,
that's the opening of this one. It looked kind of exciting at the beginning, but now it's kind of tapered off into a more standard position from this accelerated dragon. Now it's an Emeraldsy position where Sargsyan definitely has, I would say, a position that he'll enjoy here, and maybe we can leave the players with this one as we continue to look at the other games in progress, James.
definitely. Let's bounce around here. Anything catching your eye there? Let me see. Well,
Yeah,
at some point, we
immediately.
are going to have to move to Sevian because that's a Jobava on board, aka. So we are going to have to go there. But in the meantime, let's bounce around. We can probably start with Murzin. That's a top dog game, obviously.
Yeah,
They are
it's
playing
hard not
for
to
our
find
friends.
yourself on board number one in the entire competition. Absolutely, he's undefeated in the tournament, but he's playing someone undefeated in the tournament, and just looking at that camera kind of paints the whole picture. Both players completely locked in, but you just have people on both sides of the generational spectrum, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because they're both locked in here. And Murzin, I always talk about how he's just so calm. He's so calm, and you don't see any jitters from him. It just looks like he's here to do business. Like that's it.
Hmm.
I'm here to clock in. Like I'm just here so I don't get fined. You know what I mean? Like I'm doing my job and getting it done. And I like that attitude from him. But you can tell he's experienced, and as you mentioned before, he's been doing this a long time when it comes to the rapid portion. Linear too as well, but I mean he's been around a long time, obviously, and with his rating too.
Hmm.
Linear goes back a long way. Like I didn't know who he was back in the day. I'm like, Linear, who is this guy? But then if you Google him, honestly, his games are incredible, and it's come up to 2,700.
Absolutely. The game here definitely spells a position that could explode into action, which is why the players are kind of a little tense here. They're taking their time. They're really being cautious with these moves. Rook c8. I mean, it's easy to play a move like bishop back to b3 here, but not actually necessary. The bishop's supported twice. No immediate need. Black is trying to fight for control of the d5 square, which is what you do. When you have an isolated pawn, it's usually the square directly in front of it that becomes the battleground for both sides. And in this case, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see this bishop move to e8 or c6, which would help the queen also control the d5 square. And for white, of course, you've got the bishop and knight controlling it, plus this bishop on h4. While it's not controlling d5, James, the pressure, the pin, how the pieces line up, and hitting the knight on f6 is indirectly controlling that square. So the fight is on.
And that's a great observation. As the fight is on, right? Way to say it, because that's what you're going to get here. When you have the isolated pawn, it's about activity and etc. With when you're playing with white. Here in this case, you have to play actively. If you fail to play actively, then obviously the pawn will be a target, and in games or trading pieces is not going to help. It seems like obviously you can get this from a Panov Botvinnik. You can get this from Queen's Gambit Declines. I stopped playing the Panov Botvinnik with white because I would get these positions and like you would lose games. Like I won one game against David Howe against OTV on Blitz and against maybe it was like 7. We don't want to talk about the score, okay? But at the same time, I do know that he was just crushing these isolated pawn positions. Like he absolutely crushes these. So it's hard to play these against stronger players because they are going to know what to do. And obviously, this pawn being isolated is just a target. It's hard for white to generate some things, maybe g4, g5, f4, g5, but you have to play with so much activity that sometimes it's a bad thing for you.
Yep. And this will be the dynamic battle that these two players have to deal with in the game that we see right here. So, I mean, waiting for moves to come in, but you can see the players are not necessarily going to be moving super fast right now. It's not a position you want to rush because one mistake and white might break through with the move d5 in the center, pushing that pawn forward and getting rid of it. And by the other side of the coin, the bishop just moves from the d7 square. Knight to d5 is a move I'm considering even right now for Dominguez. The more trades that happen, James, usually the better for the side playing against the isolated pawn.
Yeah, that's why knight d5 is such a good move. Knight d5 wants to trade, so I'm gonna have to trade something. But you know what? Because I have to play actively, you always think, what if I do something crazy? That should always be your first thought. What if I do something crazy? Which is like bishop g3, giving a pawn on c3. It doesn't do anything. If I could go bishop f4, maybe, because I have some potential to sacrifice, but knight
Yep.
d5 is going to have to trade. Maybe I trade on e7 and move the c3 knight to e4.
Yeah,
But
the
it
one
is a
thing
trade.
about the position that I'm realizing as you're pointing these things out is that white doesn't actually have, like you were talking about, oh, if only I had the attack. White doesn't have one. And I'm realizing that now. There's no bishop c2. There's no even rook lift to d3. So a lot of white's normal, like bishop h6 sack, all these ideas are not really there. So while this is still a dangerous position for black, it's not so much about the kingside attack as it is about that fight for the central square.
If it's white's move, like you would have an attack. Knight d7, push d5, you have some stuff here, but it's black's move. That's the problem here. Knight
Yep.
d5 is really good, though. Knight f to d. See what he does. I guess maybe he just doesn't want to. Because you could trade and give him an ISO pawn. So we could trade everything out on d5 and say, okay, cool. You have one too. And maybe he doesn't want that, which is definitely understandable if you're trying to play for a win too as well. This should be 8. Maybe some nice waiting move.
Yep.
Like you said.
I think we can jump to another game, but I certainly think that bishop e8 or c6, opening up the queen, is the way to go. If not, knight d5 might be his consideration immediately to just trade all the pieces. That's how you play it, but he's clearly in the think tank, James, and we can keep moving.
Okay, we got to go to that Jar Jar Binks London game. That is Sam Sevian versus Duda. Been holding and just been, breathing slowly, staying calm. We have to go to this Jobava game over here. I
Okay.
just got to check to see the line, to
Yep.
see the file. I got to check the file.
We are always on the lookout for Jobava London games.
And London
Duda.
games. And London
That's
games.
right. Duda has played bishop to g4, knowing that f3 is a move for white, but he did it on purpose. Clearly, he wanted to play this variation right here.
Yeah, people, this is like a topical thing. Daniel Darter played this for me in Global Chess League. Like we was playing some Blitz games right before. I was playing with Nihal and Daniel Darter and Andrew Hong. And Bishop G4, he said that's like an engine line or whatever. But you're just supposed to take on C5, and he didn't. So now White's fine still. It's like a good French for Black or something. But at the end of the day, DC5 was a little better than going Knight B5. But
I definitely think that my overall opinion about these types of positions is that when Black is able to respond to these London setups by getting the bishop out and maybe trading it for a knight, it's generally okay, especially when you can follow up with a move like bishop d6, because then you just trade those dark square bishops. White doesn't really have the bishop pair anymore. The knight on e2 is not a great piece in this game, so for example, if the bishop just kind of retreats on a4 back to c2, I feel like Black plays bishop d6, castles, trade the pieces, try to play e5. I almost think Black could be better soon.
That's very, very right. Excuse me. It's all the way correct here, Aman, because bishop d6 is like a good Carol Khan. Also, the French is good because the light square bishop is gone for Black. dc5, this is why out of the opening, dc5 is a very good move instead of going knight b5. In this position, you do have some positions that you can reach from Jobavas like this, but the knight's generally on like an a4 square or something, not on e2, which is a little different.
Well, the other thing about this position, James, is I think it just got to the point where I don't believe that Sevian is fighting for much of an advantage anymore. Definitely looks like bishop e7, like just easy play from Black, maybe take, and then the other pawn goes to c5. I've played my fair share of Londons. I can say this is not one that I'm ever looking forward to having. Like I can just look at it and be like, no, something's gone a little bit wrong. It's too easy for Black to just go trade. And particularly, and this is a credit to Duda's opening idea, once you take that f3 square for the knight, it has to go to e2, and I no longer like that white knight on e2. I just don't feel like it's going anywhere. So I say advantage Duda out of the opening against Sam Sevian.
I gotta get Sam. I gotta email him the course, man. He need the files, man. That's what he need the files. It's all good. In fact, let's move over to the women's section. They start in 2 minutes here, and they're seated. Alice Lee and Ju Wenjun.
Let's catch the beginning of this this match right here, because just those opening moments I feel like tell you so much. Obviously, it tells you the openings, which is quite impactful, lets you know what kind of game it's going to be, but also the body language of the players.
Yeah, we can. Alice, another player. I guess you see this in the young as they're getting younger and younger, but what you see is they just don't look intimidated at all. So you can see that from Alice. Alice has been doing this a long time here. Very strong. Ju Wenjun locked in, ready to go. D4, knight of 6.
And I think that was actually a bit of an interesting kind of funny moment there. It seems
What
like
happened?
there is maybe a ceremonial first move played because D4 was on the board and Ju Wenjun looked a little bit confused, like, wait a minute, am I supposed to hit the clock or what? So it looks like maybe she accepted the ceremonial move D4, which was played, which is kind of funny.
Like, wait, I'm taking this back. I'm supposed to play H4. What is this? I was
We have seen our fair share of crazy first moves, ceremonial moves played by dignified members. H4, G4. Might want to take those ones back.
Like, ha, thank you. No, please. No, I'm not doing that. So far, so good. Very classical play. This is how Alice likes to play. Very slow positional, methodical chess, but she will hit you with some tactics if they are there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Picks her moments.
Nice. Her moments, right? In fact, her London may be great for her. In fact, actually, Amon, maybe may send her some files one day.
I was gonna say there's an interesting suggestion right there. So far in this opening, not too much to say, but just going back to look at how we got here. Bishop b4 as opposed to bishop e7, I would say that's the important distinction. She's gone bishop b4 knowing that she's going to give up that bishop, and I think normally black just wants to, for example, bishop d3, maybe continue to trade, and this knight from b8 can either go c5, knight c6, maybe with b6, but also there's an idea to play knight d7 and knight b6. So we'll kind of wait to see how the pieces develop, and that's why you wait and see, because knight e2 is probably going to tell Alice, oh, I'm going to develop my pieces in this specific way because knight e2 is not the standard knight f3 you're used to.
I like it. Knight e2 gives you, it's general. It's something you see in the Queen's Gambit anyway with knight g3, bishop d3, and f3, trying to push the e4 game or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But knight g3, knight f4 actually is possible too, but c6 is very easy for black to play. Question is, where do we go now? You have lots of moves. C6 could go bishop f5, try to tuck the bishop in a London type of fashion.
Yep.
And maybe even knight d7 first, but I don't see why. Maybe knight d7 for knight b6. So c4 is a square to pay attention to, and even c5 here. Even go knight c6. I think it's for choice.
There are options here. For example, if you did play bishop to f5, knight g3, bishop to h7, for example, I think this is an example of something that Ju Wenjun is probably okay seeing and would not exchange the bishops. I'm assuming that knight e2 is a move where you don't necessarily want to just trade pieces with your opponent. She's up against Alice. She probably feels a little bit of pressure to at least try for an advantage. Not that she's going to go all out this early in the tournament, but hey, you got to take down the leader, and the pressure's on Ju Wenjun to at least play a game where the pieces are on the board and, Alice is in a tough position where she's even able to make mistakes.
That is correct. In fact, let's go over to the Murzin game. That game is the same thing as the Danya game, basically. Another Maraxi bind over there. These positions just suck. Like for black, I just hate. There's no room. I mean, I used to love playing them because I was the only Sicilian I knew at the time, but
yeah,
man,
I feel like
you're like,
the chat listening in is like, James, man, what do you mean it sucks? Like, this is just a normal position. Like, can it really be that bad? I mean, this is theory. Honestly, it is theory, but it truly is the case that at the high level of the game of chess, these two pawns like that just restrict every single break, b5, d5, f5 that you could want to do, and you in this particular case, you don't even have the light squared bishop. So you put all your pawns on light squares, don't have a light squared bishop, things are going to be good for you.
Things are going to be good here. And it's just annoying. I'm so mad at these positions. But no, I came a long way. It's just like a love-hate relationship because I know how I want to play it, but it just hurts to play. In fact, actually, what doesn't hurt to play is this game right here, Carissa Yip's game. Whoa, that's a fun start. We got to run over there. Carissa Yip, who had that incredible start at the U.S. Women's Championship. I don't know, it was like 7 in a row, maybe 8, something like that. Going for the Fisher 11, was unable to make it. I think she lost in the 9th round, but was going crazy. Very exciting player. Obviously, H and G pawns have been played. This looks like I don't know what this was.
Well, it looks a
Philidor,
lot
maybe?
like the Alireza game that we saw yesterday, where he went all out on the attack in a Sicilian. This is not quite a Sicilian. Started from what looks like a Philidor, just a very
Right.
modest opening with d6 and e5. From Black's POV, you're thinking, okay, the knight's very solid on h5, can't be touched at the moment, but as soon as the knight gets evicted, maybe with bishop e2, maybe with knight e2, knight g3, as soon as it has to move or gets taken, I start to be a little concerned for my king. So maybe knight f8 is trying to support that knight. It doesn't feel like it does any supporting, but knight e6 and knight f4 really helps out.
Well, that was nice. Knight f8 was a very advanced move. d5 stops that entire thought here of and also making the bishop on g7 is very, very bad. So d5. It does weaken the c5 square, but I think we're faster after our moves looking like d5, bishop e2,
Right.
and then moving the knight away to h2, maybe even going knight g4, and then at some point taking on h5, obviously, once we move the knight from g4, but we can even go bishop e2 and snatch the knight on h5. Have
Yep,
a good position.
I think that makes a lot of sense, James. But you know where we're headed right now? Immediately, no delay. We're
Where?
going to the top board of the whole open section. We're checking out Magnus Carlsen because he has just found one of the coolest moves of the round so far, and we want to show you guys exactly what it was. F5 was just played. Knight takes C5, and hey, how about taking advantage of a pin with a tactical shot? This is probably going to spell a quick disaster for Black, even though finding one of the best lines here, James, with queen to c6, I don't think it's going to be enough because look at queen takes e5. Mate threats are going to be soon coming. I don't know if he can survive this. It feels like you hand an advantage to Magnus. It's pretty hard to come back from.
I just checked how it happened. Actually, it was everything was quite equal. It's just hard sometimes, the time control and playing Magnus too as well. You're getting lower on time, and yeah, it was just a tactical blunder there. One tactical blunder. Knight takes c5 is vicious, and he spotted here. Magnus may have gotten some rest. He feels a little bit better. Yesterday was the other way around, missing tactical blunders and uncharacteristic of Magnus. So he's looking to start today very strong against a very strong Brewington. Hardaway here, 2.5 for both of them. Very good for Brewington. But
So actually,
Magnus looking
Brewington
about
has 3 points.
He has 3?
Which is well.
How do
Just
you get-
remember when you're playing Magnus, it's really likely actually because
You
of
have more.
his start that you either have more points than him or potentially less points than him, and that's just due to the pairings. There must be
now.
an odd number of players. So just kind of interesting to see that he actually has more points than Magnus Carlsen
Magnus.
at the moment.
Oh yeah. Why don't listen? I'm discrepancy in the pairings. Like, why am I playing Magnus? Like,
And
excuse
he's
me, arbiter.
undefeated.
I
That's
see
a
now,
stat
actually.
on its own, James. Like he's actually
Strong.
he's on a score of 3 out of 5, but he hasn't lost a single game at this tournament. He's coming in with a 2181 rapid rating, and you just look at that and laugh almost when you look at the results that he's had. He's drawn an average of 2550, 2600, and he's even got a win in there as well. He's well on his way, that's for sure.
Man, the kid is cooking as usual. We always known him to cook. Very good stuff here. He drew Theo. Let me see what he did with Theo's game there. That was
Well, he's down on time here, 2 minutes and just about 30 seconds. And I was just about to point out that knight takes f3. If Magnus just recaptures the knight, that's one thing, and he would probably have an advantage, but nothing substantial. Instead, however, the very nice move queen captures e6, and I probably don't even need to show that variation. And there we go, because I can let it happen in real time as Magnus immediately plays it.
Yeah. Is there anything we can do to limit the damage? Is always the word there. No, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, because e5 is weak too as well. My rooks are active. Rook on h8 is doing nothing. It's the time situation too. I'm down 7 minutes. Yeah. Tough game.
I think Magnus has handily got this one here. So we could say with 2.5 out of 5, he's doing a pretty good job at least starting things off properly. We can not say for sure, but definitely expect that he might be able to get the win here, James. And shall we jump to another game? Maybe Ray Robson against Arjun. You were talking about the tacticians.
Oh, yes.
Let's have a look at them in action.
Definitely.
And, I actually want to even just go back a couple moves to show people this really cool variation. If you haven't seen this before, how about the move bishop to f8 for you? I mean, if you're a player studying the game, you might see this and be like, oh yeah, that's just standard Queen's Gambit theory. And you're right, it is. But if you haven't seen it before, take a moment to appreciate how cool this move is. Bishop to f8, cannot take it due to checkmate. And guess what? You're threatening to trap the rook from their own bishop square. Like, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even compute.
No, I forgot the theory. Actually, I've seen this before. No boom stuff or like Marshall, like Queen G6. Yep. This is crazy theory. This is still theory.
And so these guys
theory,
are maybe banging out like one of the top engine lines here, but it seems like Arjun could have gone wrong because after f6, bishop to c3, I mean, we're looking at a position where knight c2 check is not only playable, but being ignored by these top players. Like, what did they know about this position, James? If knight c2 is played, the king needs to move. If the knight captures here, we see the incredible bishop d3. And I mean, shall I just say good luck to you?
That's vicious. This is why I didn't like. I remember when I was looking at this from the black side, I like studied this. I was like, oh, this is fire. Like, oh, you can get some good positions. But if you just miss one move, which is why sometimes playing sharp things, it's a double-edged sword. You have to know every move, or else you can get cooked. Even like a small inaccuracy, it's like game over here, especially against Ray in these type of positions where tactics flow. Ray is the Puzzle World Champion. I don't know if y'all know this or not. Puzzle World Championships is coming up in January, but Ray will be there to defend this title. However many times we've had it, Ray's won it. So just so you know, tactics. But Arjun obviously is a tactical beast too as well. So it's good to see this, but
that's why you were so excited for this game. And yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, look at the clock there. I think we have to assume that clock is correct for the moment, that Ray is just down an insane amount of time. I have seen that from Ray, so that kind of lines up with what he's done in the past. He does get in time pressure, but he's up right now according to the engine. So I'm trying to think, maybe he is just spending the time trying to remember the line perfectly, and maybe he has done so, whereas Arjun not investing that time and just kind of trusting himself a bit more, but may have misremembered a move or two here.
Yeah, that's important. And I have one or two moves too. It's like, this is game ending type of situations here where you can't miss this move, right? So, wow. Hopefully Ray's able to figure this out, but this is incredible. Like, Arjun, knight c2. I mean, your knight's hanging. So if you think about this from really a practical standpoint, the knight's hanging. So do we go maybe g5 because we know what's coming? I don't know.
Well, this is what I mean. Actually, every single move here is pretty much dead losing, except knight c2 and taking the rook for black. But that line did not look very fun either, and white holds an advantage there as well. So, I mean, real question for the chat. Would you rather be in a position, and you don't even know the evaluation of it when you're playing it, but would you rather have 30 seconds and this position with white, or let's say, all the time in the world and this position with black? Because it's a tough call. White has, according to the engine, a huge advantage, but that time is ticking and you could mess everything up. I don't know.
We play 30 seconds every night, so it'll be easy for the conditioned ones, but the ones that are not conditioned, this is going to be tough here. At the same time there, wow. I mean, it's asking, do you want to get hit with this hand or you want to get hit with this hand? And like, which hand is worse? Which one? Yeah. This is crazy. Knight c2, king d2, bishop d3, and like, how are you not getting mated?
Well, look, I feel like we can leave him with that decision right there. I actually wanted to jump quickly to the Norderbeck game against Raunak here in the open section. We have Raunak, who's kind of had a pretty good tournament thus far. It has to be said. He's at 4 out of 5. He's beat some really good opposition, and in this particular game, he's really up against it with Norderbeck, I think, having a nearly decisive advantage. And interestingly enough, James, it's coming not because of material or anything, just the quality of the pieces. The knight on a6 is no good, and he's not even up a single pawn, but the engine has this at more than +4.
What is the opening choice from Norderbeck?
Just looks like, it looks like an English, 4 knights English, really
Nice.
standard stuff, not too crazy. And we see knight takes on e6. I wonder if we'll see h takes g4. It does seem to make sense, but if you take back, then I think the goal is to try to get that f pawn going. Bishop d5 looks like a really simple move to play if he has the time.
Yeah, it looks good. He's looking for better. They say when you find a good move, look for a better one. So he's looking around. HG or Bishop D5. I think they're both fine. Bishop D5 looks really good. Push with E6, try to get E7 in. So many plans. White is clearly better here. Yeah, and it doesn't even seem that bad, like how the engine's like, oh, plus everything.
Exactly. That's the power of like modern engines is they look at this and like, nah, it's completely lost. Let's go to the next game. Whereas I'm like, well, the material's even. I mean, I get white's better, but is it really that bad?
I mean, exactly. Like, I get this pawn. Maybe I have some chances on the queen side as a human. I could take on H3, maybe get G3 in. Like, a little bit of optimism there.
Yeah, the body language, though, and just how confidently he's almost nodding his head there, swaying back and forth. Noterbeck looking super confident in this game right here. And wow, I mean, just bishop d5, e6, no care in the world. Knight takes on b4. If we put that move on the board for a sec, he's not winning the knight or anything like that. So actually what's happening here is he's probably just moving the bishop, giving this check, and rook d7 coming.
I believe so as well.
How do you deal with it?
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. I saw this playing queen e5, bishop, move the bishop, and rook d7. So it's just very hard to stop if he takes the pawn. Yeah, king g8, bishop b3. And rook d8 is so nice because, you take and then push.
Exactly. I think this is unstoppable. It looks like, there's lots to still play for, but no. E6, rook g8 played. It feels like all you need to do is move that bishop. The pieces all swing in. Good luck defending. Queen e5 also wins that f pawn. Yeah, I think we just witnessed in real time the game unravel.
He's hoping for, last tricks here. G3 check and hope for something crazy. That's all he wants. G3, put the king on the back rank and hope for counterplay. And the job here for Noterbeck is to absolutely eliminate any type of counterplay that would allow black to get back.
Agreed.
Or white to get back in again. Yeah, black to get back in again. Yeah, Danya cooking or no, says chat. Danya's still in the lead. If you want to see the Danya game. So
what do we got? Daniel Naroditsky and his opponent seem to be in a position that's just kind of, he's got the 2 bishops, so some chances for him on the dark squares in that one, but honestly, it has it around an even eval, but I don't believe that a draw is in sight because white's up a pawn, Sarkisian up a pawn against Danya, but Danya with those 2 bishops is definitely looking really, really menacing in this position. So chances for both sides, I would take Danya's position in a game with less than 3 minutes on the clock every single time.
With the bishops, too, as well. Where is his game? There he is up there.
I'll also mention that Hikaru did draw his game. So he drew against Sindarov and also Murzin and Dominguez on board number 1 in the Open. They also drew their game already.
Okay, very nice. Got some results. We move around. I'm actually going to check to see anything else exciting. Noterbeck is winning, has the pawn on e7 now. Very nice. Anish and Levon, that's a special game too as well. High-level game. Anish seems to have a slight advantage. The Ray game, he went for that bishop d3 line with the rook coming to e1.
That's right. I think that Giri and Aronian, we can just drop in on here. We haven't visited that game, but we got to remember, I also want to swing back to the women's section as well and catch that Alice Lee and Ju Wenjun matchup, which feels so pivotal for that tournament.
Okay. Get over there.
So we have Giri here, who's, this is a position that strong players really show their strength in. He's got the 2 bishops, but have a look at the dark squares here. The bishop on c3, I feel like it's almost worth a rook here. Aronian cannot be enjoying this position, but something I've noticed over the years, I saw this actually at the Chess Olympiad the most from Aronian, but he would be in a tough position and always find a way to get that Grandmaster swindle in, and it's not really kind of a knock against him. It's actually more of a compliment that he is able to do one of the toughest things in chess, which is play bad positions well. Because
And
even
you
in a
mean
bad
Levon?
position, James, you can find the best move, but it's much harder to do.
Are you talking about Levon?
Yeah.
Yeah, Levon is his creativity. There's a bunch of books I read on him before, but his creativity is insane. And actually, he just did this too. He did this in I don't know, was it Qatar? It was some recent tournament that he played in a classical. Arjun played too as well, but he was like losing. It was he was down a clean piece. In fact, I don't remember if you even saw this game. It was earlier this year, but he was just down a piece, and won the game still. Well, it was like +5 or something. He was playing with the black pieces. Still wins, He likes this type of chess, his inner Tao, you know what I mean? That's just whoever his players were, that definitely shows in his game. So very creative.
Yeah, it looks like a position that Geary can be really happy with. He's up 3 minutes, but there's just always at the back of your mind, you're thinking, okay, but it is Levon. Like, he always makes something happen. He always is so tricky. So yeah, in this position here, it definitely looks like it's all Geary, but I'm sure he's thinking back of his mind, okay, be careful. Let's not let anything fancy happen because the bishops should be dominating this position. Weak A7 pawn plus the time advantage. That has to be enough.
Let's go over to Shaq's game. In fact, he missed a move here against Shamanov. We're actually checking on the back end here. He missed. Let me see what this line is. Okay. Oh, wow.
I think that was from quite some moves ago now.
That's crazy. No, it's yeah. In the Shaq game, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that like the action honestly moves so fast here. Sometimes I'm looking at a game like, damn, this looks like an interesting move, and then something more exciting happens elsewhere, and it's like 10 moves ago that the tactic was available.
D5 takes knight d4, bishop c7. That is insane, actually. Queen e8 gross. Wow, what a tactic in that game, guys. Yeah, definitely have to check the Shaq, the Mimir Diyarov game, guys. Go definitely check that one out. Nice.
I see Nordberg has won his game.
Nordberg's done. Nice.
Magnus has also won his game as well. We kind of knew that that was going to happen, but I'd like to go back to the women's section here, James. That Alice Lee matchup is definitely the one to watch. She's on a perfect score. She's the only one leading the tournament so far, and honestly, under pressure here from just the maneuvering ability of Ju Wenjun. This position right here, the d5 pawn's under attack. Are we just seeing that experience? Ju Wenjun, the higher rated player. Are we witnessing it happening in real time here, James, or is it nothing to be too concerned about yet?
Nothing to be too concerned about yet. What's funny? Alice Lee played in the Charlotte. I was in a Norm tournament like in December or earlier this month or something like that. But last month around Thanksgiving, and she was there. Alice Lee was there. She played in a different section, and she played Cordova or something. And I think they drew. It was like a Catalan position where she just got down a pawn with black and comfortably drew in classical. So I don't think she is at all frightened here, and I think it was similar to something like this. There was pressure down the B file, and she was playing with the black pieces, and she just found the moves and drew the game easily against Cordova. So I think she's actually quite fine here. She just has to find the right moves, but she got to maybe speed up because that was classical. This is not classical. So
that's a good
you
point.
Gotta speed up. She is down some time.
Yeah, down a little bit of time, but a very interesting move spotted by Alice, hitting the A pawn and the rook. I mean, where I come from, James, we call that a fork still, even though it's just a pawn on A3. That's still a fork. And on A4, she may have the move bishop D7, kind of skewering that rook and hitting the A pawn again.
Yeah, it's a nice move. Actually, A4, though. So she wants A4, but then bishop D7.
Right.
Hold on. Tactic senses are tingling. Knight takes D5.
Knight D5.
Knight D5, right. Knight D5, A5. Yeah. I mean, you can, but like
variation on the board. I don't know what happens there. Let's say
bishop D7. Yeah. Maybe rook now. It's probably wrong. And just says it's okay. Oh wow, that's crazy. AB5 and then knight. Oh shoot.
You have to go to E5, right?
But then I have E4, E5. Like I don't know what I'm getting here. Takes. Yeah.
I don't know. We're seeing here. This is just crazy, and it could just work out to a draw at the end, you know?
Yeah. I was on the training account yesterday. I did this. I like sacrificed, and it worked. I was like, oh, I was right. So like, you feel good with your intuition, but like the rest is like, okay, but now what? Now what? You know what I mean? That's always the problem. Is the now what?
Yep.
Now what?
Well, this looks like a game that I think Alice is, on the back foot, but by no means out. Not at all. I actually really like this last move, Queen A6. Very creative, using the whole board there. And Ju Wenjun now thinking, although it looks like most variations here lead to a position where white is at minimum okay.
Yeah, minimum. Okay, absolutely. D5 is the target. You might actually see exchange sacrifice here. Because if I get rid of the D pawn, I have a passed D pawn, and the E pawn is strong. It's actually the game that we saw with Magnus. What game? Who did he play where he sacrificed on E6 like that? It was a brilliancy yesterday. Was that yesterday? Yeah, Rook takes E6. He played Rook E6. I don't remember which game that was, but very nice. It reminds me of this. Rook D5. You sacrifice, and then you play E4, E5. At some point, you got to pass D pawn. A lot of space. Right.
Well, shall we leave this particular game, James? Do any other of the games here stand out to you in the women's? It's just such a captivating top board matchup, but there are a few other boards here, like Kosteniuk is entrenched in a battle there with queenside castling. Harika has the classic imbalance of 2 bishops against 2 knights.
Let's go over that Kosteniuk game. First off, she's always intense at the board. It's like a Gary type of aura, how she just leans in, locked in, looking like a predator, ready to go and devour anything in my path. So she has that type of presence. Very strong and aggressive player here. I'm not sure where does this come from? Let me see. Pawn structure says what? I don't know. E4, E5 opening?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think at this point, Caracan is the answer, but not maybe the first guess, especially with that pawn on C4 and D3 like that. The bishop has a phenomenal post on D4 here. Like, just a really, really strong bishop. So despite white's 2 bishops, I actually like black's 1 bishop even more.
It's going to be a maneuvering game. I like moves like Rook, which is played now. Rook D2, so I can cover both sides. Black, dang, engine, bro, chill. Like, it kept going. Rook D2, really bad. But, I mean, it's a very natural move. Defends F2 and B2, and we're going to slide to E2 next, in fact.
Right.
Just to not be on the dark squares and do something else as well. But Rook E2, I don't really have a good plan, but Rook E2 is a good place to start. Obviously, I like to play risky and, like, stronger chess. I like attacking chess. So A3, King A2, B4 is a huge idea. Rook E2, A3, King A2, B4, Rook B1, B5. Like, go for mate every game. That's my idea. But it is something, especially in these time controls. She needs to move faster too as well. Kosteniuk has a very nice time engine.
Yep. Now this is a rare case of the bishop pair not impressing me that much. So it looks like, although round and even evaluation right here, I would say with A5, maybe tucking the king to A7. Knight D7, Knight C5, I actually start to favor Kosteniuk in the long run, and especially when you factor in that the time situation, 5 minutes ahead, is looking very, very nice for her.
Very, very nice indeed. All right, cool. Let's bounce around. Looking good. See what we have.
Are the games in the open section kind of nearing conclusions? I know there's quite a lot of time pressure.
Arjun's winning. Somehow Arjun's just gonna win. Like, that game. What? You're a kid. Maybe it's the time. Maybe it was the time.
That was the question, James. We asked and we said, would you rather have the advantage but low time, or the other way around? So, geez, I don't know.
How did he win? We gotta go see, bro. He was getting mated. If we would have put the house on it, we would have lost the house today. Okay, I'm just saying, never put your house on it. Number one. Secondly, what happened? How did he lose, bro? I'm shocked.
Well, we'll focus on the games that are live for the moment here. Giri, actually, after praising Levon Aronian, he really is taking him out from a good position here. So talk about how great Levon is at defense, and Wow, even better from Giri just converting. Still some work to be done, but it really looks like this should be a win.
Oh, definitely. In fact, I've seen. I think for Giri, what I'm impressed with now is his way of actually converting now his advantages. He is working. I've seen him, actively working on this in games when he's up, when he's starting to work on things. So I think he's been better with that, converting that, which takes a lot of time. It's not easy to do, obviously, against these players too. But he's been showing time and time again, especially in the GCL, which is Global Chess League, that was he was recently a part of.
Mm-hmm.
He was able to do this time and time again. It was very nice.
Very nice. And a lot of the top boards have their results in another game that I wanted to jump to, because this looks like more of a conversion, was Sam Sevian against Duda. This has gone completely crazy in this endgame. Everything's hanging. What's going on? Black has a ton of pawns.
Goodness, man. If y'all, they just messing up the Jobava. Like, I just had a brilliancy game last night in the Blitz game, 26-50 guy. And the Jobava just get kicked around every game. I don't understand this, bro. Let me see. Is there some Londons out there for Amon? We got to go see. Are people playing Londons? How are those scoring? Because it's not looking good for the Jobava boys.
Yeah, this looks like the H pawn can be taken care of with, rook check over to H2. You definitely have rook C8 as well, but I would trust the rook on H2 a little bit better. And yeah, this looks very, very convincing here. Should be a win for Jan-Christoph Duda.
Why are we watching this? We can go somewhere else, man. We don't have to sit here and watch this. This hurts me as much as it hurts you, man. It's,
yeah, 100%. This is just the conversion phase of the game. I think we will see that rook make it to H2 to, of course, stop the pawn from queening with check. But first, he stops on the F2 square and says, hey, why don't you pick a side? Whichever side you go, I'm probably going to go push the pawn that you move further away from.
The king is in range too as well, to at least tickle the pawn on H7, but rook H2 will stop any attempts to queen the pawn. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Fabi just won. Fabiano with a win. Alireza is winning against Antipov. Let me see what that game was. E4, classical Italian game.
I think this is probably going to be the end of the game here once the D pawn gets going. I think what he's considering is actually the E pawn moving, like E4, sacking it, and then maybe connecting these guys, but D3 and then E4 seems like the way to go. Let's see what he decides to do.
That's
I like
nice,
D3.
actually. I love that. I love that E4 move. Yeah, D3 too, though. I mean, really a matter of taste here. E4, D3. Got to make a move, though. 12 seconds. You don't have to move, Duda. Okay, there it is. D3.
Yeah, the A pawn is unfortunately just too far away. D2 is a very serious threat because then at that point you can play rook takes H7. Yeah, I'm not really seeing once that king moves, honestly anywhere, but even D5. I'm not seeing what white is up to.
Game over there. Sam winning. Alireza winning. Well, then there may be a draw there. Sam Shanklin still in the game. Any interesting imbalances? Nothing. Is this a draw? No. White's winning. Nicholas Wei Yi going down to Nicholas Theodorou. Wow. Incredible game.
Yep. That one looks all but over. Wesley So poised to collect a win as well. And it looks like nothing is going to save white here. It's everything that could go wrong in a rook endgame is happening. Number one, down a pawn. Not a good feeling. Number two, king cut off on the first rank or the last rank. And the last one, all of your opponent's pawns are connected. So in this case, there's going to be at minimum 2 connected pass pawns, which you cannot come back from.
That is very difficult. Very difficult. Okay, you got 20 seconds here. You can always hope for something, but I don't even have any tricks. I can push only one pawn, which can be captured. Slow death. Game is going to end very soon here. Sam, how many points does Duda have? Actually, I'm curious. I'm going to check standings. Win would be nice for him. Duda would be at 5. Oh, he getting up there.
Yeah, rook to a2, going behind the pawn makes a lot of sense. I think at this point, though, kind of have to start improving the position of your king. King g5 to h3 could be an idea. Trying to think what else can be done here. Maybe king e6 to d5. I'm trying to run this rook out of squares there, but I just kind of thought the simplest was maybe trying to go to h4.
Oh, yeah, it seems king h4, king h3, and then check, rook f2, he goes king g1. Maybe we just have to get rid of this f3 pawn. That could, and rook f2, and maybe you have to go e4 at some point, though, too.
We're getting to the point where I would say, yeah, pretty much most of the high board games are done. There's a few games still going. A lot of rook end games. Not maybe the most exciting. There's one interesting game which maybe isn't the most exciting to spend a lot of time on, but we can definitely just drop in on out of intrigue, which is Elham against Bortnik. And it's just kind of funny. You see this knight and bishop against knight position.
Oh my
and,
goodness.
You know, you have to trap the knight is the only way to win, and then you have to do the bishop and knight checkmate. And the table base actually gives this a win, but this must be one of the hardest conversions like in the game
Ever.
period.
Yeah,
because a second ago it was saying no win, but look at this knight. It's quite literally on the worst possible square. It is trapped, and our black's piece is coordinating in the absolute best way possible.
Oh my goodness, he goes bishop a3.
It's,
and then you can
insane,
take the
right?
knight. And then he bishop and knight mates. What's your record on speed for that?
Oh, I would feel pretty confident. I've definitely done it in under 5 seconds.
Under 5, dang, bro. That's
I've actually had the privilege of doing it over the board.
I remember that. I was at that tournament.
I was gonna say, I think you were there. So
I seen that. I remember that. Yeah.
This is a second nature checkmate to me, but you know, there's quite a bit about the game of chess that I do not know that these guys know. So you're just hoping that while they've crammed all that knowledge, they also, of course, know how to do this checkmate. But it looks like he's playing it out. So are we going to get a treat here?
Let's go, Bortnik. We actually do this on stream every night. We do the 5. And, like, you can do this on drills on chess.com. So if you don't know, you can go to drills under there or learn one of there. Go to the in-games and checkmates. You can do this on stream. We do this every night. I'm trying to get under a minute for 5. So I'm at 101. Or actually, I just hit a minute. I'm at 100.1 with 5 knight and bishop checkmate. So I have to get under a minute, and then we gonna shoot for.
This is awesome to watch. Hope you guys appreciate how rare this is as well. You know, in the World Rapid, getting to see the bishop and knight mate, and it looks like played out as well. So the king is heading towards the corner, which is the opposite of the bishop. You cannot checkmate in that corner. It's not possible. So that's usually where you default to. But just so far, I would say close to perfect technique from Bortnik, getting the king to the side. And the fact that this endgame started with not just bishop knight, which would be cool enough, but bishop knight against knight. You're not supposed to be able to win that.
You're not supposed to. And Bortnik, who is a Jobovian as well. He's a fellow Jobavian, as all of us Jobavers out here play the Jobava London. He does too as well. Every week when we update the Twig, I update my database. Bortnik is the top dude in Title Tuesdays playing this. So, but it's good to see from him. Bortnik gets the interesting type positions. He always plays weird stuff with black too. No Alakine. I don't know what else he plays.
So I think the technique here from Bortnik, if we're seeing it right, and if he's doing the technique that most people know, by the way, there are lots of ways to do this checkmate, so there's no one correct way, but I would say a setup involving knight to g3 is probably what you want to go for, and Your goal now is to actually checkmate this king on that square right there on h8. So he does play knight there, which affirms to me at least what technique he's going to be using. And I think we'll see the moves bishop to g1, knight to e4, king to f4, and knight to g5 pretty quickly. But let's see what technique he's going to go for.
Yeah, I always know that W method. Knight e4, king f6, and then knight g5.
So now king up and knight in. And the only thing you have to be careful is that the king doesn't run away. But because this is a studied position, it cannot happen as long as you play the right moves.
They said do to repeat it 3 times? Really? Chat says do to repeat it 3 times. Oh. Wait, there's no result yet.
That's big drama there because he was completely winning. So if he honestly, credit to Sam for even realizing that could be a possibility. So yeah, perfect technique here. We have to see the end of this checkmate though. There's no way we're going anywhere. Look at the way the pieces control all these squares. All right, just boxing that king in. And pay attention, guys. Once the king goes here and the king goes here, even when it tries to escape, you're going to have bishop check. So the same pattern that we saw here is actually being repeated right here. So we just moved up the board, and we're getting closer to bringing that king to the h8 square, where it will get checkmated.
Check.
Bishop here.
Is that the game they're watching? Is that Bordnik on cam, or is that... I'm not sure who that is on cam there.
I don't think it would be, just because those do look like the top boards.
Oh yeah, maybe that's Shanklin.
So, and I think these players here are both on 2.5. So shouldn't be perfect technique though from Bortnik. And we'll wait and see how long it takes him, but I mean, I think at this point it's just a formality. He knows what he's doing, and he's forced the king into the corner. Time for checkmate.
There we go.
Lots of ways to do this mate. You can go here and then just reroute your knight so that it can check that square. So something like knight here, and then you'll be able to go bishop there and mate. Well, let's see which one he wants to do.
Another knight move. Beautiful. Bishop and knight mate LTB.
Oh man,
Resignation.
How are you going to play that long?
And then resign. No, I was like, hey, you know what? What's the thing? No, I don't accept. You can't. Like, no, I don't accept. Play it out, bro. What you mean? I resign. No. Like, play the next move.
Dang, he didn't even give him the satisfaction. Resigning before the mate. He did play it out, but I guess 2 moves from checkmate, he was like, you know what? I think you got this one. You know, I trust you now.
No. You can't resign. Like, I don't accept it. I don't accept. Play the move, Ahmad.
Yeah, this is probably the game that has the crowd there. I think still some issues winning it, but really with 2 connected pawns, it should be quite doable for Shankland here.
Very easy. Route 2 as well is walking up the board with the rook and the pawns like this.
Yeah,
Very
I wonder
cool
how, because it's quite a long game. We're on move 90 here, so he definitely wasn't always winning this one so easily, so a long technique required.
If the king had to been on the short side here on the first 2 ranks, it may be closer to a draw. Shanklin won.
And he does get the win, which means, with most of these games kind of completed, we can head over to the women's section because these games are still in full force here, James. We're basically just picking up. I mean, that was really cool to see that bishop and knight checkmate, but the rook end games are never really going to hold a candle to the crazy middle games that we're able to see here. One of the top games that I want to jump to is Tan Zhongyi against Nino Batsiashvili. We got the 2 bishops against the 2 knights. We haven't dropped in on this one so far. You can see that white is just trotting around, trying to find an entry, and it looks like, for the most part, Tan Zhongyi, despite being the higher-rated player, is just going side to side, saying, nope, keep you out of there. Nope, let me stop you from invading there, and not really doing anything to try to win the game, just trying to hold the position steady.
You have a few plans, which, I mean, of course, rook e6, but also rook h1, 2 h6, 2 f6, right? All the way over there, trying to take the pawn on f5 at some point. But it has to be at the right moment, obviously, because the knight on c4. A little bit tricky there. Few tricks.
Agreed.
Maybe you have to get this bishop involved. My dark square bishop. If that happens, that's a clean GG. So maybe something like g6 at the right moment, playing bishop h4 or bishop h4 to play g6. It's a little bit of a tickle here, trying to figure out how to get this done. But they're on seconds, so forget everything I just said there. They're on under 20 seconds.
Totally, and I actually really like rook to h6. So finally, it does get attempted. You can see there on the camera, rook h1. This looks difficult to meet. I do not feel comfortable handling rook h6 here. It looks like a clear avenue. And are we maybe seeing yet another, I was going to say potential draw. I think she offered a draw.
Yeah, basically offered.
And it has been agreed. I don't know. I'm gonna be a little bit critical there. Obviously, having a good tournament, 3.5 out of 4, can't complain with another draw against one of the top seeds. But just in this position, white is clearly pushing. I would have liked to have seen rook h6, rook f6, something.
And whoa, Alice blunders. Chad is like, Alice blunders. Alice dead loss. Insane. We got to see what happened there.
Yeah, we're on the. Got to drop in on this game right now. Will take us back to the blunder, but I mean, we're talking about a blunder here that makes a lot of sense. Queen b1 check. Oh, you're saying that checking when it doesn't look like white can escape is the blunder? Yeah, the correct move was you had to let white get a second queen.
Okay, man, listen. Who do you really work for? Who are you really working for? Because we don't believe you. No. Queen getting us. How does that even make sense?
Yeah, you had to allow the queen and then trust that your pawn would become a queen as well. She misses that opportunity, and what that does mean is that the position we have is actually winning for Ju Wenjun. She's going to run that king away. It is going to make it probably all the way up the board into shelter and then hope to push that pawn for promotion.
I think she realized she's blundered too as well. Alice plays so well. Like, it's just insane, It just happens like that. She played such a good game. All it takes is one blunder.
And the king continues to make its way up the board. Unfortunately, even checking on the long diagonals, notice how white does not care about the f2 pawn. It could not matter less. It's all about just zigzagging that king up to safety, and you will run out of checks when the king reaches c8 eventually.
Wow. I mean, yeah, king's running to the shelter. As you pointed out, king is going to run to the shelter. Queen, and that will be it. Alice Lee will be stopped by Ju Wenjun.
And notice how she's not taking that pawn. Using that pawn maybe against black. No checks on the a file now.
I mean, there's like no tricks ever. Like, as once the king gets to like c8, it's just.
Yeah, I think the last thing is once the king's on c8, Alice will play queen e6 and pin the pawn, and there will be, I think, a little bit of technique that needs to happen. But I would say something to the effect of like, some sort of queen check and moving the king to c7 will be good enough, but we'll wait to see that moment.
Maybe I had to go queen b6 as well. Queen b6.
Yep.
King c8, queen e6.
This one is also a possibility. Queen d5, maybe queen c6. I kind of like that. So I would say at this point, queen b6 is probably my favorite move.
Same.
And then queen d5, queen c6, there's only one check, queen b3, but then king c8, there's no pin on the pawn, so that actually looks like it's winning.
Clean.
So yeah, I think we may just see those two moves, and then perhaps even potential resignation. Because here after queen c6, you'll have to keep the queen on the d file.
This is nice too. There's oh wait.
The good thing for Wenjun is she's not messing this win up with any move she plays. Like absolutely no moves ruin things. So it's really just finding the time first of all, and finding the right piece orientation. And I believe she has done so. G4, quite an annoying move, and there's no way to get back to pinning that pawn. So queen c7 should be the end of the game.
There it is. Might be a resignation here. Plays on. Looking for more tricks though. I like it. She wants to check on the back rank. Check, 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 check. You know, awesome. Still fighting.
Yep, should be enough for a win here. There's just nothing you can do. I'm trying to how funny would it be if that queen could make it to the e6 square? That would be a checkmate, dovetail checkmate, but can't quite get there in one move. You can just feel the feeling of acceptance as Alice's fighting is probably going to end, and sadly not the result she was looking for, as her undefeated streak will come to an end at the hands of Ju Wenjun.
We've all been there. Tough to see, but very competitive. 4 is still, I mean, she was the only one. Well, she took on F5, making it even, oh, do I have chances? Like,
this is a nice one because you're threatening a king checkmate.
King F6 mate. Imagine writing that, on the score sheet. King F6 mate.
There you go. King F8 check. Everybody make sure you realize that's a check. Those players do, and it looks like resignation for Alice Lee and Ju Wenjun with a victory to move to 4.5 out of 5, which will be, I don't think sole first, but definitely tied for first in the women's section of the World Rapid Championship.
I mean, that's awesome. Great job. Great job from Alice with a fight there, but Ju Wenjun was able to close out there. Guys, we have so much left. This is the 2024 FIDE World Rapid Championship. We're going to unravel and talk about the standings and the pairings right after this break. We'll be right back.
I became a grandmaster not just by playing great moves, but by making them subconscious. I used the woodpecker method for drilling tactics into my mind, such that they would just jump out of me over the board. But you cannot play crushing tactics without being in the right position first. So I adapted the woodpecker method to train positional play and strategy just like tactics, so that they become embedded in your memory, helping you to find great moves and play better strategic chess more easily. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, and I invite you to my new chessable course, Woodpecker Method 2, Positional Play.
This next batch of tactics is all about lines, setting up threats to pieces arranged on the same rink, file, or diagonal on the board. Pins and discoveries are already examples of linear tactics, but these are a bit more sophisticated and rare. First, a cross pin is the most satisfying of all pins. You pin a piece in two directions. These seem visually impossible and can be hard to spot. Here, black cross-pinned with queen to d7. Queen c8 also worked. This led to a winning attack after white captured, and the queen leapt in to assault the white king. A skewer is the opposite of a pin. You threaten a less valuable piece, forcing it to move, but then you capture a piece hiding behind it. Many skewers are checks, where you force the king out of the way so that you can snack on a piece behind it. In this classic combination, white sacrificed a rook to set up a pawn fork and draw the black king into a skewer. A final rook fork concluded this crushing tactical sequence. Interference is my favorite chess tactic, and it's likely the prettiest of all tactics. In interference, you sacrifice a piece to disrupt a defensive line for your opponent. One of the most beautiful moves of all time, Queen g6 check, forced checkmate in 2 because the queen sacrifice disrupted the rook's defense. As a result, white was able to capture with the knight and give checkmate on the next turn. A relatively uncommon pattern is the X-ray. This happens when an attacker sees through a defender to a square behind it. This particularly often happens in cases of back-rank checkmates. Former FIDE World Champion Rustam Kazimjanov used an X-ray from this rook to sacrifice his queen on d8, creating back-rank tricks that won back the queen with extra material. Finally, the windmill is a glorious tactic, rare but exceptionally deadly. A windmill happens when a player plays a sequence of discovered attacks, moving a piece back and forth to check the king and then discover a check while picking off a piece. An effective windmill can consume an opponent's entire army, devastating them like a buzzsaw. White leaps in with the rook here and sacrifices an entire queen, but then the rook is able to alternate checks with the bishop on a3 and capture a bishop, pawn, and queen in turn.
We are back. We are back to the FIDE World Rapid Blitz Championships 2024. New York, the city, the skyline looks beautiful there, and the chess is just as beautiful there on Wall Street. New York there. I played some trades in the NASDAQ for the traders out there on Wall Street, but also we're playing chess on Wall Street there as well. I'm James Canty here with Grandmaster Amon Hamilton, and here's the playing hall. Hambo, what happened in that last matchup?
Well, James, what happened? It's a great question. We saw a little bit of everything. The top board matchups are heating up. We saw the leaders of the event kind of change and shift around on both sides in the open and in the women's sections. And obviously, in the open section, we're just watching those top players from day one that did not have a good day and seeing if they can mount that comeback while the leaders battle it out.
That's a great observation. Let's take a look at the opening standings, the opening standings, right? What's your favorite opening? Here's the standings. And wow, yo, that is crazy. Murzin still up there. Sargsyan at the top. Giri is up there at the top as well. Daniel Naroditsky. Come on, chat. Danya is a 5-piece. Come on, this is crazy for the standings.
Yeah, it is. And we also see a few names joining the leaders. So Sargsyan, Murzin, Lenier, Naroditsky, those were the leaders before the previous round. But joining them, some new names, including Nordebek, Arjun, just some extremely strong players. And making their way to the top of the table are other names like Mehmed Yarov, very exciting player. Alexander Grishuk, feels like we just haven't quite touched on his games enough, but there he is with a great 4.5 score. He's only half a point off the lead, along with Fabiano, Hikaru, Alireza. So you're seeing those names start to re-emerge at the top of the table. And
of course, they're still shut. Look, if you win 3-4 games today, things are going to be nice. If they're at the standings, you're going to catapult yourself into something great. So here we go with the pairings. Daniel Darda, very strong against Magnus Carlsen. That's a nice lineup. Oh, Daniel Naroditsky versus Nordebek. Giri versus Lanier. That's actually a nice matchup for me. Anything stand out to you, Amon?
Definitely Naroditsky against Nordebek. One of the matchups to watch right there. And as we go to the next page, I'm saying Arjun Erigaisi, Volodar Murzin sounds incredibly exciting, but I'm also going to direct everyone's attention to Sam Shanklin and Fabiano Caruana. Sam is also knocking on the door of that first place, 5-point category, along with Fabiano. The All-American matchup seems exciting.
There's another All-American matchup. You got Hikaru versus Sam Sevian. That's a nice matchup there as well. Brandon Jacobson versus Jan-Christoph Duda. Okay, that's a good one to check. And that's going to be a nice tactical battle there, skirmish with Salim Saleh versus Gleb Dugin as well.
Yeah, a lot to be excited about as we get set for this next round in the open section. James, I'm definitely watching, of course, on board one. Magnus Carlsen, will he continue that win streak? I think we had a poll in the chat as well. It was, will Magnus lose any games today? And no was the answer. Or how many would he lose? And I think the answer was 0, according to the chat. So we have to monitor that to see if they're right. I heard the chat's right about everything.
Oh, the chat, they're definitely right, always. In fact, it's either 500 rated or 5,500 rated. No in between. Let me see. I'm going to get in on this Danya versus Nordebek result. I'm going to place my bet now. I won't tell you what it is.
I was going to say, this is it's not quite Wall Street here, James, so be careful.
Actually, yeah, I placed the NASDAQ trade today. Shout out to the traders in chat if you trade futures. So, yes, but we are here on Wall Street and we're trading chess today. Trading chess blows. So let's go. Giri and Lenier.
That's nice. An exciting matchup. I like that one. And always at the board, always ready to go. Volodar Murzin waiting for his opponent. And wow, what a moment to be there as he shows up. Arjun Erigaisi. That game we definitely want to pay attention to.
Yeah, Murzin's going to look to win. And Arjun, of course, he's going to look to win too as well. And in fashion that favors his style. Very aggressive. He's like even... who said it himself? Magnus said it. He was like, yeah, he just wants to, crush you every game. I was like, wow, that's a nice style to have. So definitely a person to watch, of course, if you want to take some pointers from, especially with the white pieces. Shanklin and Fabi, place your bets, chat. Fabi and Shanklin. Who do you have for this one? This is an All-American match.
Yeah, that's a nice matchup right there. They'll definitely have some history together. Sam is known for just being so good in the opening phase of the game. So I wonder in this rapid format, will Fabi, play something standard for himself or switch it up? As we do have moves, we have opening moves there to start things off. The jacket is coming off as soon as we see a move on the board, James. The power move right there.
He's like, hold on, bro, jacket off. Let me work real quick. That's equivalent of like, nah, let's get this work, young fella. That's a fight. When the jacket's on, it's respect. It's like, okay, let's have a good game. But when jacket's off, when I'm sitting in front of you, you're not even gonna take it off before I get there. If Danya's ready to fight.
Yeah, we can see the bird's eye view as the games are just beginning here. Trying to see if we have any kind of surprises or shocking first moves. And you were actually just covering the event. Just wondering, that matchup, Daniel Darda and Magnus Carlsen, were they on the same team in the event you were covering? So that's kind of an interesting matchup as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Magnus was sort of a mentor to the rest of the team there. And he was like, yeah, if Magnus was even saying, good camaraderie, we hang out with each other. So they are very good friends there. And actually, he's a great, Magnus being a great team player for his team there. And Daniel Darda scoring some very critical points in the Global Chess League there.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, I'm immediately looking at some of the games here, just scouting for the Londons, of course.
Scouting for Londons and Jobavas. Let's see if we got anything. Norderbeck's game is a Caro-Kann exchange. I am a fan of that as well.
Another name that's made his way, close to the top of the table, making his way, trying to, is Min Lei as well. Everybody is quite familiar with that name if they've been watching the online streams, whether it's his stream or him featured on a chess.com stream. And we've already mentioned, but Lenny against Anish is a matchup I'm pretty excited about.
And I think I'm excited as well because I think I just found the Jar Jar Binks. Hold on. Of course, it's getting more love now. There we go. Okay, hold on now. All right. Yeah, this is before. Okay, we'll look at that later. But no, it's against Grego Perrin. He's facing against Jobava, but just had to see what was going on there. On the other boards, everything is quiet so far. Is Magnus not at the board?
I think he must not be because everybody else, he just got there. He just sat down because everyone else had played a few moves, so it wasn't delayed by any means.
It's like his board, not, it's not updated. Like, that's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. My boy Danya need to work on that posture. Okay, you're right, Ultra Handle. You're actually right. I've talked to him about that too as well. About listen, your back posture. It is important, guys. Okay, we do want to work on posture. Chess isn't the healthiest sport, if you even call it that, but it is. Work on the posture.
Classic Magnus showing up a little bit late. And how about Daniel Naroditsky against Abdusatorov? I'm taking us right in, and the reason that we're going there is not because of the opening Caro-Kann, but because of the transposition to an opening that looks very similar to a London. I got you on the transposition, Jim.
Okay, and you know what's funny? Where's my knight in that line? My knight's on e2. So in the Jobava, there's a line like this, but it goes with the early after 3c5. They take on d4. We do e d4, and this is a very annoying line. Bishop g4. That's a very high level line. We're gonna know what that was. Then you go f3, bishop d7, knight b5. Bishop takes d7, bishop takes knight c6. You go c3, e6, bishop d6 stuff. Same stuff is happening here. Literally the same thing. But the knight goes to e2 because it can't. It's on c3 already, right? So it's very similar to this thing. But the knight's going to f3. So all this to say, it's equal.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long-winded way that Canty is saying that. Yeah, we're totally equal here. Hey, I'll definitely highlight something that I believe it was Levon Aroni. Like, look, a lot of people have probably said this, but I think I've felt this. I've noticed this pattern for a while, but I'd never been able to articulate it. And I heard Levon Aronian just in like a post-game interview. There's a clip of him saying that the power of the bishop, so the bishop pair, it's great. We all know that the bishop pair is strong, but it's always stronger when there's a knight on the board as well. So having a knight on the board complements that bishop pair and lets them really thrive, because I always say when the bishops are there, hey, just try to trade that bishop that you have as the side without the bishop pair. Just trade it for the same color bishop. But I remember Aronian just saying, you know what, if you have the bishop pair, that's great, but having the bishop pair plus a knight is the best complement, and that's when your pieces are at their maximum. So I happen to like, for that reason, and maybe just other reasons as well, Naroditsky's position. I think he's got the right complement here. He does not need to take this knight on c6. He can bring the bishop back to d3 and just enjoy that bishop pair, and I do not see any way for Norderbeck to take one of the bishops off the board.
I love it, because this is actually a Caro-Kann that turned into a London. In fact, the Caro-Kann exchange is very similar to a London system. Only the exchange variation, generally speaking. So it's nice. He does have, it's an equal position, but he's on the slightly better side of equal, having the bishop pair. And of course, if black does play e5, you always have to deal with the pawn on d5, which is the weak pawn. And in black's case, their goal is to play, obviously, the minority attack with a6 and b5. So having minority versus majority on the queen side, a6, b5, rook b8, try to get b4 in, bully the c3 pawn, make it weak, try to attack it. White, on the other hand, maybe he goes bishop back to d3, knight f3. Maybe he goes with an f4. I'm not even kidding. Like f4, just to clamp it, bishop d3, knight f3, e5. And then he has a Pillsbury type of knight idea.
Yep, that would be honestly a move that he might be considering right now. The reason I want to put it on the board just as a consideration is to show how dangerous it could be. So if f4 happens, I'm immediately looking at the move queen to b6. And one of the reasons was like, oh, if the bishop goes to d3, there could immediately be nice tactic with knight d4, hitting the bishop on d3 in the end. And James, if that bishop goes somewhere else, like even a4, or for example, bishop f1, just like all the way back, nice and safe, I was also thinking about e5. And
E5,
I quickly get that pin going, and while you're trying to stop me from playing it, maybe I do it anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, this is about to get spicy here. So lots of possibilities here. The bishop, he is going to have to figure out what to do. Maybe he even starts with bishop c2, a4 first, or bishop d3. Bishop a4 to go to c2, maybe just bishop d3. But he has to figure out something, which he definitely will. He's using his time quite wisely. As he's doing that, let's bounce around, see what else we're looking at. What else we got? Anything interesting? Let me go to the events page, see what we got.
Well, Erigaisi against Murzin is a game, we would be crazy not to spend time on. So I say we jump there while you look around to see if there's any other exciting games, because I saw this opening here from Erigaisi and Murzin, and immediately I can tell that this is going to be an exciting game. We have a pawn on g4, which a couple moves ago, this looked like a very standard Queen's Gambit, not much to see, but g4 and this knight goes to e4. All of a sudden, it's getting pretty spicy here, because queen c2 is threatening to win a pawn. If we see knight takes c3 in this position, I would actually consider bishop takes h7 here, James.
Always better. Always better to
take that piece instead. And
Always.
Because he didn't want to do that, he played knight to f6. Now, feels like you can bring a piece to e5 here, knight e5, maybe f3, kick that knight out. It's kind of looking good here for white, is my first impression.
You also have the sides where you can castle queenside, which we've seen many times in these type of situations. It's Arjun's type of style. It does allow an early c5, but wherever black's king is, that's the problem here. I mean, you could castle kingside too as well. This is Jobava-esque, in fact, who Arjun is one of the players of Jobava as well. He introduced this h4 move in the e6 lines of the Jobava with bishops usually on e7 or b4. Knight e5 actually is very nice. Here, an idea you do get from London or Jobava London, 95 to go f3.
Yep, I'm liking f3 as a follow-up here. Castling on either side looks possible, so he might base that decision, according to his opponent's move. But for the moment, 95 supported beautifully. g4 actually seems well placed, because look, if we see castles here, I'm not going to lie, James, might throw in a little h4.
Easy. This is easy work. G4, G5, and we live. You know how this works. F3 is also a nasty move. Bishop H7 coming with check. G5. Yep. This one could be over quickly. Castle queenside and rook G1. Where's black's king go to? Maybe you could go queenside.
Well, here
always
you
have to
go,
worry about
James.
just
How
running
about this?
forward.
How about I tell you that the best engine move in this position is short castle? Do you
Short
trust
castle.
it? Are you short
Not at
castling
all.
here?
I'm not. And allow H4. I can play H4 immediately after castles. So if you're okay, all right, bro. Okay, yeah.
That gives you an idea how tough this position already is. And Arjun just kind of playing routine moves. If you've got the guy thinking about castling and saying, nah, don't really want to do that, but it's the best move, then that's a good spot to be in.
That is, in fact, practically, because players, no one likes to be attacked. I mean, I think maybe Korchnoi is one that like to be attacked, but he liked defending, but no one really likes to be attacked here. So when you're getting attacked, you're a little bit more cautious, and he's locked in because I need to get my rooks connected somehow, which is you can't go queenside because F7 is very loose. So he's casting, figuring out when H4 happens, can I survive?
That's right. That's right. Well, that's the position these guys are in. I think we're already off to a very nice position for Erigaisi. Try to monitor that one, but James, looking good for Erigaisi with 5 out of 6. He'd be looking to move into 6 out of 7 and definitely a share of first place.
Okay, Nerditsky with queen to H5 there. G6 from Norderback covering everything. Super equal there. Move around. Let me go to the events page, actually.
Another game that has quite some progress in it so far is Linie Dominguez against Anish Giri. And I mentioned that one because we just have so many things already traded. The queens are off the board. It does look like something like knight d4 can happen at any moment. More pieces traded. I do think that Dominguez has to be happy with this one. Not any type of advantage where you expect to be just completely winning, but I like his position here. He's castled on the queen side. It feels like in the end game, white will have a bit of an advantage with that mobile queen side pawn majority. But for the moment, yeah, I like his position, and almost all the trades seem to be pretty good for him. Like bishop d6, trading dark squared bishops I like. Even knight d4, I don't mind.
Yeah, one thing I learned about Linie Dominguez is that when you make a course on a semi-tirage, you are fine with positions like this, and he is very comfortable. Very, very easy to play. As you mentioned, bishop d6. We also have a queenside majority. Like one thing that I studied through Endgames and learning. That queenside majority, okay, it's 3 versus 2, but that's the best majority to have when you reach an endgame. So
Right.
If I trade the pieces off, I am slightly maybe a favorite to win the endgame based off of the 3 pawns versus the 2, which is nice. This thing, Alireza's game is crazy here. We're just getting bombarded with Alireza here, so we need to go there.
I want to jump over to that one. The reason we're here, though, is only a transmission error.
Oh, dang.
So it's not really very interesting at all. Yeah, I think this is just queen takes d8, rook takes d8. Yeah, it's actually just maybe the most boring position of the whole round. But
all right.
He probably just moved to d8 and just like slowly kind of like stopped a little bit too long on the d6 square, so it just got all messed up. But yeah, I don't think there's
debated.
I don't think there's anything here. That's what I'm telling you, James. You can't trust the chat. That's the second time. I don't trust any of them. They're up to no good.
Man, I always give them credit. I always say they're 5,000 or 500, nowhere in between.
No, I don't trust them.
Dang, bro.
Got to get used to it. We've been hoodwinked twice so far, James. We can't let it happen 3 times.
I cannot. This is a family channel.
So yeah, you can see. Maybe we could get a zoom in for everybody's satisfaction. A big full cam here, just to prove that checkmate in 1 is not possible on this board. Just there. You see that, guys? We're telling the truth.
Dang it, chat. I was so embedded in you, chat. I was embedded in you, chat. Darn it. Well,
clearly there is no queen on d7. Confirmed. A very normal position. Still, one that Alireza with the 2 bishops is likely going to be satisfied with. I do like his position, but absolutely nothing like what we thought it could have been. So I think that will get fixed transmission-wise, and we'll be back to normal in no time. Any other games catching your eye? I was Looking at
Yeah,
that
let me move
Sam
around.
Shankland and Fabiano Caruana game, the All-American matchup was definitely one I wanted to drop in on. So imbalanced here, as Fabi. Do you remember I was saying Shankland? He's kind of known for those openings. Is Fabi going to play a really well-known opening, or is he going to maybe mix it up a little bit? It seems like he kind of mixed it up in the opening with this B5 move. I mean, it's not crazy, but definitely a little non-standard.
Yeah, I'm looking at from the beginning too as well on my end. Yeah, this B5, I've never seen Fabi play this. I mean, he's played everything, but not this one is just like I've never ever seen him play this. So it kind of feel like he's kind of off the head here with that.
Yep.
Which is fine. I know that Sam, knowing his openings, just like Fabi being more prepared, but Sam having very good success and with these openings that are like ready-ish, C4-ish, knight F3-ish. He likes playing around with the move order. So it feels like you just have a comfortable position. Obviously, weird pawn structure on the C file there. C5 is weak, but C4 is weak, right? So you have bishop A6 ideas, but it's black's move here. But now Sam, wait, who just moved? Knight G5. Okay, 95, perfect. That was a good move. Yeah, hitting C4, hinting exactly what we were talking about.
And it does feel like, with Fabi's decision in the opening with B5, he allowed E5. He also played bishop takes C3. He's making a lot of provocative moves that he himself knows are not top choices, but still, it imbalances the position quite a bit. So it just kind of hands both players maybe more winning and losing chances. I do think Sam should be very satisfied with the winning chances he's been afforded. Nice middle game, 2 bishops, but knight A5, how do you handle it? If you just trade that bishop away, I don't know how comfortable that makes me.
Yeah, same. I'm looking at 94. You can always tell body language. Fabi with the confident sip there. If he was losing, he wouldn't have, you knocked that water off the table. He he just sipped there confidently, understanding, with some quick, brief calculations here too as well. That's a nice move. I mean, you are threatening knight takes C4 after bishop G2. So, and if bishop B7, knight B7 defends C5,
That's
I
right.
can play B6 and consolidate and then go back and go get the C4 pawn. So this is actually pretty nice. If I go 94, there's bishop takes E4, and then I move the rook around, maybe to C8, and then C4 is still hanging. So maybe he goes with this idea. Just at least I got both the bishops, rook C8, right, and then maybe bishop backs at D3, or do I give this up? Or
That's right. Yeah, you kind of have to defend that pawn, it looks like. But then I feel like Fabi, even though he might be slightly worse here, he'd be happy with an interesting 2 bishop against 2 knight position because he's got the double pawns, which means there's always something structurally, positionally to play for.
Yeah, definitely. I think he feels like, he's at least getting some pieces off as it's kind of a win, small wins. You take all of those, which is why Fabi feels a little bit more comfortable or confident.
Yeah, agree. This is a very interesting game. Just a struggle between both players here. I do think that white is better, but I can see this turning in Fabi's favor very quickly with the wrong variation chosen because a lot of interesting lines present themselves, like the ones we just looked at, where you get 2 knights maybe against 2 bishops. So with those, imbalances in the position, I do think we're in for quite the fight.
I believe so as well. Oh, okay. That's a fight there. Let me move around. It's just so many games to cover, guys. We are here. So hyped. Okay, who else we got? Anything cool?
Another game between players that we haven't seen as much of, but definitely comes to mind is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He's got a position right here against Alain Pichot, who's playing for Spain right now. And Shakhriyar is slowly making his way up the standings, right? He didn't exactly start up close to the top. He's 4.5 out of 6 right now. Can't say he has the best looking position, but I don't remember dropping in too many times on his games. But when I just say the name Shaq, you just think of a guy going all out, ready to compete.
Yeah, all the time. He's an incredible creative player too as well. Aggressive. Love his games. So seeing this here, B6, B6 rook C1. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the cases where you've got like an isolated pawn, but I wouldn't necessarily say that means black is better. The pieces are all kind of on the back row here. Not really too much going on. White's jumping in with knight e5, hitting f7. That's always an idea. And as soon as you take this bishop, also, I can follow up bishop f4, and the c7 pawn might be an issue.
I do like. Okay, you played knight f8 there. We got to figure out. This bishop on d2 is just kind of sitting there. Maybe we need to aim it on c3 just to aid with the knight on e5 too as well, because it looks a little bit more powerful. And at some point, maybe even pushing d5 and etc. But yeah, bishop c3 looking like a move as well.
Yeah, there's also d5, knight d4, knight c6 if you want to clamp down on the light squares. But, you've always been talking about, James, you got to give squares to get squares. d5 hands over the c5 square, but you get the c6 square. Is it worth it?
Exactly. Is it worth it? You have to calculate that. And yeah, I learned that from Bobby Fischer. He just said, to get squares, you got to give them. Or I'm like, all right, cool. That makes a lot of sense here. Well, how many squares? Like, he wasn't specific here. No. Right. But at the same time here, I think it's a good segue into the women's round has just started. Let's go over there and see what is going on as women's boards have just started.
Yeah, let's take a look. It's the all China matchup on board 1. Ju Wenjun against 10. Zhang Yi, Elizabeth Peitz, Katarina Lagno battling on board 3. Alice Lee, despite the loss, still one of the players leading the competition. Not quite at the top, but definitely from the front. She's on board 5 as well.
Okay, and bishop takes c3. This was a Rogozin or Nimzo?
Yeah, it does feel more like Rogozin here. And it was indeed. Bishop b4, pinning the knight. So Nimzo would probably not quite include that d-pawn push just yet. And yeah, despite the seemingly wasted time with queen a4 and queen back to c2 and queen c3, White's made a few achievements as well. First of all, the knight's on c6. Sometimes you might want the pawn there or the ability to play pawn to c5, but instead you have your knight stuck in the way. Not always a good thing for black. And then on top of that, you earn the bishop pair as well.
And the bishop pair is nice here with also the knight being on c6, where you really is kind of misplaced there. So you're going to have to waste the tempo to be able to move the c-pawn. I do like a3, queen c2, bishop d3 ideas, aiming the bishop on c1 needs to find a place to go. So that would be an idea, but we do want to play a3 at some point, obviously while moving the queen, so we don't have a knight b4 jump to fork the bishop on d3 right. And the queen that is potentially on c2.
Interestingly, I was kind of expecting queen c2. There is knight b4 against it, but knight b4, I don't really know how good that move is. I feel like you just maybe move your queen and then kick the knight out.
Yeah, maybe we're getting c6 in, something weird, or c5, and then when kicked away, move the knight back to either c6 or even a6 and moving around that way. Strange,
good point.
Engine type of stuff.
Yeah, and this move looks quite good, knight a5, but it's kind of funny that the queen goes back to c2, and you can take on c4, but you actually lose a piece here.
Spink. I'll take those. Appreciate you. Anything else going on? That's a strange. Oh, that's a Caro-Kann. That's a very nice Caro-Kann there. Kostenia plays with a lot of energy. So on Kostenia's board, she's playing. There's a Caro-Kann here with a knight on h6 already. So it's pretty interesting, pretty sharp over there.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, these are very, very sharp here in these type of Caro-Kann lines.
Right. Yeah, this is board 2. Gunay Mamadzada is with the white pieces here against Kosteniuk, and you have e5 defended, you have c5 defended. So honestly, positions like this with black, I'm not gonna lie, I tend to overestimate myself very often with black. I'm always thinking like, oh, it's no problem, I'll take that pawn back. But a couple moves go by and I'm like, yeah, I'll take that pawn back, right, guys? And then I never do, and I end up worse. So I constantly keep thinking like, man, what if c3 and b4, you might never get that pawn back. Is that going to be okay?
Yeah, I have found that the white is actually better in these lines. It just feels that way because you are able to play c3 and b4, or a3, c3, bishop b5, because usually black sometimes will play a5 to stop your b4, and then you can take the knight on c6 and then cb, and you actually just up a pawn. So if the move order isn't correct here from black, you are in trouble here. And in fact, everyone is saying Danya's game here, Ahmad. So should we go over there, or is chat debating us again? Like, I want to trust chat here, but I've been hurt before, Ahmad. So I don't know. My feelings are
No, they don't have enough street cred yet.
Right
as
now.
soon
They
as
don't
we
have
spend
enough?
30 seconds not on Danya's game, they tell you to go to Danya's game. So
Dang.
no, they haven't earned it yet.
Okay, they haven't earned it. Okay. All right. Sorry, chat. Sorry, I tried.
These women need our attention as well, and I definitely think with this knight on h6, knight coming to f5, you get to play one of my favorite moves, which is h5.
Oh, why do you like h5 so much?
It's one of those moves that a lot of people exclude. They don't include it in their when they're bringing their knight to a nice square. But the same thing applies in some King's Indian positions. You play a5 to put a knight on c5. You play h5 to put a knight on f5, and it just secures the placement of that knight so that g4 and b4 do not kick it out. And if the move h3 happens, you're set to even play h4 in the future to make g4 impossible, because we all know en passant is forced.
Yeah, correct. En passant is forced. That's what the rule book says. And I do like the h5 ideas myself. I am a fan of stuff on h5. Yes, it's a Sicilian variation I like, actually, in the Streshnik off, where instead of e5, you go h5. Play the LTB, and I have like 1 win, 2 draws. I drew Hikaru.
Well, another game that we can definitely take a look at in the women's section is one that just satisfying. Look at this.
Whoa.
Hang on a sec, chat. I'm going to take us back a move,
Okay.
Gotta look at it when the D file was fully occupied. This is very rare, I feel like, in the game of chess. This is Divya Deshmukh against Elena Danielyan, and this is what, a 3 points out of 5 for these two. This is rare. I'm just gonna say
rare.
I feel like if there is a file that you had to pick to be fully occupied, I feel like the D file is actually the most likely.
This feels like a variant, in fact, some type of variant of chess on chess.com. And the winner is who has more pieces on the same D file. So let's see. White 1, 2, 3, 4. Once it's even. Wow.
It's even,
so whoever, knight d4, you win. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Knight d4, I win. Very nice.
This is just, funny to look at, but I'm sure things will get cleared up. As you said, a bit of a traffic jam there. Before we head back to the Open, I also wanted to just jump in on the game between Bibisara and Irene Sukandar. We all know Irene, they're 3.5 out of 5, and Bibisara is quite the talent. I was looking at this game, and immediately just stuck out to me is that it feels like a normal opening. It feels like we're almost in theory, but White has almost +2 advantage, and I'm trying to understand where it's coming from. Like, you look at this, James, don't you feel like, you're like, okay, bishop, e7, castle, no problem. But no, the engine is saying this is very bad for black.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy to think about. It must be something around the lines of, like, rook f to d1, easy move, maybe e4 in there, and obviously this pressure down the diagonal, the a1 h8 diagonal, that's probably some serious pressure. So if you castle, I mean, there's maybe some that just takes too long, it feels like. But h3, g4, try to get g5 in, like, plus 2 is insane. The engine is just wicked.
Yeah, here I think White's continuing with e4, rook d1. The d pawn is falling, so minimum you're going to be up a pawn with a good position to follow. James, I think it's time to head back to the open section. And while we may indeed make our way to the Danya game, there's actually another game that I wanted to stop at first, and it's the game of the one they call Buddy Pranav. And he has what seems to be a winning position here, completely winning, and he's doing that thing where you're not really paying attention to his tournament, but wait, he's got 4.5 out of 6 and about to be 5.5. Look at this crazy game. It looks like almost one of those Marshall games, but White's d-pawn hasn't moved. His opponent went all out to try to mate him, and Pranav just wasn't having it. He says, I don't believe it. h4 as a defensive move. Let me take that free piece. And look at this. Bishop f3. He's got many ways to defend here. James, you think he's going to find some of the brilliant moves that are necessary to defend here?
Absolutely. I mean, g3 probably seems like an easy one, but there's definitely maybe better. Like bishop f7 first off is a move, but there's queen f7 there. Yeah, so you
So
play
look,
G3,
I mean,
the easy one.
the opponent's going to play a queen to one of these squares, right? Let's say queen G4. How are you
Correct.
dealing with mate here?
That's a good question. After Queen G4, okay, I have King H2 at the very least.
That's
If
right.
I can't, at the
True.
very least. But I'm trying to see if there's something better than King H2. Bishop F7, I can't get to work. Can I take the... Oh, my goodness. Can I do that? No, it's close. I'm trying to take this rook on D3, but is that possible?
Yeah, actually, just
it is. And Bishop takes F3. Wow.
Just to put I'm going to play Queen F5 just to show it, but Queen G4 would be the exact same thing. I like what you're thinking there. Queen takes D3, Bishop takes F3, take on F8, Rook E3, and guess what? With 7 pawns on the board, plus the rooks and probably this pawn falling, White actually has a completely decisive advantage here. This would be a very easy win because the queen has no pawns to capture.
That's so nice. I'm not gonna lie, that's insane. And in a rapid game, trying to find this too, he does have the time to do it, but that's nice.
Dang. Well, there you go. That looks like a game that Buddy Pranav is, slated to win. We'll see if he finds that sacrifice here. James, where should we go? The Daniel Naroditsky game looks like there are some sacrifices on the board, and I don't trust the engine. The engine's trying to tell us, hey, it's around even. I'm not buying it for a second. It looks like it's heating up over there.
It's heating up, absolutely, of course, especially with pawns in the center of the board like that. He's saying, go ahead, take the exchange. I got these pawns to work this out, meaning that D pawn is very, very far down the line. But okay, I mean, they like black more? Like, that's
what
crazy.
I'm saying.
Yo, hey, refresh. Let's get the engineers to look at the engine again.
Positions where you can really say, look, I'm sacking an exchange, and I'm going to be better afterwards. I can't say this is the easiest one to follow, but look, it comes down to the passed pawns. The power of the connected and protected passed pawns is just worth more than the exchange that you are losing, and you are losing it on E6. But the players both know that, and still, black is the one pushing here.
That's crazy. And I get it, I guess, because here's a scenario. After the king gets to F6 or whatever, like F3 happens, king F6, we trade everything out. How do you get close to these pawns is the question.
Right.
How do you get close to them? Because of the bishop, the dark square bishop. If black's dark square bishop, they trade them, white may be just better. But because you have it, you got bishop C5, keeping me at bay.
Yep.
Black's better. Maybe the king walks up. I mean, I still don't see much after that. That's crazy to be better.
Yeah, better is a pretty bold claim. But as you said, it's just the D3 pawn can't be touched. So the only target is E4. Can the rooks double on the E pawn? No. Right. Can the king get there and have the king and rook both attacking it? Not really. So I think black's just going to play swing the knight over, maybe the bishop up and in, and black can decide how he wants the game to go. So I think all that put together, the advantage starts to become clear for Norderbeck.
Yeah, that's insane. That's like a very small subtlety that goes a big way. Like, I mean, it's like what better is wild here, but I guess I get it. King can move out of the way. You can't really approach the pawn. Yeah, and a bishop C5 check. It may even have rook G8 too much. You gotta defend E6.
Yeah, I would expect that king to F1 would be played. Interesting thing about bishop E3 is I don't actually think black wants to trade. So now I'm maybe liking bishop E3 a little bit better.
That's nice. Bishop E3. It is working.
Time ticking as well, right? 5 minutes versus 1 minute. You just see the pressure mounting on Daniel Naroditsky as 5 out of 6 will be handed his first loss of the tournament. I believe he played bishop E3, and yes, it's on the board. He wants that trade, and he still has the exchange when he wants it.
Who you got, chat? Who you rooting for? Go in chat. Danya or Norderbeck? Danya or Norderbeck? Flood the chat. Who do you have in this game? Who are you going for? In the meantime, move around, see what else we have. A lot of Danyas. There's a Norderbeck. That's crazy. It's like
you found it in the sea of Danyas.
Yeah. For every 20 Danyas, 2 Norderbecks. There you see.
It's making a comeback, though. It's making a comeback.
He's trying here. This is a very high intensity game there. Speaking of high intensity games, is that Dominguez and Anish look like they're going to draw? Where is Murzin actually?
Yeah, you said speaking of high intensity games, took us to the dead draw.
I actually read it. I thought Murzin was up there. I was like, oh, okay, Gary, never mind. I meant to say Arjun and Murzin. Arjun and Murzin are having.
Yeah, that game definitely is. I feel like it's just such a charged matchup, and it started. Let's not forget, we can drop in on that game right now. It started with my conclusion was, dang, Arjun has a great opening. Murzin is looking like he could be in trouble, and how does the kid flip it on his head again? Because it's looking like he has the favored endgame here, as the bishop is hitting that A pawn that always needs attention. It can dislodge the knight at any moment. This is looking like Murzin is playing for the win here.
Oh, never mind. Actually, I was just hearing some commentary. I'm under events page. I was like, who is talking right now?
Was it you? Were you talking?
No, in fact, I'm like, are you guys talking? Who's talking? And on the events page, there's actually a commentary too. So it just played out of nowhere. So, well, there's a lot of voices here, but we're good now. So in this game, with this one looks, maybe draw-ish, but they are going to play on, especially Murzin, as he was playing on the entire game with Ronin.
Yeah, the knight is going to need to retreat here. Bishop e7 looks like a guaranteed next move, and yes, knight d3. If the knight makes it to b4, it's a great square, but that bishop is not going to let it. Wouldn't be surprised to see bishop d6. It's just a square you want to put your bishop on against the knight. Chess players know a knight, 2 squares between a bishop. The bishop just dominates all the squares that the knight could move to, that it's controlling everything. So it's the best place to have a bishop. So would not be surprised to see this. And also, might be time for the black king to step up and then support h5 or f5 so that one of these rooks can maybe use it as another avenue of entry into the position.
One of the things as a chess player, especially when you're trying to win and want to push for more, is waiting around and shuffling, where it feels like black can make some progress here. They say whoever controls kind of pawn breaks controls the game. f5 and h5 are pawn breaks. But white does have an f4 break. I'm not sure how useful that is, but it may be at some point we could push f4 and try to use the rook. But we can't even really move the king up too much. So maybe f4 could be a way to run my king to safety up to f3 away from checks. Because as soon as I move, they get checked on c2. They get pushed back. Then the rook gets active over there. So that's even a possibility right now. So there it is. He's going around the other way. Hey, you left the back door open.
Yeah, the reason I thought this move was not the best is rook c1 just forces a trade, or maybe the rook even has to retreat. I'm not sure, but that seemed pretty simple. And then the knight will just come back. So I preferred maybe leaving the rooks there and just improving the pieces. But Murzin just needed to get a move off. I don't think this is the worst thing you can do, because after rook c1, he can always just undo it, back to c4, and then focus on trying to open the position. Promise you that Murzin is the one who is playing for a win here.
Playing for a win, as he is. Yeah, every game he's been so determined, which we like to see. Move around here. Okay, what else is going on?
Another game that we haven't dropped in on yet is the very, well, I wouldn't say top board, but definitely the center stage. Magnus Carlsen and Daniel Darda is another one. It looks like Magnus just kind of picked his pocket earlier and took that A pawn, because apart from that, it doesn't feel like there's really anything in this position. But a couple moves back, he just sort of brought the queen out, grabbed the A pawn, brought the queen back, and said, okay, let's play a normal game now.
Yeah, that's always fun. All right, cool. Yeah, we want to do this again while I'm up a pawn. Like same thing, but I'm up a pawn. So he is trying to bank on the fact, Daniel Darda, is that I have this strong f5 pressure, and that you may have to stay around this and just defend. I can, go all in with obviously g4 and f takes g, and playing g4 at some point, just to really try to create this. Black queen e7. I think that's a nice move, putting more pressure on the h4 pawn, especially if you want to play g4, but also kind of chilling. Ninja didn't like it, but I think it's a pretty practical move.
It makes a lot of sense to me. The reason the engine is hating it is because of this move c4, because if you ever get to take, then you're getting the d5 square. And if you ever play c5, then you're winning the bishop. So c4 just becomes such a strong reaction. Magnus kind of missed that move with queen e7, but so did his opponent. Playing under time pressure, was not able to locate it. Magnus may find the time to get back on top here.
And which is with what exactly? Maybe a king g7? I want to go rook d3, but I immediately... Well, maybe I can. e3 is hanging. I don't really want to give you that type of play, though. King g7.
Yeah, just bishop on f6 kind of needs the rook at all times. If Magnus wants to defend his World Rapid Championship title, guess what? He needs to start winning and start winning fast. So even though he's a little bit behind, we know that if there's one player in the competition that can turn it around on a dime, it is Magnus Carlsen. He always starts slow. He's won his first game. He's a little bit better here in this one. Can he make it 2 in a row on day 2?
Shout out to chat. It says, go Lions. And it says, Lions fan in the background. I am from Detroit, Michigan. So, of course, yes, I am a Lions fan myself here. But it's a nice spot there. Nice spot, Lions fan. Now, yeah, Magnus, you say, easier said today, like, yo, Magnus, you got to start winning. And you're like, okay, cool. Whenever anyone ever says, easier said than done, always, just win, bro. You just got to win. Okay, cool. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to do exactly that.
Yeah, why didn't I think of that one myself?
Thanks, bro.
I mean, hey, he played the move that you were calling for last time, g4. He's sticking it to the man here. I like the idea. Rook h2. Magnus plays g5 to try to plug the king side in defense. f6, queen e6, and will we see the shocking move? Rook takes bishop here by Daniel Darda against the world #1 Magnus Carlsen.
Followed by g5, I think. King g6. Is there a mate? No, I have knight f5 though. Yeah, that's
my goodness.
Here come the Tactinos. King g6, knight f5.
G6,
yeah, that might have to be played. King g6 because I'm threatening mate.
Insane.
Maybe you have king g8. I guess he's saying king g8. But then, oof, this is ugly. Hold on, what's going on here?
Honestly, I'm not too sure.
Darda could be cooking.
This looks really scary for black. h5 hanging. There's also queen h3 check. So, be careful yourself as soon as you get too far away from home.
Yeah, that is always a thing. Don't go too far away. But I mean, this is a tough. Yeah, chat's like Danya, but no, we have to stay here because we have to look at both. I'm watching Danya game too. And I'm also watching the Magnus game. But this is, I mean, if Magnus happens to lose this game, which it's possible, that's going to be a story for sure. But here we go. You can see Danya and Darda up there. Danya and Magnus's game at the same time here, chat.
Magnus does not feel confident here. He's played king g8, knight f5, rook d7. What is he intending? After queen takes h5.
H5. I don't know. Queen takes
Is it
h5.
queen 4? Yeah,
he
it
does.
is.
He goes for it. So am I not mating here? I'm just not. First off, my rook's hanging, and he's hitting e4 is what he's saying.
Knight h6, you can just sidestep. He's hitting two things at once. The crazy engine move is rook f2, completely winning, but I don't understand losing this pawn with check.
Oh, because you had to go king h2. That's the stupid puzzle rushes that they give you. Where you're like, you got to step in the check. Like, no, I'm not doing that. Step into the discovery. So
what
easy.
Is it going to be now? By the way, knight h6, king f8, knight back is actually maybe a draw because of the crazy mate threat. So at the very least, you might have that. And I think he spotted at minimum that repetition. Magnus has, put it this way, no choice. Absolutely no choice. He must repeat king g8.
I think he respects him so much. I think he might take a draw here. But I mean, you do want to win, but the time's getting crazy.
G6 is available. Will he go for G6?
G6. He looking. Hey, wait, do I have G6? Do I have G6?
He's noticing it, but do you pull the trigger on G6 when you have the draw in hand? You could lose as well.
Hey, breathe.
G6, he goes for it.
Oh, wait. Do you think he played knight
I
h6?
thought he went for it. He made the.
I thought he did too.
Knight h6.
Yeah, he went knight h6, bro.
I saw something go to the 6th rank. I said, man, he's gonna do it for the people.
And
this looks like a draw, right?
He calls it.
Oh my goodness. No,
Yeah.
opportunity missed. And he even had the brilliancy earlier. This was a real solid game from Darda. Like he created an attack out of nothing. Rook
Out
takes
of
h4
nothing.
was a brilliancy earlier, and Magnus is. I'll use the word escape. Can I say escapes with a draw?
Absolutely.
That's how it feels.
Yeah, he escaped. That no other way to put it. Magnus escaped from that one.
We can check
100%.
in with the Naroditsky game immediately now that game has concluded. Tense moments, but it looks like we're dropping in on a Naroditsky win with the rook behind the pawn, the knight hanging. I can't even think of what he's going to play here.
Just take the pawn. That's it. Oh, he's going to keep. He's playing on. He's going to take on a2, and then king takes pawn. And this is just a clean win. Danya looking like the man to beat if he wins this chat. He's at the top of the leaderboard. He's at the top of the leaderboard at the World Rapid and Blitz in front of everyone.
I think you can play c7. There's definitely some. So the full calculation on c7 remains to be seen. But rook b7 is just, no nonsense. That's a no nonsense move. You're threatening rook takes knight. You're queening the pawn guaranteed. That's the way to do things.
Absolutely. Note back with the understanding what happened here. Danya is playing out of his mind.
There's nothing more to do here. We will see a move, but
resignation.
Not even going to let him sacrifice the rook.
With the dub. Wow.
Incredible as he maintains his position 6 out of 7. Daniel Naroditsky with the spotlight on him. The
spotlight on him.
Kramnik is somewhere, just seething right now. You just know it.
Hyperventilating. Do the procedure. Do the procedure.
Let's continue to move around, though. Games are still going here. Some intense ones just finished. We're able to catch those final moments. I want to take a look at Alireza Firouzja, who looks to be capping off an incredible endgame win here against Sarkisyan and, just trying to bring his tournament back.
Yeah, did he win here? I'm checking to see. And Firouzja, what happened in that game? Oh, he just won.
He's still going.
He's still going. It looks like he's winning here.
It does, but a little bit unclear. Because the knight on d7 kind of holds everything. But wait a minute, just knight e4, knight d2 now. Is this just a huge blunder?
Well, yeah, bishop c7 was the idea. We just go in there and nab the pawns, I thought.
Well, what's going on here?
Bishop c7, won't move the king around. And you know what's funny? This very in-game, bro, is actually on chess.com, guys, in the Learn tab under the drills. And I can't tell you how many times I've drawn against, Engine on 25 Max. It's so annoying to find all the moves. But it's good practice to go through that because this looks very familiar to one of the positions out of Bishop and Knight in-game drills on chess.com. Very nice. I think White still has some chances because Black has to be very, very accurate here. But
definitely has some chances. There's no doubt about it. If anyone's winning, it does feel like it's going to be White. Remember, any position where there's a pass pawn here versus a pass pawn there, the bishop thrives. It can help one pawn while stopping the other. But it just looked like when he had the bishop on c7 and the knight was defensive, he had a way better chance to win.
Yeah, he's going to snatch all these pawns. This one looks like a clean one. Clean draw, that is. Takes. I take the other one. I reposition, I snatch, and then we give up the pawn and we shake hands.
Well, he's going to take a5, though, right? And get the outside pass pawn. I think that's a guarantee. But the reason why it's going to be a draw is Black just has to walk over, sack the knight, and bring the king to a8.
That's it. You got the wrong color pawn.
So I think we may see that type of a sacrifice, which is why bishop c7 is played and not bishop c3. He understands that Black's just going to simply sack and bring the king over. You cannot win with the bishop and the wrong colored pawn.
Yeah. And, you just said that too, wrong color pawn. I was like, wrong color bishop. Wrong color bishop with the wrong color pawn, right? In the square. You need a light square bishop, guys. You don't have it. There we go. Anything else? Any games left? Cinderoff. is winning this? That's crazy. He must have. I don't understand. How is he? There's 2 pawns though. He's gonna take e6. That's a crazy game. Sindarov looks like a interesting game there. Draw with Arjun and Murzin. Just updated.
Bishop to e5. I mean, geez, what a move there.
Whoa. Can't. There we go. Okay, snatch another pawn. We should be good now.
Okay, so now he's doing the exact sort of pattern that I had mentioned earlier. I think what we will see is, if Alireza continues to play a little bit, we'll see him not take this c-pawn, but 100%, there is no way to force any kind of tricky Zugzwang in the corner there. They're just going to agree to a draw.
Usual draw and light analysis.
Okay, nice. Continuing to move here. Trying to find some other games that are still going. Looks like Daniel Dayak and Nicholas Diodorou have an extra piece for white, but queen's on the board and feels like checks everywhere. This is not easy at all.
Definitely not. It's not an easy one. I see as another imbalance like that with Sindarov versus Isaac Can there. Black wins. Okay, that one's over. Arjan looks to be drawing you Yangi.
Yep.
There's a handful of games left. Looks like all Rookin games. Oh no, there's a queen. Wow, that is Black's winning.
That's actually game over. We just witnessed, I think, the winning move. But yeah, James, the games I think here in the open section are kind of coming to a close. Just the final moments. A lot of, if we're being honest, not that interesting end games. So I say we go back to the women's section because the action is still going on over there.
Let's go.
We have
ladies still fighting. Anything special?
Well, the first very noticeable thing to me is that on the third board, Black No is just, if I'm trying to just be slow and count it out, but sorry, we're up a piece, right?
That 1, 2, 3. Okay, carry the 1, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Just making
4.
sure.
Yep, that's a piece. That's a piece.
That is a
Looks
full
like
piece. Rook Fe1. I'm just trying to find the moment where it happened. Like earlier in the game, played this probably thinking that this pawn couldn't be taken, but it was. She went for some ambitious sack, but it just.
Oof.
Yeah, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough. It was vicious though. I'm not gonna lie. It looked very vicious. But the defense there from Lagno was impeccable. She didn't have enough pieces. She ran out of steam after sacrificing, and it looks very well. But it's tough because you need things that look well, but also backed by calculation.
That's true. The hard part. That's true. Lots of action though. I mean, this is one-sided. We won't spend any more time here. It's a full extra piece, but I just had to go and investigate how that could have happened. The top 2 boards, James, in the women's section look like absolute fireworks. I'm going to start us on board 2. Kosteniuk and Mamadzada. That game right there features a material imbalance. This was that Caro-Kann game where I was thinking, man, what if white plays c3, b4 and hangs on to the pawn? And that's exactly what we saw happen. The material is imbalanced here. We see a g5. White's missing a rook. James, help me out.
White is busy right there. B5 was such a natural move, but it fails. And whoever, one person that can create complications and are very ferocious with tactics is Kosteniuk. Love her style of play. And, this you would never think this came from a Caro-Kann, right? Because she plays that type of chess. So it's good to see. She played a Caro-Kann here, but you can even play that even aggressively or for imbalances, as you see here. This is crazy Caro-Kann. So I think I would, honestly, I like these positions for both sides. I would actually take both colors. That's a rare situation where I would take both colors. I think I want white because the king, it feels like I can make some things happen with c6 and b6.
Right.
Even taking on d4, like you can kind of feel that. But black feels like they have some things going too. Queen on the b file, pawn takes c3 with the d3 bishop a little loose there. Maybe bishop c5 somehow. Maybe the g file opens. Like lots of ideas here.
Yeah, if you take, and I believe we've just seen a move, so I'll stick with the game here. F takes e6, but I was going to say, if you take this pawn, there's a couple moves. Knight b3 looks fantastic, but also even sacking the rook and just playing with the opposite bishops. Bishop takes c5 at the end. Looks scary.
Yeah, that's how you can play both sides here. She chose to take on e6 first. Okay. Probably taking that back. Snap take back. Really don't want a pawn on f7.
Agreed. Both players pretty much at 1 minute, and that will be the recapture.
Okay. Recapture.
It seems like you have to take on d4, right? Like, trying to imagine a different move than dealing with this pawn in the center, and I just can't picture it. Unless you're going all out. You know, Canty was calling for the attack. Is it c6 or something?
And, okay, wait, there was a miss, actually, too, as well. Apparently, it was
I think it must have been that knight b3 move. It's the only other move I could really think of.
Yeah, because he could take it on d4 instead of doing it this way. King h1, yes. And
stay off those dark squares with the dark square bishop.
And now we should get that bishop out. I mean, there is, yeah, like you could play both sides. Rook c1 feels like there's something there. But then again, I mean, okay, king b8, I'm gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, black looks solid. King to b8. Kosteniuk also dealing with sort of the pressure of the moment and the position a little bit better. Way up on time, confidently sacking, not afraid to hand material back. And with opposite bishops here, but queens on the board, there's still a lot to play for.
Yeah, who says that Hikaru Khan can be boring? In fact, me, because I do know sometimes it's boring. But
I was going to say, I know a guy.
But, I mean, there are times where Hikaru Khan is like, wow, that was so dynamic. And this is one of those times here. It really depends on White's choice on how you can play with the dynamics games, because you can get to very boring ones with the classical variations. If you want to spice things up, you can take it with the G-pawn, but that's strange. So, it's things to do, but nice opening choice. Gave her some positions she liked. Up a little bit of time. Of course, it is still low, but up more. As long as I got more time than you, I am comfortable.
Well, maybe we can check out the top board in the women's section as well. This game that we're looking at, very even, but small edge, I would say, to Kosteniuk, who has that outside pass pawn, but opposite bishops, it's going to be a long game. Let's jump now to the top board. Han Zhongyi against Ju Wenjun, probably such a history between these two players. You know, they both are so used to playing one another and maybe even work together. Look at this bishop, the imbalance we have here. Black has a pawn and an amazing opposite bishop situation for the price of the exchange. I would say that Black's on the better side of this. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very nice compensation for Black. It's a sufficient compensation, is what they say. So very good. I do like this bishop. Is an absolute beast, and White is missing that same bishop, so automatically, you know, compensation. Secondly, I can kick the pawn, kick the knight with pawn g5, and really get access to this f3 square, which means you're going to have to part probably with your bishop. Bishop g4. You cannot allow a knight coming into f3. Queen is hanging right now, so you have to go somewhere. Maybe where are you going? First off, that's a question. It's a very good
Queen
question.
d5 as the follow-up, plus your move g5. It looks almost completely dead for White. So the engine is trying to keep White in the game with the only move, Rook takes d4, and it's not played.
No, I figured it was Rook d4. Only move. And then Queen d4, right? It was the follow-up?
That's right.
Yeah.
You have to try it, but that position did not look good. Whereas here, at least as White, you convince yourself you're maintaining some winning chances as well, because you do have the material edge. But in this case, probably not worth it. Had to admit that maybe a draw was the best result.
But now, okay, I guess you're saying she's got f3. After Queen d5, f3 isn't that clear yet.
Yep.
Which is a question, how am I crushing? Queen d5, f3 is g5. Now does that work? I don't know. That one's, yeah, this is where it gets frisky here. Lots of calculation involved. I'll try to get knight e2 to work, but it doesn't do anything. My queen's still hanging there.
And I do think the move g5 will play a role at some point. But when g5 happens, White's going to start by eliminating that super strong knight in the middle before dealing with the knight on h4. So got to be careful of the move order. Queen d5, f3, maybe f5, trying to hit the queen and maybe take on f3 and go for mate.
Or knight f5 too. But yeah, f5 is like, I think, even more direct because it hits the queen immediately. Then you're like, what do you do? And then, I don't know. Queen h5. Queen h5.
Yeah,
Let's try to stay in
like
there.
Queen d5 here for Wenjun.
Could be on a 2-heater here for today.
You can see on the cam there, just really taking her time in this critical moment because Queen d5 is such an obvious move to play. But if you're not really thinking a couple moves ahead, you play Queen d5, opponent plays f3, the action's back on you. And you don't want to make too many moves without planning your next move ahead because you might find yourself in a position where your opponent is defending the mate threats and then you're just down the material. So I feel like when you're down material, the pressure is more on you to make sure you play those accurate moves.
Correct. You also want to give yourself chances to make good moves too, meaning time-wise. She is under a minute here. Queen d5 is just an easier move. Sometimes you just got to make the move and think later, right? Okay, Queen d5, what's next? At least you gain some time. Give you that time to compose yourself here. She is getting dangerously low on time. Now, hard to mess this up, really, but you can make strange moves and strange decisions with low time.
This is teetering on spending too much time. Something I'm all too familiar with, James, but I think this is a little bit too much. She plays h5 first. Okay, h5 to start.
So get the queen out of there. Again, rook d4 here.
Right. And the interesting thing about her move is if she had started with queen d5, f3, h5, there was queen e4. I don't know if that was a consideration, but yeah, that maybe could be a good defensive move. So she's maybe saying, look, commit to the rook sack right now, or else if you move the queen away, then queen d5 is going to be insanely strong.
Gonna be a vicious move. F3, knight takes. Weirdly enough, I'm actually defending everything. I guess it's an h1 threat. But okay, I go king f2, and like, you go back to f3. It's weird, but I'm not mated yet, weirdly enough.
Exactly. Okay, and now I think a critical decision for the entire game happens right now. Does white play rook takes d4? Because, James, if you don't play it now, you might never get a chance to play it. I think this is the moment.
Here we go. 40 seconds.
Your choices are really just queen h3 or rook d4, though. And queen h3 does not look good at all.
I don't have a good move. Like, my queen's never getting out of there. Maybe g4, okay. Never, but pretty gross. Rook d4, I'm sure she can spot. But then I get, just rook d4. Oh, she went with queen h3. Yeah, she did it. She really was not feeling rook d4.
So, knight takes f3, almost guaranteed here.
Takes. Oh, she went king f2. That is clever.
That is clever there.
That is clever. Knight d4. Look at that. Especially in low time, she chose like the right move in time pressure.
And still up material, which means winning chances are alive. You got to take that knight, though. Yeah, that would be the first thing I do as well.
Now, is queen g2 working? No. Queen f1, maybe? I'm trying to bounce back around and get my pieces. No, there's a g5 imminent.
And what concerns me as well is if you play queen f1, queen g2 played, okay. So obviously not capturing
so hard. So hard loss. I mean, immediate. Like, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like queen b3 or something. It's just funny how bad the move is. And it's just so simple. Like,
it looks like the move you want to play.
Yeah. It's just immediately losing badly. So queen b3 or something, I assume. Because it's his b2. Yeah, hit the pawn and be able to take. Queen has to move away. We can't really block. I guess we do have knight f3.
Another annoying move is the one that was actually chosen. Queen c5, meaning that after this move, your king is just, it has to stay out. It can never run to hiding. I think the advantage is stemming from the white king never having proper defense for the rest of the game.
That's very important. And what else is important, guys, is there's a quick reminder for all the Danya fans out there. It's also time to crown the winners of the 2024 Chess.com Awards. Have your say in Player of the Year, Creator of the Year, Game of the Year, and more categories. To cast your vote, visit go.chess.com/awards or use !awards in chat. Do it now.
That was a great. I like that. There's never going to be more participation. You just have to address the Danya fans, and they're going to come out in droves. We know how many there are.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Danya, yes, let's go.
He needs the support. Let's go.
Let's go, as he's at the top of the leaderboards. He's at the top of the leaderboards. Okay, yeah, this is just, cooking here. Black is just absolutely cooking. Bishop b5 is coming. And I think I don't even need to, well, that's a good move. Queen f2. Looks like, Did she take the queen? Is she trading? Oh, she took the rook.
She took the rook, and the knight on f3 is going to be hanging in a lot of lines. Queen d5, and you can't deal with this position reasonably. Like, yes, you can play moves. You can play knight d2. The game's not over. But just from a human perspective, you just look at this position and you're like not interested in defending it. It just looks so tough.
And even if king g2, there's knight d4, rook e3, you trade everything and play like d2 at some point. It's kind of crazy. Everything is losing here for like knight g1, crafty.
d2 is looking, I would say, some combination of d2, knight e3, and queen g2 was winning there, but bishop b5, fantastic move as well. Just hitting her from all sides. Knight e3, pins galore.
Resignation.
What a win there. And Tan Zhongyi had to know that was going to happen by not, ever sacrificing that rook for the dangerous knight in the middle. And Ju Wenjun, 5.5 out of 6, continues her ascent to the top of the leaderboard and continues to lead the Rapid Championship in the women's section.
She is throwing the hands there as she is leading with commanding 2 games in a row there. Very nice, Ju Wenjun. Kosteniuk winning.
Yep, that game does look like the next one to look at here. Just the conversion phase of the game. I think Kosteniuk has it all locked up here because even without the rooks on the board, this should be completely winning.
Yeah, we have the extra pawns. That's all we need. White with no pawns at all. White is just going to play it out. Kosteniuk going to be at the top of leaderboards as well, somewhere up there. With Alice Lee. I wonder how she did this round. We'll check. And when we check rounds and pairings.
Yeah, Alice Lee is still playing. Looks like it's going to be a draw in that game. But if anyone's really pushing, maybe it's Alice. But I think that one is a definite draw. Kosteniuk looks like on her way to a win in this one. And we can maybe even just look at the full cam of that one, just because I think her last move was quite satisfying to observe. Have a look at that. You probably can't even see, but if we could zoom in a little more, you'd be able to see that rook on b1 is actually just trapped. And actually, there's the resignation. It's a funny thing where you have a rook on b1 and it's completely trapped by the bishop. So you're up material, but you're completely lost.
Can't move that rook at all. Just don't even want to look at that position anymore.
Really nice move there.
Very nice move. Kosteniuk with the win.
So moving down the list of games here, another one, maybe Lei Tingjie on board 6, is just trying to convert this split pawn position where you got 2 extra pawns for black. And funny enough, James, if those pawns were shifted one file over, H and F, it would actually be a theoretical draw. But because they're more towards the center of the board, you can usually push them up a board and then just sort of pick one to keep at the end. Like you can sack one and keep the other and go for the win with the Lucina technique.
It's very nice, as you can, you're basically, as I think I heard it a long time ago, but they're talking about how you get to rooking games, or the key to it was getting to ones that from dry even 8 pawns versus 8 pawns, rook versus rook. And you're getting to something like, okay, I win, I want a pawn, I want 2 pawns. Now, how do we get to a Lucina, position from here? Depending on what's going on. But I think that's pretty nice to know here, as you just give up 1 at some point. It'll take a while and some effort from white as well. Black should win the game.
Agreed. Yeah, there's a few games to take a look at here. Another one with a little bit more action than a rook end game is Padmini Rote against Daisy Corey. This This one has opposite bishops, but as I constantly remind, when the queens are on the board, everything's different. Don't say those bishops and just say the word draw. That's not how it works. This has been a very back and forth game, but Padmini looks like with the extra pawn, the one extra pawn has to be the one playing for the win here.
Yeah, you know, whoever is not defending their king better, in chess period, but definitely with these opposite side bishops or opposite color bishops, going to have some problems here. Queen a3 could be very annoying. You see the engine go up here, but queen a3 may be leading to some type of mate with a bunch of checks here. The king can run away to e3, and if we get to e1 at the right way, should be some type of mate. So you can obviously see that configuration with king on e3 and queen on e1 being mate. So you got to be careful here, but white I don't see the same. Like the bishop is weirdly placed. Even though it's in the center, I don't see the mate way. I can see a perpetual, but I don't see the actual mate setup.
Yep, I agree with you. Queen d7 would be a way to once again try to get involved with the queen. Once we see queen d7, I feel like white might honestly bail out with the move queen g7.
Yeah. Get him off the board. Get him off the board right now.
That's another one. That's another one to try.
Queen e5, queen b5. Trade him off. I got that extra pawn. I'll be fine with that.
Yeah, queen e5. You can even take that pawn, but it's possible that this queen move just simplifies to a good endgame. And what did I say? It's just so tempting. When you see that scary queen move, you're like, nah, time taken down. Let me play it safe here. And yeah, this will be obviously a draw now without the queens on the board.
h3. Fancy. Fancy draw there.
Just ensuring.
Takes him, and then we capture the h4 pawn, and we should call him. Nice. This is going to end in a draw, so let's move over to the open results. Let's take a look at what happened today after the open section when they finish up the games. The results are Magnus almost losing to Daniel Darder there. Doesn't matter. You get it. It matters if you got it done. And don't try not to lose, right? Draw there with Daniel Darder. Daniel Naroditsky, the other Daniel there, is Dan the man right now. The man everyone's watching as he won. Topo sitting on himself at the top of the leaderboards there and draws all the way down with everyone else.
And does that mean he's on top? I think that means he might be almost the only one on that score, right? If you just see so many draws like that, and I think Fabi and Sam Shanklin were not part of that leading group. So I think that means Daniel Naroditsky is leading the World Rapid Championship.
Say it with your chest, right? Say it 2 times, said Daniel Naroditsky. It's insane. The man is at the top of the leaderboard.
Wow. Yeah, let that moment sink in right there. 6 points, Daniel Naroditsky, and just look at the pack of players chasing him. Pranav also coming back now, 5.5 points. Amazing comeback from him. We see Alireza, Hikaru slowly making his way up the leaderboard. There's so many names that you just can't count out of the competition that are probably not even making our top 20. But what a leaderboard we have here. Daniel Naroditsky, against all odds, with all the pressure on him, is showing up to the World Rapid Championship.
Of course, as many want to do when you show up to this type of event, he's making a statement. And of course, there's more chess rounds 8 and 9 when we get back from a short break. Be right back.
Well, it's time. Fun Master Mike is here for the worldwide premiere of Sour Chess. And my opponent today is going to be Inya. Inya, how are you?
I'm good.
You ready to eat some sour stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like sour stuff?
No, I don't.
When you capture a piece, you get to make your opponent eat something sour. We have a whole range, and we're going to get to that. All right, are you ready, Inya?
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck. All right, let's get some Sour Chess on. We're going to save the Japanese umabashi for the victor. Inya, where are we going first? Okay, we're gonna go for the toxic waste. All right, so toxic waste, Fun Master Mike is gonna dig in. It could be like a watermelon type color. Let's see. Okay, I think you have to get past the first part. It's definitely getting worse. I think we're gonna continue the game with this in my mouth. It'll take a while. Okay, here we go. Guess what? What? You're not done yet, my little lady. This could be worse because, okay, that smell, if it's soft, I'm not sure if it's soft. But if it is, you can like bite like a half of it or a quarter of it. Is it soft? Okay, it is soft. Let's see how this goes. Okay, her lips are blue. And pickles aren't even blue. Yeah, okay, I don't know who your dentist is, but I think he's gonna stay in business after this. It'd be funny if I couldn't get the jar open, right? This looks terrible. Your favorite one. You do not have to eat the whole thing, but you have to take a bite that shows me that you've chewed some. Umabashi. I didn't know this word existed until we started planning this video.
This looks really bad.
Just pinch off. I have no idea what it looks like. It was a plum, okay? It looked like a real piece of fruit. Yeah, it's hard to show. We'll show the camera. It's gelatinous and it's probably terrible. All right, let's see what we got. This is the conclusion. Is it terrible?
It's terrible, yeah.
Is it worse than the pickle?
Yeah.
Really? I have to say, thank you, Inya. You're a good sport. You are part of history. This is the first ever game of sour chess.
I learned chess from my grandfather and started going to the chess club when I was 8 years old. But unlike many other grandmasters, I didn't accomplish much those early years. I didn't place highly in national competitions, didn't take any grandmaster scalps. But I loved the game. I loved the complexity. I loved the feeling of independence. And around the time I moved out of my childhood home, that love sparked something powerful in me. I had to become a grandmaster. I devoted all my time and energy into it. My school grades dropped drastically. I did not see my old friends anymore. I stopped playing soccer. I was never a sore loser or winner. But at the board, my opponent was the enemy. And I had to beat them. And away from the board, I spent every spare minute preparing for that. I didn't socialize much between games. My goal was to stay totally focused on my mission. But looking back, that's not how I became a grandmaster. It wasn't by being a lone wolf. In fact, my chess really took off when I started practicing with my opponents. Learning from them, collaborating with them. They may have been my enemies over the board, but in real life, they were chess lovers just like me. On the same mission, to become the best they could. There were many of us in Lund. There was Hans Tikkanen and his woodpecker method training tactics. Nils Grandelius with his bulletproof opening preparation, Daniel Sensesen and his prophylactic play, and later Arjan Tari joined the club as well. I modeled each part of my game and my training after their specialties. They spent countless hours refining their methods through trial and error to find what actually worked. And that's what I was interested in. So I adopted their methods and kept the ones that worked for me. It took sacrifice, it took growth, but in the end, I accomplished my mission. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, I'm a chessable author, and I'm here to share what I've learned.
We are back. Welcome back to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships 2024. I'm here with Ahmad Hamilton. I am James Canty III. We are having another round of chess here, round 7, Wall Street, New York. Of course, lots is going down. A lot of fine things happening here, and a lot of fine things we heard on the back end. Ahmad, what just happened?
Yeah, we actually just got word that there were actually some fines handed out to, I want to say some of the players, but we'll go ahead and say none other than Magnus Carlsen for dress code violations. Maybe either the shoes or the pants that he was wearing. So just goes to show, James, nobody is above the law.
Basically, his drip was too hard and they didn't understand. And so they fined him $200,000. First off, listen, I could just go change my pants, bro.
$200.
$200,000 or $200, however many. You know what? Listen, I can go change my pants right now. Okay, I don't. Why is it?
James? If you want to pay me $200, I'll go change them right now.
Right now, you know what I mean? But okay, and we have Magnus versus Arjun. That's a great matchup there. Of course, they're great friends as you see the pairings. Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Daniel Erigaisi with the black pieces there. Daniel is the man to beat. Okay, you got Sindarov and Lanier. What are you looking forward to in this matchup here? I'm looking for, obviously, the Danya one. What about you?
Yeah, Pranav against Grishuk there was on the bottom of that pairing sheet as well. That one looks super exciting. Two very enterprising players, two former members of the Canada Pro Chess League team as well. So a little in-house battle. We also have an in-house battle, all Norway matchup on the Magnus and Arjun board. They are very familiar with one another. You mentioned Daniel Naroditsky. There's a reason that he's on the screen right now. He's leading the entire competition. He's got the black pieces against Duda. Obviously, the game to watch.
And he's playing his favorite here. In fact, his King's Indian defense. Every time we see him play it, we all get a little bit of just hype. You know, if you get that warm feeling inside, if you are a King's Indian player like myself and like Danya, for all the King's Indian guys. Matter of fact, if you're King's Indian in the chat and you're a Danya fan, where are you in chat? Of course, all the King's Indian players, as we love to see it happen here. But at the end of the day, he's playing a very, very, very strong player here in Krzysztof Duda. So we have to see what happens here. Just got to pay attention, watch it, see what happens.
Yeah, it really is a real treat in the chess world when you can just watch somebody play an opening that they specialize in. You know, it's one thing to just be a great chess player. We have quite a few of them in this tournament right here, but to watch someone when they specialize in a certain opening, when they are really like one of the leading practitioners of it, and then they're playing it, that's always something special. So just seeing, as you said, Danya in his opening, he's facing another sort of Maroczy bind structure, but not quite the Maroczy bind. That would be more if the pawn was on e7. That's like the traditional way. But here, with an open e-file, it's a very similar structure, which means, drum roll, that's right, Canty, white is better. Black played a great opening, and white is better.
Great job, bro. Awesome. You're still losing. Wait, what? What do you mean? Okay.
Obviously, it's not that grave, but we say that joking around, but also to remind people that yes, white's position always against these type of openings so playable. But this is rapid. This is not classical. We're not going to have guys sitting here for hours able to change that minute advantage into something meaningful. No, it moves quickly and rapid. So these openings are much more playable, and that's why Danya is bringing them out.
And of course, it's funny, as they say, it's typical King's Indian. There's actually I don't know how long it is, maybe 3-4 hours on Chess Base India. Shout out to them. But they have a Jobava. They interviewed him, and he was talking all about King's Indian. And he's like, yeah, it's just typical. You're sometimes +2, and we just win. It's just typical King's Indian shenanigans in a way. And like to see it from someone his level all the way at the top like that was awesome to see. Like, oh yeah, it's just this is how it goes. So of course, yeah, Eval Bar might like the space and etc., but there is always chances in a King's Indian defense. And Danya is this is not his first time ever playing it too as well. I'm sure I think he won the other one, and then he's drawn one I think too as well. So now he's playing it against Duda. It's just saying it's whatever. Anyone can get this King's Indian work.
That's right. King to h1 in this game. Not the most exciting. Looking at the other positions on the top boards. Do any of them catch your eye there? In terms of the pairings, I was definitely looking at Murzin against Giri, and I thought we could start with that position because very imbalanced already, and it actually looks like Giri might be preparing some sort of crazy G5. Like, would he really think of it? Because look, he's castled, and then he's shuffled both of his pieces over, starting to make me question, like, he did castle properly, right? He didn't just go to the corner.
Like he just castled to the corner and then said, "Jadu," and put it in the corner there. Oh man, the blitz tricks, like, adjust and then move it to the corner.
That's right.
Feels like he's done that here, but yeah, he's just preparing for what can happen on the G file here. Pretty nice. You do have to be careful of the F7 type of mates, but the bishop covers that quite well.
Yeah, this is such a weird setup here for black, but I believe he's going for H6 G5. We actually saw this sort of pawn structure in yesterday's show, and we were talking about how it's actually a really easy position for white to play. Although black has the bishops, these pawns do such a good job at just restricting all the points of counterplay for black, so there's not many pawn thrusts available.
Yeah, exactly. I like this. My favorite part of this position is usually using the G file, but now that that's kind of like gone, you're like, okay, well, I have to use the other assets, I guess, in the position, which could be the E5 square at some point. Also, there's another idea of pushing the B pawn down and basically having a minority attack with A4, B4, having the Catalan bishop steal, and you have some play. Maybe you could even swing your queen over to the H file and try to create something there as well. Maybe create some weaknesses, but nevertheless, this is a dynamic game.
Absolutely. And we do have an update. Maybe we can even go to the Magnus Carlsen full cam here. We might be able to catch a little bit of his fit, get the drip check, because the update we have is actually related to it. And it's that Magnus actually needs to change his outfit, whatever.
Wow.
I think it might be his shoes or his pants. He needs to change
his jeans
after this round and before the next round starts, or we just got word it is the jeans that he's wearing, or he will be kicked out
of the tournament. They tripping, bro. Wow.
He must change before the next round.
What you think I got? What you think is in my pants, man? Like, what is this? Wow, you're using assistance. Check the procedure. It's the pants. What?
And I can say that I've played this tournament before, and I have also witnessed the dress code being enforced very seriously, but not as seriously as it feels like. What they're trying to do is slowly get everyone to understand, like, they're damn serious about it. So at first they're like, guys, this is the dress code, you can't breach it. And then people breach it because there's so many players in the tournament. You got some people wearing sneakers, some with like nice jeans, like very beautiful, good fashion jeans, but still jeans. And they're so particular, they want you wearing dress pants.
Do you know there's $1,000 jeans out there, Amon?
Seriously.
I don't try that at home. I mean, hey, listen, to each his own. But, these are $1,000. Yes, change them, What?
Yeah. So just saying it's nothing to do with fashion. It's like they're just so specific about exactly what they want. And I played the tournament before. I was also probably in violation, not wearing the exact full suit, dress pants. Like I'm not out here looking like a bum, Jason, James Canty. But I'm gonna say they were on my case a little bit. Like, hey, got some warnings here. My one and only Eric Hansen. We were getting warned. The Canadians were being targeted, James. But
wow,
look, Magnus Carlsen, it goes to the top as well. So just want to let everyone know that is happening. And he's not the only one. All right, players have actually been warned outside of Magnus, and they will have to fall in line because guess what? These are the regulations that all these players signed up and agreed to, so they have to be followed.
You're going to have to be rocking. You're going to have to wear a suit all the time. Just come suit and tie. Bring your best every day. Wow. Well, hey, listen, it happens here. Hopefully it doesn't affect. Sometimes hearing this type of stuff right before your game is probably the worst because you're annoyed. Like, absolutely, and that could it could really trickle right into the game. And Magnus isn't having the greatest tournament. He just drew, he got escaped. So if he's thinking about that, I mean, that could actually affect the game, literally. Like, you just like, what happened? I was pissed about, FIDE on me about my jeans, right? Like, that could be a legit thing.
Yeah. No, I know players were very thrown off when I've seen it in the past. Like, he's probably just annoyed. And hey, also, by the way, you got to finish your game and I don't know, get back to the hotel room, go for a quick change and make it back in time. So there's also a time aspect to this as well.
And he already come to the board late. He can't afford
that's
that.
Right.
He can't afford this. This is crazy. These jeans, like, I mean, they doing whatever they can out here.
That's right. So anyway, that's our update there. Thought that was, had to share that. But let's get back to some of the chess, some of the action here. Apart from the game, obviously Magnus and Arjun, where can we go? I definitely want to spend some time on the Pranav and Grishuk game because, man, that looks like a funky opening position already. And Pranav, 5.5 out of 7, is up against Grishuk, who might have to investigate the posture over there.
Man, his back, boy, my back instantly. You know what? I literally, I did this. I, stretched immediately. I saw Grishuk. Oh, let me stretch. Everyone at home, stand up and just get a good stretch right now, okay? So we can just, you can feel that. Make sure you're taking care of your back. And then number 2 is don't sit like that, okay? And number 3 is, what is this position, bro? This is like a French for G5.
Yeah, what is this position? Let me go back just a few moves to see how and when G5 was played. Because here, I don't think you would say that this is like the craziest position, right? Bishop A4, it's like, okay, clearly D4 is played by Grishuk. He doesn't want white to connect the pawns, turn it into a French. Instead, he says, let me play D4, get in your way. But what about G5? That changes everything.
Yeah, G5 is one that it's a bolt out of the blue is what they say in the books here. I don't know how they come up with this and it just sticks, but that's what they call it, like bolt out of the blue, what they'll say in chess terms. So yeah, it really is. It's like, oh, G4 is a real thing. And then H5, it's just Grishuk's type of play as well. It's very aggressive. I do like it. Play Queen E2, so now he's prepared to move his knight around to E1. This is the general aspect of it. And you understand that black is going to keep his king in the center for the majority of the game.
That's right. The engine also, I want to say, not just likes the move, fully approves of it. Grishuk playing with 100% accuracy. I don't think that's something I could ever predict and you just told me that G5 was on the board.
100% ac with G5. This man
engine loves it.
He's been here before with this.
Amazing.
Whoa.
Yeah, G4 is the threat.
Downtime too.
I think Bishop G7 is the move to watch out for because it kind of sets up G4 and then winning the pawn. Meanwhile, all of these pieces cannot be developed. The bishop, the knight, the rook, all pretty much trapped, right? Knight A3, the only developing move. So it makes me think, yeah, D3 is the move you have to play next. But if you have to spend time developing these pieces, aren't you just losing this pawn? It's hard for me to imagine a position where white's not down a pawn here.
That's correct. You can also, I think that's just why he's aiming at E2. He's banking on the fact of fast and rapid development. For instance, openings like Scotch Gambit, aka Scotch Gambino. I'm a specialist at that. One of my favorites. You've even seen it at the U.S. Championship. Nice game that A1 won against LeBron Aronian there. But no, the Scotch Gambit's nice. And when you gambit pawns, you have to be quick on rapid development. That's what it's about. So if I go down a pawn, I need to be very fast with development. But Grishuk, we know, I think, especially if I'm Pranav here, I'm gonna be banking on getting an attack, number 1, and number 2, using Grishuk's time because he does get in time trouble. We all know this.
Look at it right now.
Right? He does seem to get stronger as time gets lower, obviously, but you still want to get him in that low time control and also while attacking him. It's probably the ideal situation.
Yep, absolutely. Maybe we can jump to another game. I was looking at
Jobava check.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the positions. There's kind of a high-profile matchup between Esipenko and Fabi Caruana. The reason I mentioned that one, I mean, we all know Fabi, but Esipenko is also an extremely, extremely good rapid player. And the position that I was seeing from them looks like, I mean, I've never really seen, it's kind of like a position you almost think might be fake at first, just because you've got these double D pawns, and you're like, well, wait a minute, how how do we end up in a position with a pawn on c5 and d5, but also on d7? It's like,
c5 and d7 all at the same time. Like, bro, how does that? That is quite funny.
it shouldn't be possible. But it means that we've had quite the number of captures, it would feel.
Yeah, this is I'm about to say, oh, wow, wait. Oh, this is a Rosso. Whoa.
Look at that. You got the pawn going to c5, and then the b pawn sneaking behind it to c6 and then to d5. Somehow I was looking at the game, I was like, man, that's kind of weird. Does feel like I've seen that before.
The b pawn got to d5. You couldn't tell me that. Bobby getting up. He's comfortable.
Yeah, I didn't quite see the Fabi drip, but did he look okay there?
We got to check the jeans. Let me see. Oh, he got the blazer on from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to John Bartholomew with the raid. What's up, buddy? Good to see you in chat. Thanks for the raid there, JB.
Yeah, looking like Fabi is probably the guy that as they're writing up the find for Magnus, they're like, oh, Magnus, come on, look at this guy. Look at Fabi. He's the guy. Be like Fabi. Look at him. He's ready for dinner and drinks. I mean, guy's looking lavish out here. And then you got Magnus in his jeans. It's like maybe the only reason they had to write up Magnus is they saw Fabi out there. They're like, man, we got to write this ticket. Like,
right. Yeah, we got to write this ticket. Fabi fly out here. Fabulous Fabi, whatever you want to call it. No, Fabi is looking very fly, guys.
Queen d2 played in the game, and Fabi has to think about bishop h6. It's such a simple idea. It's typical when you've got that fianchetto situation, but bishop h6, and all of a sudden the dark squares kind of concerning here. I like White's position. Easy to play.
That's exactly right. Easy to play, as you pointed out. Bishop h6, you get rid of the defender. You play c3. White or black still has these double pawns, the double d pawns. I guess you could try to undouble them on d6, but maybe at the right moment I go e6. I don't want to actually get this bishop out yet. Maybe if his bishop's on a6, we could consider e6. But slight pull for White. c3, rook ad1, bishop h6. Possibilities are huge here, I think, for White.
Yeah, agreed. I think that White can set up a nice position with a blockade on d4. Trade the bishops, bishop h6, and then h4, h5 looks pretty good. So even though Fabi is always a guy you can count on, one of the very best players, Esipenko is no slouch in rapid, and right here his position, as we've been saying, is so playable that it seems like he's got a slight advantage, and he's going to be able to maintain and even increase it in the next couple moves.
I think he can, and he definitely is looking to do exactly that. Fabi's not gonna, just let him do it though. He does have pawn breaks of his own. He has a lot of pawns in the center is his argument, and trades. If you trade, that could help me. What he likes.
Well, let's keep moving here. I want to jump to Hikaru Nakamura's game. We were talking about Sam Shanklin in the Battle of the Americans. Well, this is a different American battle as he's up against Hikaru now. Hikaru way up on the clock here, and based on the position, we could also say he's doing quite well on the board. I'm just going to take us back a few moves because I want to see where this material imbalance came from. Hikaru with the black pieces, he's just targeting the e-pawn, and look at this queen c2 move played. Double question mark. James, you got any ideas here? What's the big problem with this one?
It is on this diagonal. I was just going to say de4 followed by knight d5. Looks very nice, but
that's right. Puzzle Russian Canty.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We do puzzles every single night. Make sure you do your puzzles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'll see you in the stream chat. Takes, knight d5. Boom. Oh, and yeah, d4 is hanging. Dang, I missed that part. I just saw knight d5 hitting both, but then knight takes c3, queen d4 is GG. Oh, that's even. You're losing everything.
You're losing the house.
Completely lose, bro. Oh, queen c3, I guess, but this is terrible.
Yeah, you also lose another pawn after that. So there's truly nothing to do, which means that after that horrible blunder, queen c2, Shanklin did not pay attention to the d5 square. Hikaru, he's not missing that. Knight into d5, and he says, instead of hanging the house against Hikaru, I'd rather give up the exchange, have the bishop pair, and try my best in this position. But guess what? Hikaru is he's using a pin again.
Man, hey, listen, bro. Sometimes you get frustrated, and like the first thought is like, man, I'm about to knock these pieces over, but then you just breathe through it and you don't do it. I'm sure many players have had this, and some players have actually done this. But yeah, that's you get hit like this with the same thing twice. Like, come on, dog.
Yeah, he got basically. It's like, it happens the first time, and you think, "Dang, I missed that. That's so bad by me." It happens again.
Reaction, just knocking pieces over.
Yeah, Hikaru credited with the brilliancy here. Although, if you ask me, it's the pin that's really the beautiful move. Knight e4 is the obvious follow up, and once it gets taken, the knight on c4 is going to be hanging. This actually looks like a Hikaru win in no time. Like, this is a no sweat victory for Hikaru against a very strong player.
Vicious, and Hikaru is not far. I mean, this kid catapults him with being close to one of the leaders here. I mean, wins are huge every round. So every win that you get, I mean, as you see, Danya Nerdiski at the top there, number 1 with 6 out of 7. Speaking of that, how is he doing against Duda?
Yeah, that game seems to be, and Dominguez has drawn Sindarov, Anish Giri has drawn Murzin, so a few results on the top boards. Definitely looking at that Naroditsky game, it just looks kind of equal. Not too much. I was looking at the Erigaisi game as the one that we might need to drop in on. There's a little bit of everything hanging in that one.
I'm never opposed to going to see an Erigaisi game.
So let's have a look at this one. It was an isolated pawn position for black. And Arjun, you mentioned, tactical player. That's how he plays. That's exactly the position that he's got. Bishop captures on h3. I mean, this one's an obvious move because of the queen there. But after knight h4, how is he planning to handle things? Queen g5 is the clear move, keeping the g-file pressure. But look, there's a pin this way. There's the knight hitting the queen. There's this bishop on b6, bishop on h3. Absolutely everything going on.
Yeah, there's nothing. I'm trying to get... Wow, does that work? It doesn't. Okay, yeah, I've been doing too many tactics. But looking at stuff, knight f2, I was just trying to get knight f2 to work in some cases, but it doesn't.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
It just doesnn't work. It just doesn't work.
One step too far, maybe.
One step too far, correct. Yeah, queen g5, I guess it's just very easy, though. I guess he's going to take maybe on e4 with e5. He takes h7. I take. I should be good.
So let's say queen g5, just to look at a variation here. Bishop takes e4, makes sense. And you think that, there's queen h4, but actually the queen takes e5. I'm looking at the value of the pieces. This one is, it's more important. Queen takes e5, get that bishop off the board.
Bishop h7 and then gh.
And good thing queen g3 does not win the knight. It is available, though.
Queen g3, knight g2, queen h3, and here we go.
Yeah, I would say that, white's obviously a little bit worse, just due to the strength of that bishop, and the rooks can start hitting this pawn, maybe even rook d6, rook h6, but technically the material's even. But obviously, you take black here.
Yeah, you will, but actually you do have to be careful of a4, right? a4 could easily get out of hand. a4 with the idea of, okay, a5, well, rook a3. I'm just trying to get this rook active.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the rook active. And then you can see a potential queen h5, rook h3, and the tables turn very quickly.
And you can see rook h8, king g8. Who's going to use that h-file first?
Who's going to write? Touche, young Jedi. How about I do the same? Rook h8.
Yep, I was honestly, I didn't even see rook h8 until you started talking crazy about rook a3, rook h3. I said, wait a minute, that's a good idea. I'm going to do the same thing.
That's it. That's exactly right here. Very, very nice. Carlsen Tari. How's that looking over there?
And that line was played so far in this Sargsyan Erigaisi game. Yeah, what's happening in that one? So we have Magnus and Arjun can drop in on as well. This position looks very good, right? We got a pawn that's loose on d5. So whether or not we actually are able to win a pawn here, I think this position, just from a positional standpoint, is one that Magnus is starting to take over, and the time of the players is kind of reflective of that.
Oh yeah, Tari's just down 5-6 minutes here. We have the double of the rooks looking great. d5 is weak. We also can bring a knight to the center. Yeah, this is Magnus-esque type positions. He loves these type of positions. My piece is just a little bit better than yours. That's all I need. What he says. A positional masterpiece. Right, that's what he's looking for. 95 could be the thing, anchor the knight, f4, right? Just if you see a queen c6, 95 is going to be really annoying, followed by f4.
Yeah, knight takes here, you're also just walking into that pin. However, for the moment, knight takes c5, I think, walks into something a little bit more impressive than that. I'll just go ahead and put this on the board. Rook takes c5.
What?
Rook b8.
Rook b8.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'll be honest with you, when I was mentioning it, I didn't actually see it at first, but then I was like, oh, rook here. Oh, the problem is the queen trade. Then I was like, wait a minute.
Oh, just, yeah.
I can discover it the other way around. So rook takes c5. So that's a big problem in this position. And also why this move is not possible. The exact same idea doesn't quite work that way, but instead, how about a simple fork? Queen takes d5, you pick up the pawn, and you're still making threats after that.
Yeah. Very nice. Sorry, he's under the gun here. 8-minute time deficit.
Yeah, it's not looking good. He's got 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. He's probably going to be down a pawn because I don't think you can take that back. This pawn's also hanging. It's like, can you even defend it? Knight c7, rook d8 are not good looking moves. So it's looking tough for him. And Magnus, he might be, there's a fire under him as well, James, because he's got to win and then run to the hotel and change.
He's got to win quick. I need pants, and I gotta win quick. There's a lot on the line here. Magnus is having a time right now. Of course, this is just wild.
All right, what else can we check out here in the open section? Naroditsky against Duda, and hang on, he does play it. We're just witnessing the end of the game. By the way, rook c5, he played it because he saw this, and I think rook c8. I think in that position you can just keep the pin, something like rook c3, and Magnus is no doubt gonna play that. Yeah, it looks like rook c8, almost rook c3. I don't know if you can survive that, but looks quite good for him.
Looks very good. Rook c3. And here we go. We're getting some moves on the board. He takes on d5. We have rook c8.
This camera is... you really get to appreciate the difficulty of the position. You're staring right down the barrel. Hari and Tari.
Yeah. Tough game there, especially when you're playing your countrymen. Usually you never want to be playing your countrymen there, but it does happen. In the meantime, it looks like Magnus is going to finish this one out cleanly. While that happens, let's actually move over to the women's standings. They actually just started their games, and very exciting on board one. We got Ju Wenjun versus Kostenya. Oh, that is going to be electric.
Yeah, that's where we need to go, but gotta check those standings first to get the full picture.
Here we go. Ju Wenjun. Ooh, 5.5. Katerina Lagno. Not a lot of action that was talking about her, but there she is, right behind. Half a point. Kostenya with 5 as well, facing Ju Wenjun. And Alice Lee's still in this thing after losing one game. But that's okay. She's still there. Carissa Yip is coming up quite quickly. And you see all the way down. I mean, this is still close. There's 4s there that are 1.5 behind, but there's still games left.
That's right. Ju Wenjun atop the table, leading the entire competition. But actually, apart from first, second, and third, it really is a 1-point gap to the lead in this event. So a lot of catching up to do for other players. But Ju Wenjun, pressure is on. When you're in front, target on your back, everyone is looking to beat you.
It is important, of course, to pay attention to that. As Ju Wenjun and Kostenya, these games have started. So we got to take a look at that one, see what is going on that top game, and definitely keep an eye on maybe I think Katerina Lagno might be paired with Alice or Carissa, something like that.
I think Lagno is against Bibisara. We also see Lei Ting-jae against Garifulina. And this looks like some kind of theory here in
this
this
is Scotch
one.
Gambino. Shout out to Alex. She heard me. She heard us talking about the Scotch Gambit.
You know a thing or two about this one, James?
This is a Scotch Gambit with the early bishop c5 because there's tricks here. There's a lot of tricks that black can play, but it really becomes a super equal position. But white can push for more. To be honest, the move here is bishop c5, knight c5, bishop c6, and then bishop a6 from black. It's very wild here. This may all be happening. She might hit her with the bishop a6 line, which is very sharp. You need to be very careful here. She might try it, especially in rapid time controls. But or she can just go with the standard rook b8, which there's a bunch of games in the database with rook b8. You go queen takes d5, I think queen e7, castles rook b2, knight c3, rook c2, queen d4, and then knight d5 is the idea. This is the theory.
Yeah, I would probably expect, not something too wild from Ju Wenjun, especially given the tournament situation. So instead, we do see rook b8, and as you mentioned there, queen takes d5, queen e7, castles. We get some bishop a6, some rook b2. So many potentially forcing moves that we might see happen.
Yeah, this is all theory here. Queen e7 is the general move with protecting the knight, and then you just castle, get out of the way. It's bishop a6, and you're gonna get crushed. So you get castle, rook takes b2. They take the pawn back. I tried knight a3 a bunch of times to try to get that to work. It's a little weird, but knight c3 is the better move. You move the queen out the way to go knight d5, and then you kind of hope for the best there. That's what it's about.
Yep. I've actually don't have much experience in e45, but I have played this line from the black side a few times, so decently familiar with some of these positions. And the question is whether the two players here are both familiar with the exact same line, because we may just see a deviation, or they may just play even from here 5-10 more moves of theory. It's possible. I know this line goes very, very deep.
Yeah, there's a lot of games here. And now the newer theory with that is getting the queen d4, knight goes into d5. There's still some tricks, but like that's just so far into the theory. And like sometimes you just don't want to study. Like, I'm moved 28 already. Like,
Agreed. Agreed. Relatable feeling for everyone. Just do I really want to study that? Study all that?
25 more moves, right?
Well, James, maybe we can also check out the American matchup. I didn't realize they're actually paired against one another. Carissa Yip and Alice Lee.
That's a big matchup there, of course. And we know how Carissa likes to play. And we know how Alice likes to play. There's actually a clash of styles here, in fact. Very aggressive versus very conservative, very solid positional type of player. Alice Lee is, and Carissa Yip being a very aggressive player, always fighting for some type of advantage. So, this was a Sveshnikov?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. We had this move order, e5, knight b5, d6, and bishop e2 selected with knight d5 to follow. So kind of gambiting this e-pawn, but, as we are definitely familiar with, bishop f3, it's just, even if it does work, it can't possibly work. That's what I'd be telling myself. There's no way I'm touching that pawn.
Yeah, I'm not touching that pawn. Yeah, maybe even bishop e3 followed by f3, but she's like, go ahead, take the pawn. Please take the pawn. Like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
And now rook b8 was played by Alice, and this is the current position we are in. I'm not too sure if this is still theory of some sort, but I wouldn't be surprised because it still feels like early days here.
I mean, now the pawn might be really hanging, though. So at some point, you may
at some point, right?
Knight take, which I think in theory is like e7 or knight f6, like one or the other. But maybe you could go bishop f3 anyway. Maybe mix it up. Castles played g3, bishop g2. I had a recent game like that, which was crazy, but I ended up drawing that game. But it was it's a lot of ways you can go. You can go c3. C4 is kind of deterred because of the rook on b8, but c3 moving around the knight around to c2 and then b4.
Right.
But this pawn on e4 is the question. Like, are you gonna let me take this? And Carissa says, yes, I am. Take it now, please.
Dang. And the interesting thing about this is you can kind of move order your opponent. So if we see b4 instead of knight c2, we could make sure that pawn doesn't drop and then follow up with it. And now you've got this c4 b4, which is kind of nice for white.
Yeah, she's definitely into sacrificing pawns and pieces, even if she needs to. Very aggressive. c4, I think the intention is after takes. Knight takes c4, bullying and looking and eyeing at the b6 square. And getting the knight off the edge of the board.
A couple moves could happen here. Bishop or knight to b6 as well. Still, that pawn does not look like it can be taken. Carissa really spicing this game up, but I think after b4, we will see knight f6. And from there, I would say a more standard game. But I like Carissa's position. I think she may have just a small edge, but absolutely nothing wrong with the way Alice has played so far.
I am a fan of her position too. I think it looks great. But also Alice has done nothing wrong. This is just theory. Like, get the pieces off the back rank. You push on the queen side with b pawn. Sometimes the a pawn. You get castle. You develop bishop. Maybe the e6 at some point. And even rerouting the bishop on f8. Sometimes around the g6 or d8 to b6, and depending on what's going on. Knight or style there, but a lot to be played. A lot of moves to be played still.
And maybe before jumping back to the open games, we can just take a look at the board 3 matchup. That's Lei Tingjae against Leia Garifulina. And the reason here is there are really, at the top we have Ju Wenjun, but it's only a couple people chasing. And these two ladies are part of the 4.5 out of 6 group. You can see them there on the cams as well. I do like White's position here, but we are earlier in the games. Obviously, the open games are kind of heating up into more middle games. But I'm liking the attacking prospects here for White. Doesn't seem like much, maybe a lot of trades on the D file, but if I'm playing White here, I'm actually very happy. Maybe even playing G4. I don't know what you think about that.
That was, it's funny. You said Queen G4. I said Pawn G4. That was my first thought. So
there you go.
Which was G4, G5.
I really like it. G4,
funny.
maybe
Every
now.
time I sign boards, I always looked for the G4 square. And they're like, why do you like this square so much? I'm like, well, in my course, we play G4 like 85% of the time. So,
Dang, I like that.
Favorite square. Like with white pieces, pawn goes to G4 at some point. So that's nice. G4 is immediate. This is a very special square. G4, G5 is nice.
Well, I'll go ahead and spoil it. Canty, G4 is the best move in the position. How about that?
Wow. G4 for the score. Come on.
And literally the best recommendation here is this.
What?
G5 and Queen C6. Just to try to trade this thing. And the important thing is after H5, you must play G6. If you don't play G6, nothing makes sense because black is going to play G6 and lock it all up. But if you play this, you get the knight into G5. Huge chances for white. And guess what we have on the board? G4.
G4 for the score. And also, y'all, I want everybody to sit down for this, okay, chat? I need you to sit down. I need you to listen. I need you to stop what you're doing. Tell your family be quiet for a second here, okay? Henrik Carlsen has told Norwegian TV that Magnus will not change today, okay? Just so you know, it has been said that Henrik Carlsen told Norwegian TV that Magnus Carlsen will not change his bands. So let's see if he's here in the next round. Wow.
That's crazy. He won his game, by the way, so he's definitely in time to potentially change. But he's defying the highest order. He's saying, if you can find me, but if you want to kick me out, that's going to be on your plate. I'll let you handle that. Is he just playing a game of chicken?
And you know what? He also and y'all better pair me. Watch see what happens if you don't pair me, right? Like this can get serious here. This could get very scary. Make sure you guys are buckled up and have your helmets and all that, and your gloves and ready, and padding. You need padding for what's about to happen here. This is about to blow up.
Man, I don't know what we've got in store for next round, but that's a reminder to not go anywhere because the most important thing is seeing if Magnus Carlsen is paired next round. Like, will he have a pairing? Not where will he be mounting the comeback? I feel like the storyline's changing. Are we even going to have him on the standings?
It'd be the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Chess Boxing Championship. Then it's just going to be, it might be some fights here. It might be some serious drama attached to that right there. That is crazy. Magnus not having a great tournament. Then they talk about his pants. They kick him out the tournament. And then they started boxing. Like crazy. I mean, it's the craziest storyline.
Well, like I said, we'll wait to see if he's paired. But let's focus on the chess once again. It's Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Daniel Naroditsky. And a little bit better in this position is Duda counting up those pawns. It is a 1-pawn advantage right now. If the queen captures on b3, though, are we seeing takes and takes on c4? Because interesting position that could happen there. Let's say queen takes here, queen d6. It looks completely fine. Not actually concerned, but the devious Duda is actually cooking something else up. Queen a1 and trying to trap that rook mixed with maybe delivering mate after queen f6.
Interesting. Yeah, that is not. And you know what's funny? I saw body language wise when this camera angle that we have was on Naroditsky. He was not happy. You could just tell he had a head shake, which is usually generally never good. That's like sometimes you can bluff that. Like I've done that before. Oh man, and then
Right.
oh gotcha. Like I wanted to. We were both mutual blindness. This can always work, but yeah, I mean usually it's not the case. He's just not happy with the position.
No,
now
he's not.
I don't have to take on b3 though.
Nope.
But I guess rook d1's coming, so maybe I go queen d4 and then kind of ask what's next.
True. I like that move, just taking control. The other thing that I am wondering, though, and it wasn't played last turn, so it makes me think it's okay, but like, how is the rook endgame? Obviously, both players here not concerned about it and not interested in it, so it must not be that dangerous, but it is an option, and the reason I mention it is just that rook. It feels so misplaced, so if the rook maybe like gets more out of play, all of a sudden queen endgame might be winning, or queen exchange might be winning.
Maybe I go queen d2 because I am kind of annoyed, but he still is going to kind of try to keep trading queens. We have some moves, by the way.
I'm taking us. I have to take us. Well, I mean, as we say that, there's action everywhere. It seems like maybe a huge blunder here, but I see Fabiano's game. Looks like it's about to end. In this one here, though, the exact line, I don't know if he saw it, just happened on the board. Queen a1. This is an error. Daniel Naroditsky is potentially on his way to losing here after queen a7, and it really just has to do with this queen getting in from behind. Queen e7 if you go to h6, and now what are you doing? You got your rook here. The queen and rook are coming down to deliver mate.
I guess he's saying his king can run to g7 because the rook has all the files right now, which is nice. I mean, the queen is kind of covering the open file, the b file, and if you go rook a1, then I can go maybe queen b2, and I do have some chances. Still is what he's hoping for because I'm not mated technically yet. My king literally runs up the board.
I'm seeing
d7,
checkmate though. Queen a8, rook a7, queen f8, rook takes h7 will checkmate that black king.
That's gross. Yeah, he's hoping he's banking. So rook a1, is there a move anywhere?
Fabi has lost his game, by the way. Esipenko did get the win against him. Arjun looks to be completely winning or much better in his game.
There it is.
Rook a1, huge from Duda.
Rook a1 on the board. I wonder what went wrong in the game here. I'm just curious. We had a nice King's Indian. I think it was equal. And then it wasn't.
So rook a1. What can you even recommend for black here? I don't know. It feels like you have to move the rook because you want to make sure your king has not just the h5 square, but the g5 square as well. So rook e5, maybe coming back to e8. Queen d7 looks like, yeah, just immediately a great move. It stops this. I mean, no, this is over. Queen b8, we have rook a7. Black has no checkmate threats. Rook a7, end of the game. Daniel Naroditsky knows it. Have a look at the camera right there. He's going to resign.
Resignation.
We catch that moment. Live, Duda moves up in the standings. Daniel Naroditsky, I believe for the first time, loses at the World Rapid Championships.
And of course, it took 7 rounds, right? Incredible display. Keeps him still at the top. He just has to bounce back, obviously. And, even Magnus goes down or draws. All the players here have not been perfect. I mean, I think Hikaru hasn't lost, but he hasn't won every game either. So there's some draws in between. Just to let you know, it's an incredible feat. Strong play here, but we still have more games here.
That's right. We're jumping straight into the action here. Sargsyan against Erigaisi. The bishop dominating the knight, plus the extra pawn, and for good measure, the a-pawn is the correct color with that bishop. I'm assuming that is going to matter in a lot of variations here, and with the king coming into b4, you have to say that this is going to be a win.
Looks like a win indeed. Very nice. Bishop versus knight. I have the right color. Well, okay. Be very careful, obviously. The knight is actually... Yeah, the knight's too restricted. Well, is there a case of knight e5 if I'm getting too far grabbing the pawn? That is one thing, because knight g6 is coming. So there's some small tricks you might go for.
The thing is, knight e5, you can always take it. Like, you're always in the square of that pawn, no matter where your king is. Even if it's on a5, it's good enough to come back. So you can just take this, honestly. White has to play king c4. The only attempt seems to be this, but that pawn, plus maybe the bishop going to c3 to cover the knight, does look like it might be enough.
His next goal here is to try to get the king to f7, take both pawns.
Yeah,
I mean, that pawn on that boy is a track star, in the league. That a pawn is an absolute runner if you try. So he wants to go knight c2 probably first.
Yeah, but this move right here kind of indicates to me, if you're not going for this, then black is now going to consolidate, maybe king c6, make sure that doesn't happen, and just over time, the a pawn should win the game.
Should win the game. Indeed. Very nice from Arjun here. He's looking to convert. Everyone else got lots of games up, actually. More than a handful.
Knight c5. At this point, I don't think you want to play, g5 and liquidate already, even though that might be good enough to win with the two pass pawns. The pawn's on a dark square, so I would imagine you just want to reroute and kind of attack that pawn, tie the knight down.
And maybe I go knight. You can try knight b3. It's a try.
Yep. a4, knight d4 check, king over. I think this will be too much. Just expertly converted here from Arjun, and he's going to move up to 6.5 points, which I believe will be a share of first place, because remember, Naroditsky did lose his game. We just witnessed that.
Yeah, Naroditsky lost his first game. He lost his first game, guys. If you were just getting here, didn't know, Magnus actually is in some heat here too as well. So Magnus story, if you're missing it about the pants, if you're watching, we see all these pants in chat, so I'm just seeing pants, and more pants because of the Magnus thing. But Daniel Naroditsky did lose his first game.
Those are not just pants, Candy. Those are jeans.
Those are jeans. You got jeans. Yep, it's crazy.
Knight f3. Looks like bishop d6 he's going to try to meet it with knight h4 maybe. But a3 is beautiful, because once the king goes to b3, the black king's going to defend the pawn. You're going to attack from d6, and the game will be over. Would not be surprised maybe to even see a resignation soon.
Should be finishing this out. There it is. Handshake. Arjun with the win. Congratulations.
Wow. Big top board matchups and results there. Arjun Erigaisi getting the win. Brishuk beat Pranav, by the way, in that really exciting game that we dropped in on earlier. Lots happening as the games are starting to wrap up here. Looking at some of the positions that we have, I'm trying to find. Looks like
a crazy imbalance with what is it? Jakin Bolkidov versus
Grigorian.
Exactly, Grigorian.
Yeah, the queen against the rook and bishop here, and I don't know at this point. It feels like white has some sort of defense set up. You just put the rook on e4, king anywhere, and the bishop covers. That feels like it should be enough.
It feels like it should be, absolutely. With this rook and bishop, that's the harder part. We seen earlier, obviously, with king queen versus king rook, but that bishop with it, it's hard to separate everything and get everything you want here. It seems to be a draw.
It does. A lot of work, though, because black's going to take that pawn with the queen, I presume, and then push that. Ooh, okay, that's a little bit surprising to me. Maybe it shouldn't be. But I thought that maybe the pawn on the g file was more dangerous.
Rook e4. Wow. In fact, we have the same thing. I don't know what's going on, but Andrew Tang has the same position against Michael Bezold.
Can't possibly be the same position.
It's the same position. It's the same. And then they just added a few pawns. Like, all right, and now, when you read the chess books, and now try this exercise.
Exactly.
And now you try.
I'm not going to lie. This seems like the easier exercise for the defender. The rook is safe. The king is safe. This does not look like it'll be too challenging.
There's more pawns seems to definitely be able to hold for white. The side with the rook and bishop, obviously. Seems like it can hold.
I'm going to make our way down. There's also some other matchups. Prague is in this weird endgame. Bishop and knight against rook. Completely winning, though. At least there's a little bit... Oh, he's actually just going to get the result as I drop in. Seems like I'm the good luck or bad luck charm, depending on
who you're rooting for.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Automatic resign.
Looking at some of the other positions, this one is just kind of a funny one. Definitely winning for black, but it's just what a weird position this is.
Yeah, you can also see some strange sequences where, if you're not careful, I could trade a light square bishop off. Have the anchor with the bishop on g5 and try to use these pawns. Like, you can see that. This could be a real thing.
I could see it. Especially, he's going to win that pawn. That's kind of important. Here, bishop there, maybe bishop c4, and that's kind of what you're talking about.
Correct. And then try to use the pawn with the
bishop's kind of covering there.
Exactly. Have an anchor, and you can't just win with the queen only. Like, you need to use the king too. So if we trade off, which is happening, you trade the bishop off, is king and pawn versus a queen, Yep. This completely winning for black here, but it is not as easy as it may seem.
Yeah, I think that we're just going to see this trade happen. Black can blockade if needed, bring the king and just play on light squares. I think at this level, relatively straightforward, but maybe if this was blitz, +2 could be a little more tricky, but at this, I don't think this will be competitive at all.
Queen d7 and hold. About to do a king walk, a very long king walk. Seems to be.
Yeah, it's so easy to play against the bishop because you operate on the squares around it. That's it.
Which is all the light squares.
Yeah, in this case, the light squares. I would say queen d7 is the simplest to play king f7, but I was going to say you can also play king f7 first because king d6 is realistically not a dangerous move.
Yeah, he's out of moves. Nice silk swung here. He's out of move. Maybe bishop e1 at some point. King has to move, get closer to him. Queen c5.
Yeah, if the king goes down here, which I certainly expect, we may also see queen c5, but okay, he doesn't do that. King back, and yeah, he's trying to leave his pawn here, I think, to sort of make it difficult for this king to go anywhere, but I don't think it's going to matter. That king will be forced back. The blockade will come in. The king will make his way over slowly.
Nice. Yeah, he's going to walk around the king into d7 now. d7.
Also looking at this endgame between Yu Yangyi and Denis Lazovic. We remember Denis beating Magnus Carlsen in emphatic fashion, and now he's defending Yang Yi with one extra pawn in a queen endgame.
I forgot he beat Magnus too, but check. Can I make any chances is a question. Yeah, if I ever move my king, you check me. Barrages of checks. So I have to try to move around and block the checks. The pawn.
Very tough to do.
When you check me, correct. Maybe get a queen to d6, king f3, queen h1, king f4, queen h1, queen check. So it's possible. It's going to have to walk. It's going to be a walk. It's going to be a long game.
That's right.
With this extra pawn. Queen d6 could be the first check. Yeah, and then try to get the king around.
Absolutely.
Out of checks. Queen d6. Yeah, this is the same thing. But then I can go king f3. Same idea.
Yeah, you could try to move your king now, but hard to say. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Queen e3. Would you have the confidence to trade the queen there? Like, would you do it?
Not at all, because that's difficult, especially having an extra pawn. He has that extra tempi. I guess it is just drawing. You just the same standard procedure of moving around, but he has that extra tempo. Whew, yeah, you just don't want to think too hard.
You don't want to risk it, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to risk that. I'm going to keep checking.
It's not worth it. It's just not worth it.
Yeah.
So maybe, almost as an attempt, I might play this just like, hey, do you have it? But hey, I was looking. He's got 3.5 minutes. That's actually quite a lot of time. That's real rapid time to spend on that move. So you probably can't get away with it.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that one. And
what about another queen endgame? Eric Rosen. He's on the bad side of this queen endgame. Can he manage a draw here? Engine says yes, but practical says I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, that's kind of scary with queen e8 and then the king runs to f4 with the check being blocked by queen e5 and then I move my king with check. The counter check.
That's right. And no queen e3, right? That's the worst move you could play.
That's crazy. This is a draw here because it's automatic. This is happening. The king is going to go to f4 unless you could check on e5. But okay, let's see what we got. Where's he going to go next? Where's the next check?
Well, he's got to play queen f6, right? Otherwise, can I just take that pawn?
That's still scary. Maybe I could try this anyway, though. King f4, queen h4, queen e5. I'm getting close. There's some small mating type ideas when the king moves. But
right.
I guess I have queen e3. I'm a little bit too far away.
Yeah, I see you. It's true. Well, it looks like the games in the open section in general are kind of petering out. There's only a few games. A lot of end games could still actually go on for quite some time. So we're going to jump back now to the women's section because there are a lot of games going on there. And I wonder which one we can take a look at. One that caught my eye was this one between Nino and Xiao Shui. We can go a couple moves back because, hey, we all like a sacrifice here. Got to appreciate after queen to d4 in this one, knight f7, the best engine move. And it's almost like just got your ducks in a row here, James, on the e-file with the queen and rook there. Knight f7 just ruins the coordination everywhere. And even though you can win that knight, it does not help.
It looks beautiful. Knight f7.
Very nice.
Very, very good. Very, very good. Absolutely. Nice tactics. Always like those tactinos. In fact, chat says, dang, Carissa is no mercy for Alice Lee.
Should we take a look at Carissa and Alice Lee?
Something must have happened. Tactical skirmish, I assume.
Well, it was the opening, that c4 move. We kind of had it around here. And, ooh, interesting. Pawn takes on f6 just to play f5. So that was the move the engine did not care for. And Carissa said, thank you very much. c5. The king's in the middle. It's time to open things up.
Rook d8 takes. Okay. You know what's funny? What's crazy here is she didn't castle. Like literally castling is like a real thing in these Sveshnikov lines. And she's just not used to playing this type of positions, I think. Yeah, this is cooking.
Yep, and she will most likely not castle here. Yeah. So Carissa is up a pawn, but clearly the position is worth a lot more than that. You even have f4 if you want to shatter the center here. A calm move like h3 is possible. There's so many options. You could just take here, trade. a6 is probably loose if the queen recaptures. So absolutely nothing looking good in this position for black.
Yeah, not a good day for Alice here. She just needed at least a draw to be able to, keep advancing through the rankings here. As we see, switch up in the standings.
Yep,
will be likely here if Marissa is able to convert.
Yep, maybe we can also look at one of the top boards, Leiting J. We saw that game earlier. This looks like complete madness as the rooks, they all want to give a check. The knight, but you've got 3 pieces that can't touch the white king. And meanwhile, if you give white the move, all of a sudden, the same pressure that you thought you had is coming right back at you.
Exactly. In fact, what is the move for black? Got to be a check, no? G1.
It's actually just,
G1.
bordering on just lost, right?
I don't have any moves. What? Rook b7, that's terrible.
Yep, I'm not seeing anything. Knight g5, rook d7. Absolutely everything looks winning. Knight e3 as maybe one of the best attempts. Still doesn't look like it gets it done. Knight g5, bare minimum, I'm winning every pawn in the position.
Yeah, knight g5.
And this is on the board here.
King went to e7. I snatched that one.
Ooh, this is really nice, actually. I think we're going to see... so actually, in that position, I was wondering if we would see rook takes g7. This is quite the engine variation here, but it's one we can appreciate. The king has to go to d6, c5 check.
Oh, then rook d7. Boy,
and rook d7 says, get away from that rook, and then I'll take it. Wow.
This is...
She keeps things simple, though. Rook takes e6 and h6. I can't fault her for that. I mean, why complicate things when you can just push that pawn, put the rook on g8, call it a day.
Yeah, I don't need to do anything crazy. Rook g6 to g8. And
king up, push the pawn, maybe.
Actually queening yet, yeah. It is going to take some time, but yeah, not queening yet.
Yep, this looks like Lei Qingzhe is going to get the win and move to 5.5. I can't see a comeback here by Garifulina. Another game and another player that I feel like I haven't dropped in enough on is Hampi Koneru from India. Has this position right here and looks all but winning. This is a rare case where you look at a position, material, count it up, even, but guess what the eval is? A whopping +6.
Dang! +6 is insane when you're like have the same amount of pieces. That's saying I'm down a rook and a pawn? What? I got both my rooks and I got some pawns.
Unbelievable. Takes, kind of hoping for this, maybe, I don't know, rook takes d6. Like, what's the idea? If I just trade everything, I can keep it calm, cool, collected, and just be up a piece.
Smooth. Takes. Looks like we're having some moves. Check. And boy, rook f7. Gotta be play, huh? Maybe I take
just
g4
defending the rook with a check and then taking that free piece on g4. And that should be a win for Hampi, moving up to 5.5 out of 7, which will put her very close to the leaders.
There's even knight c6 here after. If you take back, knight c6 is devastating, threatening knight e7. Or rook takes a7. I mean, this is about to be nasty stuff here.
Yep. That's not going to be good enough. Knight c6, painful. Knight e7, there's no rook c8. Also, rook takes a7. That's the move that just ends it.
Bitches. Yeah, knight c6 with knight e7 ideas and a resignation.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Very nice game by Hampi there. That one, speaking of the Indian competitors, Harika is also in a battle against another grandmaster, Zhu Chen, and has just played the exclamation mark move e5, saying, no, I'm not interested in a capture. Let me just go right on by you with e5.
I like it because you put those pawns in the center. Of course, now we have a pawn on e4 and d4. We can move a queen maybe around 2 to e3 too to try to even push them even further. You can see something like d5, h5 too as well. Everything 5 at some point is what I like to say, but looks pretty good here from white standpoint. We have the space and also the bishop. Has it ever moved from c8 or has it just been there?
Let's do a quick check here. Has that bishop ever moved from c8? Looking like the answer is the resounding no.
Okay. And the answer is, survey says, it's a no.
Dang. So actually, black won a pawn on b2. You think that's a good thing, but then e5 happens and queen a1 saying, look, now there's no pin. White is down a pawn, but crushing.
Yeah, that's Catalan type pressure here where like I started picking up the Catalan just like learning it because I'm like, wow, like, I didn't think it was that many tactics till when they start taking that pawn, you start seeing all kind of stuff happening. But you have that type of pressure you see here down the E file. H5 is still a thing. You can put the knight on G6. That's a nice place. D6 pass pawn. I can always win the pawn back, it feels like, on C5 or A6.
Agree completely. Knight D3 almost looks like an unstoppable, like, I'm just winning that pawn, right? Knight D3 is that pawn guaranteed. And then the connected passers. I prefer Knight D3 winning the pawn and just ensuring rather than disconnecting my connected pass pawns, and I start to worry about maybe losing it. So I do think that Harika has this one in the bag. It does look tough for black to play, but probably would have preferred the more safe approach, knight d3, taking the pawn, although this might work out.
Update, we have to go to the Desi Corey game right now. With that game, we are hearing that it is absolutely insane right now.
We are heading over. Looks like the last series of moves has been nuts. Just brilliancies, question marks, exclamation marks, misses, left and right. And finally, we see in this spot, queens were actually traded, which kind of helps white out. But look at this knight. It's been hanging out on h1 the whole game.
It's like, yo, yeah, hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all forgot I was back here. Whoa.
Better for black, but I can't even compute what's going on in this game at all.
The problem is, rook f8 is hard to play because like king f1, king g1, but no, I have bishop e3. G3, I also have the pawn coming around, and the rook comes to c8, but it shows rook c2. That allows king d3.
I mean, this makes sense, but if you grab the pawn, I take on h1, I go bishop g3, I feel like I'm almost winning there.
Do I take the knight? No. Check and king e4, and I'm good. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, wait a minute. Bishop g3, knight f4. I start to think that white's just better.
I think the same. Seems like that may be happening. Maybe is knight d4 possible?
Could be as well.
Let's grab a pawn, attack the bishop.
I don't mind that. Rook d1, also probably a decent move.
Clean. A little bit cleaner here. Knight takes d4, still a possibility. Maybe king d4.
Yeah, I like this. Knight coming to d5. King is actually surprisingly safe, smack in the middle of the board on e4. And knight d5 will start to win the e7 pawn. You come back, win the f6 pawn, and then suddenly white has a real threat. So it seems like white's not really got anything going, but knight d5 could turn that all around.
Knight d5 to e7 is actually quite diabolical. Kind of annoying as well. Looks like all the men's games are finished in the open, so that one's done. Got some women's games left. There's still one more round to go, y'all. Lots going on. Oh my goodness. The jeans thing and like then who's in the standings. You don't even know who's at the top. It's actually a story here. Lots of stories. Lots of things to unravel and uncover.
And we have one more round today. I'm very curious to see the conclusion of our jeans debacle. TBD.
Jeans.
E3. I mean, this is looking horrible. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
I do not think that this looks right.
And king back. Yeah. I mean, the knights are going to be diabolical here. Knight takes e7 is clearly saying, okay, wait till I get the f6 pawn too as well. And
that's right.
It's gonna be bad.
Yeah, I don't see anything here, really. Knight takes e7 is happening. Knight can retreat to d5 or go to g8 and then target the f6 pawn. I just think the dominoes are falling here in this position.
Yeah, dominoes are falling, but this is chess, so no. At the same time, it's not looking good. Desi Corey looking to convert, to be honest. I don't see any way else. Maybe you'll have a problem with the time, but it might be it. But well, after this game, guys, we are going to take a break. But we have to wait for this game to obviously finish here. Then we'll go from there. So what do you think is going on with the rest of the standings? Like, you think anything stands out to you that's different? Like Alice Lee thing losing?
Yeah, it kind of depends on how the results shape up from this current round, but definitely the story in the women's section seems to be just Ju Wenjun on top, and I wouldn't say running away with it, but certainly cementing herself ahead of the competition. But then it just opens up the field for everyone to potentially catch up. So that seems to be the story on the women's side. In the open, however, the lead is just changing It was Murzin on top. Then it was, Naroditsky, and then he lost. He's still up there, but yeah, the leaders just keep changing. Whereas in the women's, it kind of is the Ju Wenjun show and seeing if anyone can catch up to her.
Yeah, that's the thing to pay attention to is the leaders just keep changing. Now you have Jan Krzysztof Duda up there. Murzin was up there before. Naroditsky was there, a round before. So it's really changing every round here. It's telling you how competitive this field is, what's going on. Hikaru now on the other side now here on the first page. Naroditsky, that's crazy. You go down to 9th with 6, going from 1st to 9th. And
that's right.
Obviously, it's a tie for a second, but at the same time here, I was number 1, now number 9. It's just a very competitive field, to say the least.
Yeah, that leader, Jan Krzysztof Duda, we'll see if he can maintain it. So many speculations as well, James, about the whole genes debate, right? That needs to get concluded. I'm as excited as everyone, but some things which are interesting is I think Vichy is actually the head of the appeals committee. So one way or another, it feels like if they are going to expel Magnus from the tournament, Vichy I think he'll have to have a hand in it at some point. So I don't know what the call is going to be, but I'm just going to go ahead and say my hot take. I don't think they're going to do it. You can't, there's no way that something that monumental can happen. The stakes are too high. There's no way they do it. What do you think, James?
Oh, man. Apparently the arbiters are wearing jeans. So at this point, it's like, well, who wearing jeans? Everybody got to go.
Okay, then definitely there's no way they do it then.
Well, of course, we got more of this and speculations, guys. There is so much going on and to unravel. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
After tactics based on lines and squares, we have tactics based on timing. In a game, you often have cases where you calculate a sequence of moves. I go here, she goes there, I go here, she goes there, I win. But sometimes a tactic can disrupt that flow and totally change the nature of the game. Our first timing tactic has 3 different and commonly used names, but they all mean the same thing. A Zwischenzug, intermezzo, or intermediate move is an unexpected move in between a sequence of moves that changes the outcome of a set of captures. The brilliant knight takes g3 sets up 2 different intermediate moves. First, after white captures black's queen, there's the royal fork, knight takes e2 check. Then black also snaps up the bishop with check while concluding by capturing the white queen. The excellently named Desperado is a tactic in which a doomed piece sacrifices itself for some gain. The piece is still lost, but the game may be won. Black expects white to capture the black queen, when black can also capture white's queen. But white plays an intermediate check, also called a Zwischenzug, to give up the queen for the bishop. Then white can capture the black queen and be a piece up. Zugzwang is a tactic usually relegated too late in the game. It means compulsion to move. In fact, if your opponent was allowed to pass, many positions, even king and rook versus king, could not be won. But the opponent must move, and sometimes all moves surrender key points. Zugzwang simply means that you have placed your opponent in a position where they have to make a move that worsens their position. King h1 is a stunner of a Zugzwang. One of the best moves of all time. Black must move the king or the bishop. They are fine where they are, but every single move will either let the pawn push through to promotion or walk into a knight fork that wins the bishop. Maybe the least known tactic on this list is the lifeline. This is often a defensive tactic, and it occurs when you are trying to defend against 2 threats. The situation is seemingly impossible, but you can defend against 1 threat and make a counter threat to the opponent. The opponent must capture your piece, and in doing so, they allow you to recapture with the other piece, saving both threats. International master Axel Smith coined this term, and in his book Pump Up Your Rating, he showed this example. Black escapes the knight fork with queen to f8. The trade of queens will also save the rook on a8.
Do you think that you're a better player than I am?
We are back in New York at the FIDE World Rapid Blitz Championships 2024. There's a lot going on, of course, as we are in round 9. It's so much fun, so many things to see. Look at the playing hall, everyone gathered around, of course, and it's for the chess, but also something happened here. First thing we're going to say is, hey, guys, you know who it is. It's your boy, James Canty III, and you're here with Amon Hamilton, Grandmaster Chess Bra. You know how it is. Now, we have an announcement to make. Hopefully you're listening, of course, because Magnus is out. There is no Magnus in round 9. The only way to take Magnus out of any event is through his genes. It's over. It's over.
I think you said it best, Canty. That seems to be the best way to beat Magnus Carlsen these days. Now, this is what we know right now. Magnus is not 100% confirmed out of the whole event, but he is 100% confirmed out of the current round's pairings. Is he going to return after being, basically losing a round in the tournament? I would personally say I doubt it. So maybe this is him out of the whole tournament, but that's not confirmed yet. You got the two sides of the coin, James. Clearly, there's a disagreement about the dress code. Magnus is saying, look, there's other people maybe violating it. Do you think that was fair or not? But at the end of the day, rules are rules, and I believe it is explicitly stipulated that jeans are a no-go.
In fact, we just heard that Magnus said he won't play the Blitz unless something else changes, which he doubts is what he did. So if I say he won't play the Blitz unless something else changes, the Jeans Gambit it is. Amon Jeans Gambit 1.
This is exactly what I would have predicted. If FIDE went the route of removing him from the pairings. I actually didn't think that they would do it. It's such a grave decision to make, but they're really putting their foot down. And hey, maybe it has something to do with Magnus not being the biggest fan of the World Championship cycle. Who knows? Dig here, a dig back there. I don't know what's under the surface, but guess what? If you tell Magnus that he's out of the Rapid, guess what? He might not show up for the Blitz.
Listen, of course, this only comes down to one thing. Of course, it's the biggest fad out, of course, and it's been around 20 years. They might as well chess box it out, Amon. At this point, you've done it. I'm boxing too as well. I've been boxing a long time now, so that's probably the most efficient way to handle this at this point. What do you think?
Yeah, honestly, I think there's probably more people that Magnus would like to have as opponents than the other way around. Line them up, knock them down. But I'm curious what you guys out there think of this decision. On the one hand, I definitely believe that no one should be above the rules. But by the same token, I will be the first to point out I've been in this tournament before. I've definitely had dress code discussions directed even at myself. But you look around and trust me, you are never the only one violating the dress code. There are always other players, potentially even members of the organizing committee. Who knows? That's just speculation. But I've been in the situation where dress code has been brought up, and you just kind of look around. You're like, but wait, this guy's not looking like he should. Why are you singling me out? And so maybe Magnus is feeling something like that. He feels like it wasn't fair. But as I said, I am a firm believer that rules are rules. These players know what they signed up for. Just want to make sure that it's being enforced, all the way around.
You know what? We all stand for Magnus. Let's go put some jeans on, chat. Just everybody, just go. Let me go put I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put some jeans. Everybody just need to put jeans on today, of course, and just be all unified in the genified look. Because that is quite crazy. I do agree as well. We're here for the chess. Jeans are the least thing I'm thinking about. It's like what the man is wearing. I want to play the game here, and of course for the community, for the growth, for the tournament, for the fans, everybody watching. Last thing I'm cared about is really.
It's true. I think it's it could be a step too far. And the one thing I'll say about the jeans is that me personally, I'm not Alireza. I don't have the final say on fashion. But what I will say is that Magnus's jeans don't feel like, he's showing up with blue jeans, ready to go work outside or something. Like, the guy's fashionable, in my opinion. They look good. They don't look too out of place. I didn't personally have a big problem with them, but I think the fashion side of things is a whole other debate, whether it should be included in a specific rule where, hey, you cannot wear jeans at all. That's maybe a different discussion. But we have the matchups excluding Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen for round number 9.
Wow, Carlsen is out. Somebody just knocked over that camera too. Somebody get a camera check over there, make sure everything okay on that camera. So Arjun versus Jan Duda. We have Bishop versus Norderbeck. Hikaru Murzin, that's going to be a big matchup there. They're all heavyweight matchups. They're definitely looking at Danya Nerditsky. All of them have around the same amount of points here. So that's going to be very nice. Every win is crucial because that could catapult you into the standings.
Absolutely. We see some names re-emerging. Jan Nepomniachtchi, slow start, up there on board number 7 against Boris Gelfand. Can we just make sure we say that name a few times? Shout out to Boris Gelfand. Yeah, he's one of the all-timers of the game. And I'm also looking at the matchup there between Raunak Sadwani and Yu Yangyi. Yu Yangyi, also one of the best players in the world when it comes to Rapid and Blitz, from China, and up against Raunak, who's having himself a tournament.
Raunak is having a tournament. He's one that goes under the radar. Even at the GCL, the Global Chess League, he was tearing things up. At some point, I think he went on a 3, 4, 5 game heater, something like that, for his team. He was helping, I think, play for the Mumbai Masters there from the Global Chess League. But I mean, Raunak is here to stay, and he also is underrated. A lot of people don't give him as much credit. Of course, you have the Indian team, the Gukachs, the Arjuns, the Prags, of course, But Sadwani is up there too as well, and he's definitely doing well in this tournament.
That's right. Speaking of the Indian contingent at the event, up there on board number 1, and this time I really mean board number 1, center stage, without Magnus there, you can see the update He is not paired from the FIDE Chief Arbiter. That is so official. And we have the board 1 matchup, Vyacheslav Duda, Arjun Erigaisi. I am very excited for this one to get underway.
You know, I wonder how many people. What if they all come in jeans tomorrow? Like, what if that would be? You know, everybody's out. You know, well, arbiters play. You know, like that could be the craziest thing ever. But not saying that it won't happen, but it definitely is a possibility. But we got Arjun and Duda on board 1. That is a matchup to watch. I cannot wait to see how this game goes.
Yeah, this is definitely the one to pay attention to. But another player, Alexander Grishuk, he's up there on board number 2. It feels like we just haven't seen him on the top, 5-10 boards, and he just made his way up there. And he's playing the man on your screen right there, Nordabek Abdusatorov. Grishuk will have the white pieces. I think that matchup could get very exciting. You mentioned it, Grishuk, Time Trouble, name a more iconic duo. I think we may see some.
Yeah, Grishuk's going to be ready too as well. I think, as we all know, we've all been there. When you win, it gives you some confidence, right? So it's very important to keep winning. Obviously, Grishuk wants to do that type of thing. So, and we have Danya versus Sindarov and Sevian versus Giri. Nice.
Yep, Danya against Sindarov, exactly right. Sam Sevian, Anish Giri. Going through the matchups there, we also have Lafon Aronian against Matthias Bluebaum from Germany on board 8. And you mentioned already Hikaru against Murzin is also happening, but love to see Boris Gelfand on the screen.
Ooh, yes, Gelfand. Who was he placing again?
Gelfand is going to be against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Okay, Nepo. Yeah, he's an English player too. He might see some stuff there. We got games on the board though. This might be English right now on Arjun.
There we go. Yep, things getting underway.
I don't know what he's playing. Is this a Jobava? Wait a second. Oh,
you're just anything looks like a Jobava. You're like
anything
in the desert. You see in mirages. Is that Jobava?
Oh no, sorry. It's just it's a cat.
Yeah, not quite. In fact, we have a very interesting variation in the Nimzo Indian F3 Nimzo. Are you familiar with this one at all, James?
Actually, yes, from both sides. Generally from the black side, though. He went to the D5 lines. I like the C5 lines because they are more aggressive. But these can turn into sort of what's those lines? The A3. What is it? Same-ish? Yeah, there's sort of same-ish E. You can get the C4 pawn or like knight C6 to A5 type ideas. Try to bully C4, but very possible. I think
one line that I'm familiar with here is knight takes D5, E4. I think it's DC5 and E4. And this is a pretty topical line. And it is the one that Arjun is going to play here. The weird thing about this line is after queen A5, the move is E4. And you look at it and you're like, what? That can't possibly be the move. But E4 it is. If knight takes C3, you actually get pinned pretty nicely there with queen D2.
I actually just saw that Magnus just played, or someone. This was just played in the Champions Chess Tour. I can't remember who played white, who played black. But this theory was cool. We saw King F2 and Bishop E3 happen too. No, it was Keimer Carlsen, which I don't remember how the game ended. But yeah, Carlsen had black, Keimer had white here, and Carlsen went knight C7 instead of knight E7. And he actually drew that game with the 2 knights and a bishop and a rook versus a rook and 2 bishops with Keimer. Yeah, Carlsen comfortably drew with that one. But knight E7 is different. I like knight E7. I think that feels more natural. Knight C7, I was like, oh, I never seen that one. But knight E7 feels more natural. You can bounce around. Obviously, knights are kind of superfluous. We're fighting over squares there with knight B to C6.
Right.
But at the same time, pretty even. I like this position for black. I'm not gonna lie, I love Nimzos, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this is one of those positions that feels like, oh, these pawns are just so weak and they're gonna fall. Knight D7, knight takes, but then you start to see the moves flow in. Queen B3 on to queen B4 potentially, and it's like, wait a minute, it's not that easy to take that pawn. So we'll see with what Vyacheslav does with this one. But knight E7, knight C7, knight F6 even. So many moves that have been tried here. The players are no doubt still in a position that they will find very familiar.
Yeah, it's very familiar. I love the activity that black gets in these type of positions. And it feels like for me, white just never gets what they're looking for. Like, is it an attack or like what are you trying to do actually? So I feel like there's just a lot of plans for white. And black, I think, can make easier moves. Rook d8, knight d7, maybe try to get the c5 pawn, knight c6. You can even go sometimes in a Benko fashion with b6, bishop a6 type ideas. I've seen before, but it really depends.
Well, maybe we can keep moving around on these top boards here. So many exciting matchups to look at. This is board one. We'll certainly keep an eye. Where would you like to go now, James?
I am looking around actually right now. Oh, Wei Yi got a London. That might be nice for you, in fact. I think but it's sort of, it's like, there's some Jobavas with bishop d3 early like this, but I think that was just a regular London. In fact, it was. So that is nice for you, Wei Yi. Let me see. Is there anything
nice to have someone on London
on
watch
your
at all
side there.
times.
Oh, at all times.
I do see, obviously, right in front of us, we have a result, right? And Hereditsky and Sindarov have already drawn their game, and as it is the last game of the day, that does make some sense. The players are exhausted. Some of them have played really long games, so more likely to see draws, I think, in this last round. I was looking at Hikaru Nakamura against Volodar Murzin. Not only just a very exciting matchup, but a very familiar position. James, do you recognize this one at all?
Let me check. This was no. In fact, I don't know. I'm not familiar with this. What is this opening?
Well, the only reason I mention it is because it looks like a repeat of a game he's already played this tournament.
Oh, Hikaru has?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Game. So many games.
Like, exactly. Well, I just remember. I remember seeing these bishops getting all traded, and then him kind of shuffling the knights around. Hikaru is actually really, really good at these maneuvering games, especially with just knights on the board. So I wonder if we'll see kind of the exact same ideas. Knight fd2, knight from the c4 square to e3. If the knight hops into d4, we see c3. So he already had a game where he went for g3, h4, and he was just very successful in that one. So I think he's playing, and by the way, look at the time. Yeah, he's very comfortable here. He's got over 16 minutes.
That's scary, when you get the Hikaru moving all fast and you start bopping around, and you're like, man, who is this guy?
Yep.
You get all here. It's hard to play a guy like that. And then, of course, Murzin, who has shown no type of fear from anyone. This could obviously really get under your skin and make you a little bit nervous when it's moving quite fast, get the head bobbing and etc. And you're playing Hikaru, so not only is he doing all this, he actually is extremely strong.
That's right. And the same thing has happened. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if maybe Hikaru's thinking about c3 here. The safer way to do things is probably to bring the knight to e3 first and then go c3. But no doubt he is going to kick that knight out with the move c3 soon. So I just think because Hikaru has pretty much been in this exact position before, he's going to be very comfortable, very happy to be playing this one. I wonder if Murzin actually knows that or not, if he's just playing his own game.
It's something about being comfortable. Like, even in this position, man, it seemed boring, right? I mean, not really. It's a slow position, O'Brien. Not technically boring, but the fact that, like, okay, we have all the same pieces. The pawn structure is really the only difference here. White has maybe a little bit more space. You could go f4 and try to break and use the f file. But nevertheless, it's equal. It is the same amount of material. D3 is a weakness. So sides both have their trumps, pluses and weaknesses. But
yep.
Interesting.
Agree. Definitely a matchup to keep an eye on. Hikaru so solid with this variation, and Murzin just always impressive. Every game of his feels so exciting to watch. What do we have going down the list? I actually wanted to take us to what I think is one of the most exciting positions that we've got in the round so far. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi, a guy that we haven't seen on those top boards until now. He's against Boris Gelfand, and he's playing an opening that's going to make everyone happy. What the heck is this maneuver? This is a Nimzo Indian, and I have to show exactly where it got wild. This variation is super fun to look at. So let's take a look at this Nimzo here, James, because this is a maneuver that you really do not see in chess very often. Like, so far, looks normal, right? Almost identical to that other Nimzo we were looking at. But wait till you see Rook A2, Rook F2. Hello, are we seeing what we're seeing?
This is funny.
E4, G4, H4. Now, tell me that this is somebody who played in a World Championship match. I would never believe you.
You never believe that, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't even believe it either. But it's funny because like it looks absolutely ridiculous, but it has a lot of merit to it. And one of the players I do respect when it comes to aggressive chess is Nepo. Actually, on his way up to playing in World Championships, winning the candidates twice, back to back. He was a very vicious player using the English, the Grunfeld with black, Sicilians, and etc. Before obviously some of this stuff happened. There's a pawn, bro. What? Yo, hey man, we gotta chill.
Handing the pawn over, and believe me, this is not the first time the world has ever seen this, but you definitely have to be in the chess world to know about a maneuver like this, an opening like this. This is not the first time that it's existed, but it's definitely bringing it out on the world stage like this is pretty serious. Gelfand is just taking stuff. He's saying, all right, I don't know what's going on, but I'm just going to take what's in front of me. We got tension in the center. An open center does not feel good for Nepo, right? You've got the king still there, but he says, I don't care. I said I was attacking. I'm attacking.
It's funny. He's all out attack here. I mean, he's going to go knight f5, and then lots of times you put the rook on g2 or g1, and then you go knight h6. Now you have to wait for, obviously, you need a few more pieces over there on that side of the board, but he's just all out attacking Gelfand like he just learned how to play chess. Like Gelfand is not a legendary player. So, I mean, it's cool to see. See if it works.
Yeah, g5 played, and Nepo is so known for just playing super quickly. He does that to a detriment. Even back in his World Championship match, some were critical. Like he moves too quick, take a moment. You wouldn't make those mistakes, but at the same time, that's how he gets those big time advantages. And let's get one thing right. His instincts are so dang good that he can play that fast, and he still, does extremely well most of the time. So here, I mean, he's just playing instantly, and yes, the engine favors black, but I think you could probably appreciate with this type of firepower on the F file here and the knight hopping in, Canty, this is not a position that you just look at and say, oh yeah, black's winning.
Oh, no, absolutely not. In fact, this is very vicious when it comes to attacking type of styles. F4 looks great. If you're an attacking player, you like to attack, you like tactics, this is nowhere near fun for black. And F4 is a huge possibility with everything. I mean, I'm already doubled. I have the pawns on G and H already. You have to calculate and use time. If you ever push the F pawn, D5, that whole diagonal A2 to G8 could be extremely weak with the queen coming to B3 with the loose D5 pawn. F4 is really strong. Knight of Fate. F4 can still be played, but there may be some problems with DE.
That's right.
There's all kind of ideas here. He's definitely in his wheelhouse.
He is. That's the point of the opening. So he can't complain now, but we'll leave this exciting and intriguing position for the moment. That rook lifted to the F2 square from A2. Very interesting maneuver. What about some of the other games up here near the top of the standings?
You know what, that's actually maybe not too far down, but Denis Lazovic and Luke McShane, the engine just jumped crazy there, but I think it's because there's some Greek gift possibilities, and the knight is so nasty on E8.
Lu Shanglei, right?
And I saw Lu and I saw S. I thought this was Luke McShane. But yes, Lu.
Shout out Luke McShane.
Shout out Luke. In fact, looks exactly the same almost there. You see the first few. Okay, and we see what we got. So yeah, this is like this Bishop H7 idea, which is hold on, bro.
I'm putting it on the table. I just
All right, hold on. You gotta check it. You always
gotta check it. Unfortunately, I think the issue is the check in the middle of the board, plus at bare minimum, queen F5 or knight F6. There will be no checkmate. So I like the fact that you're noticing this, but maybe we can just arrange it to work in a good way, because it does feel like white's doing amazing here.
Maybe just queen E2, which is simple too.
Queen E2, queen E4, bishop H6 if G6.
Yeah,
that looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie here. Dennis is close to converting. In fact, queen E2 to E4 type ideas. G6, and then you have H4, H5 at the bare minimum there. Maybe a rook F5, but bishop F4 defends, so you're fine there.
I like queen E2. I think that might be the best move. Otherwise, maybe just castle, and I'm not really sure what happens after this, but there's some sort of like queen h5. Also, I just realized when we castle, we're kind of threatening bishop h7 winning the rook.
Ooh, yikes. Even just
That's
getting
an
the king
idea.
out of the center. Very simple chess there with a big threat.
I like it. Denis Lazovic looking to right the ship after a good first day and then kind of a tough start to today. He's got 5.5 and looking for more.
All right, guys. Well, we know what's going on. I see you in chat talking about, you know, the genes and everything. We're all talking about the chess world just got shook up here as there's more drama. Guess what we have? We have a clip of Magnus being interviewed by Levy Rosman, and we can say he is not happy.
And it's okay. Like they can enforce their rules. That's fine by me. And my response is that fine. Then I'm out. Like f you.
I don't think anything more has to be said. Okay.
Well, yeah. I'm sorry for you know, for you guys and everybody at home. I hope you have a good rest of your holidays, and I'll see you at some point.
Yeah.
The mic. He said it, chat. He said it. This is a family channel. PG-13.
He dropped the bomb. He dropped the bomb.
He dropped the bomb. Well, I mean, he feels exactly how he feels. In fact, I saw in chat somebody says he's gone full Gary Kasparov here at this point. And I mean, at the end of the day, listen, hey, you know, I can't wear my jeans. You know, there's other stuff going on. Like, you guys don't know. That's crazy. But this is happening right now. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. I can't wear my jeans. I'm not playing. Like, come on, man. I can't wear my shirt. I'm not playing.
Yeah, you know, I think there's probably at least a few other people that have probably felt similarly or maybe even said similarly, but they weren't Magnus Carlsen. So it doesn't really hit the same. Obviously, someone of Magnus's stature in the chess community, in the chess world, on top of the chess world, doing something like this, that's a statement that might have further implications well past this. James, I start to wonder, you know, future tournaments with FIDE, is Magnus just going to be showing up in jeans from now on? I mean, who knows? If there's one thing I know about Magnus and that we've seen over the years, he's stubborn. And sometimes it's to a fault. You know, I happen to think that can be a very positive trait as well. You know, he's very principled, but he's definitely stubborn. And when he believes something, he really seems to stick to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to understand, like, you know, you want to be comfortable, you want to play, and like clothes really, as long as you're not looking really crazy, obviously, you know, you're looking presentable, business casual and professional, you know, business. Like that's what we wear. I don't understand. Like jeans, it could go with the suit. You can do that. I mean, that's a very fine outfit. We've seen it all time and time again. Jeans and a jacket. We're not like, oh, what jeans is Magnus wearing today? Like, it's more of what is he going to play in this game today? What we're looking for. We didn't care about any of that. So it really is crazy to see it this level.
Well, that's definitely going to be how some people remember this tournament. We will certainly do our best to make sure that we can get some memories of the chess and the people that are still here fighting for the top spots. But you got to wonder, people's takeaway from the World Rapid is going to be just, wait, isn't that tournament that Magnus wore those jeans?
Oh man, right. Oh, that is crazy. Yeah, that's the tournament of the jeans, right? Like, you know, how do you beat Magnus? There's a book like, you know, how to beat Magnus Carlsen, and then the first page is actually jeans. It's just a pair of jeans, you know. And like, oh my goodness, I figured it out. It's the jeans. You know, it'll sell. It'll sell a lot of copies, I promise.
There you go. Well, I also kind of wonder, James, we have the Grishuk and Norderbeck match that I have on my screen right here. I want to take a look at. I was also just kind of thinking to myself, man, would it have gone the same way, do you think, if Magnus was leading the event? Like, is he principled to the point where he would have behaved the same way with a first place score? I think that's an interesting thing to think about, because while I am the first to say, look, he's very stubborn, I also can, you know, he's realistic. If he's leading the event, I'm not sure I want to exit stage left over a pair of jeans when I got first place on the line. And Not to say that he's not capable of winning first from the position he was in. I definitely don't count him out, not for a second, but it's fair to say he wasn't on the best score, right?
Yeah, that's actually that's a point of it too as well. If I was in first place, okay, yeah, if Magnus in first, it is what it is. Yeah, all right, cool. I'll go change my pants. Forget the adult language, right? But whatever.
Right.
Person, and then okay, whatever. I'll put the pants on. But he wasn't having the greatest tournament. So because he's not having the greatest tournament either, he's like, I'm just fed up. I'm already pissed. I'm not having the greatest, and now you're gonna tell me I got to change my jeans?
Yeah. Last straw.
Bro, man, step outside. Somebody's gonna have to step outside. Matter of fact, me and the jeans gonna have to step outside. Like, this is getting serious now.
Well, that's exactly where he is going to step, outside the playing venue. And unless he's reinstated, which I think it's fair to say both FIDE and Magnus are going to be probably stubborn on this issue. I think after that clip, I don't think we'll be seeing Magnus for the Blitz portion of the World Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate, but also something that is going to heat up the chess world. Things may be changed, things may be said. There's going to be things happening behind closed doors and come out to light to all of us very soon, guys. But of course, hey, make sure you're here watching us. We'll give you all the insights, and obviously being on chess.com and Reddit.
That's right, and don't think that this whoever wins this tournament. I wouldn't say that there's an undeserving feeling. You can say that about pretty much any tournament that Magnus isn't in. Like, oh, but if Magnus was in it might have been different. Honestly, he wasn't near the top of the standings, and as I said, I don't count him out of potentially winning it had he been in the tournament. Let's focus on the guys that actually are near the top of the standings here and fighting for those first place spots. Alexander Grishuk down on time, shocker, I know, against Norderbeck. But he's in a position that I think he is methodically improving step by step. One thing that I like here is the opportunity to take on f5. I'm going to put that move on the board here. And when you take back, I think it's a big decision to make here. If you take with the g-pawn, one thing that always stands out to me, yes, I might need to move this queen just to get out of that dangerous c-file, but the knight can always reroute knight g5, knight h3, knight f4, and your rook is stuck defending that h-pawn, maybe with queen e2. I feel like that h-pawn is kind of a long-term liability. And Grishuk he does take on f5. That moves on the board, takes, and okay, everything we just mentioned, there you see it. I think advantage Grishuk here.
And one thing I admired about Mon's game is that, he is just a positional monster when it comes to these slow, grindy positions, London system, Queen's Indian, very slow in game, right?
That's true. That's my style.
But he plays it to one of the best I've ever seen, in fact. So very good. Very good observation. Obviously, finding the plan there very quickly too. Knight h3, play g3 to hold h4, knight f4, queen f3, h5 is hanging. Very nice.
Yeah, and we might see the knight kind of swing over to g6, taking away that square. But then you see that black kind of committed everything over there. I think after this move, seeing that the commitment is happening, yes, Alexander Grishuk, great understanding, says, you know what? If you're bringing the knight there and you're castling or maybe bringing the king, you are going to be so slow. How about rook a5, rook a1, hitting the b pawn, hitting the a pawn? Not sure he's going to be able to cover both sides at once. Grishuk, so far, playing a fantastic game.
Man, bro, I got to stretch. Every time I look at Grishuk, I just remind you, hey, everybody stretch, Jack. Everybody at home, I'm going to need you to just do one of these. Good one. You know what I mean? Just real quick, posture check, chat, posture check. We're going to have to, man, I can just feel that. I can feel all of that.
Yeah, this is a position where Norderbeck might feel like he's the one that's getting squeezed, though. Not a very comfortable position to be in. So on the top boards, I think that Grishuk actually has the most sizable advantage of almost any of the boards so far.
Grishuk actually too as well, he's kind of flying under the radar. As you'll see in these events, there's so many players that you're just like, oh, he's here. Oh, snap. Oh, right. And then, there's players that you don't even mention that are actually, really rising up quickly.
Yep.
Of course. And really it's about pairings, it's about how you're feeling. And cool. There's pressure off of them too as well. Like there's pressure off of Hikaru or a Magnus or a Alireza, or pressure on them because they're, oh, I'm supposed to perform. You're expecting this, right? Everyone's watching you, type of thing. And then Grisha and other players, even like Murzin, he's like, I'm just gonna come here and play. That's it. I'm just gonna come here and play. And you see Murzin up there at the top here with someone you wouldn't even consider being in the top, on the top as he is right now. Even Nerditsky, people are like, oh, we rooted for Danya, but you know, Danya was so good, and he lost one game. I don't know how he's doing now. Actually, we need to check that at some point. Pull that up.
Yeah,
okay, Drew.
Yeah, the thing with Danya's game was that he was the first one to draw and kind of maybe set the tone and say, look, I'm exhausted. Happy to make a draw, call it a day for now, and come back strong tomorrow. He had a great day, should be said, today. Bit of a setback in that previous round, his first loss of the event, but still, he'd have to be satisfied, you know, before the tournament. If he could just teleport to right now and be like, yeah, I'll be, you know, have a top 10 score going into the final day. I say, handshake. Yeah, I'll take that. Thanks very much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, get out of there, man. You worked hard. You got more chess steel. Absolutely take that draw, man. You know, it's very good. We have more chess to come. Let's bounce around. I'm going to see anything exciting going on.
Sevian and Giri does look like just a very equal position, symmetrical and everything. So I do think that one is just going to be a draw. Very, very likely there. There is the game between Lenier Dominguez and Esipenko on board 4. That's, once again, that Dominguez, e4, e5 position. He knows these Ruy Lopez positions so well. This reminds me of the game that I believe he played against Hans Niemann earlier in the event. And you and I dropped in at a position similar to this, and we were thinking, man, once again, Dominguez, he knows these positions in and out, and it just feels like we're in his wheelhouse. I'm getting the same feeling once again.
That's kind of crazy because this is actually very reminiscent of that position. It's like they played the same thing, and I'm sure Lanier actually went to check it. You know, like that's what you do as a player. When you finish the round, when you're done for the day, you go check. You go see, well, oh, I could have played this. Oh, I missed this whole idea. Oh, I didn't do this because of this. Right? So I'm sure he probably checked it, but maybe some small subtleties, differences here, as he is lower on time. So he's trying to figure out something that has caught his eye. Do I trade queens or not? How do I trade queens if I'm trading?
Yeah, the actual... The reality is, let's just say everything trades. You know, you see a position like this, you're like, oh, let me grab the knight in the middle. Let me maybe take this queen first, do all the trades. And look, I won a pawn. Very happy with that. But then comes the counterplay. Rook to c2. You've got to watch your e-pawn. You've got to watch the bishop. You've got to watch the a-pawn behind it. Yes, you can play rook b1, but you've got a position where almost nothing can move. Everything is stuck defending something. So he's probably thinking to himself, do I want to be up a pawn, but just completely passive? Like, you know, he's probably weighing the options.
I think he offered a draw. I'm not sure. Maybe I thought I saw him say something and Esipenko nod, like, okay, you know, obviously when you offer a draw, they're like, all right, you know, let me see. I won't take
right. I think you might be right due to the move that is on the board. Like that looks like a move where that offer could make some sense. So
yeah,
perhaps that is the case. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be a draw here. I mean, he just sees everything going through, and then rook c2, and I can't move much.
Yep,
but
I can see that.
Everything's kind of...
So maybe a draw on that board as well. Still, Grishuk looks like the most eligible to get a win in this one. And going down the list, man, and it does look like a draw, agreed. Yep, in that one between Dominguez and Esipenko, as they discuss the game. I'm looking to discuss that position that we saw earlier, but I think this is going to be wrapped up here, James.
Wrapped up indeed. Grishuk is still working, doing his thing, and as we wait for that game to conclude and also see some more fireworks, let's move over to the women's section where there's some crazy updates. In fact, Pates is playing Zhu Jiner right now with an incredible attack, or at least the potential of one, with Pates playing with the white pieces. So looking really, really promising for white. I'm curious to see what this was. This seems like this was maybe a Kali or Trumpowski. You know, I can see these type of positions from Trumpowski's with aggressive intentions. Also Jobava's. I mean, it's a few of these that could happen, but the pawn being on c3. What was this opening choice here?
Yeah, this actually looks like, for me, this looks like a London. I'm not gonna lie. I'm now gonna go and have a look, but it really looks like a London. Looks like a position I've had before. Okay, and it is a London.
A London.
And it looks like Queen C7 London specifically, and the way that you play against the Queen C7 London, why I think this is just the best London to play, is you get to take the bishop, kind of waste black's time, right? 2 queen moves to recapture, and then you quickly slot your knight into e5, and then you got f4 to back it up. So you kind of get to play a stone wall without the worst piece in the stone wall. Tell me you're not interested in that.
I am 100% interested in that. Absolutely brilliant. F4. And she was able to save the bishop too. The bishop that attacks.
Yep. Yeah, you're not castled here, so there's no rook on f1. And look at this amazing position here. Full on the attack. Rook g1, knight f3. Everything's coming into play. Knight g5. We have takes on f5 next. King f2, and we can even double up the rooks. Yeah, this is a massive advantage for Elizabeth Peitz here in this one.
There is a vicious attack brewing here. You can smell the tactinos. Of course, I can take castles and threaten stuff like rook g7. I know this. I do this a lot. I do this so much on stream. Of course, with these type of positions, with the rook on g1, it's so much fun. You're just loving your position here. You obviously open the file. Maybe castles. Is knight e4, rook g7, king takes, rook check, king h8. It's not there yet. But it's very
I like this, though, as a move. Like, just to get that in there. Of course, taking is also an idea, but I just think you're not interested in that. Let's go the Canty route with castles and just preparing, potentially even, rook g7. I don't know if it's working now, but it looks so close.
Absolutely. It's very, very close to working. I mean, white is for choice here, as we just have so much potential of vicious attacks here. Vicious.
Yep. Very dominant position there. I would expect to see that attack crash through for white. Looking at some of the other games, one that definitely stood out to me, looking at the top boards there, was up on board number 3, Alexandra Kostenyuk up against Carissa.
Okay, that's a heavyweight matchup there. Carissa's playing black, so this was most likely King's Indian, but this was maybe e4 though.
Yeah, I think
what this was
e4, e5, but it did transpose to that Fianchetto setup. So you're right; it's kind of like against e4, you can't really play the King's Indian, but she found a way to pretty much play the King's Indian.
Yeah, Gawain Jones uses that as e5 course. It's for the King's Indian players. It's nice. It's nice. I ain't gonna lie, it's a good choice. Takes okay, queen of 6. Yeah.
This pawn on a5, quite annoying, means you can never defend that pawn on b7 by playing b6. Are we going to see the kind of uncomfortable looking rook b8 here? Because I'm actually seeing the expansion maybe happen in the center, like a d5, bishop a3. There's some tempi to be gained.
Some very nice tempi to be gained. I like d5, rook b1, c4, bishop b2. Trading that way. I mean, expanding. There's lots of choices for white here. Definitely like it. Maybe bishop e3, d5, bishop d4. You got a lot of ways to expand here.
Hey, if we're feeling like grabbing a pawn in honor of Yasser Seirawan, maybe your idea, bishop e3, d5, but bishop a7.
Yes, Amana. Yes. I do like pawns. I definitely will grab the pawn.
I know. It's like he's here with us right now.
Yes, always. Back in Tilburg, 87. Yes.
Instead, a different way, not in the spirit of Yasser at all, bishop a3. Looking to activate the bishop here, and I can't blame her. It looks like a decent move. I don't think there's time for knight takes a5, so not too worried about that.
Yeah, maybe knight takes queen a4, knight moves, bishop takes a3. Nice. That's pretty good. Indian didn't like it, but okay, so we move the rook, I assume, and then what is the idea after? Oh, d5, knight a5, but I have b6. It's out.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about that. The knight takes a5 pawn, like, it really is going to be a loss of a pawn if we're not careful. So this bishop move, look, if the rook goes here, you kind of understand, right? Because then you win that b7 pawn. But what if the rook goes to d8? Then d5 becomes a move because I'm looking at bishop e7. So knight takes, and this must be the position that was maybe underestimated by Kosteniuk. If you move the queen away, the rook can actually just take the pawn. So you have to go here. But then it seems like we can play defense against this move by, rook d7 or rook e8 or something.
Oh, yeah, there's just nothing there. Yeah, so you do have to be careful of the pawn. That's all it's about.
Right. Exactly right. So I not 100% sure what I would do here, but it certainly looks like bishop a3, not the finest move, and maybe Carissa Yip can get back into the game with rook d8. I think rook d8, based on all those calculations, was actually the move she needed to play, but this one is still fine. It's just, I think we're back to Kosteniuk kind of being slightly better here, as we know.
Definitely slightly better indeed. I think Alice Lee and Irene Sakundar are actually having a great game as well. That one's something to pay attention to with this rook on d6, looking like doubling, and also maybe some rook takes f6 ideas. Even if queen d7, there's a rook takes c6. So some fire on that board, I think.
Let's have a look. That's Alice Lee with the white pieces. Irene Sukandar playing with black, and wow, knight hanging on b3, as you said, but intermezzo, rook d6. So before I deal with that, why don't you deal with this? Rook d6, hitting the queen. Initial thoughts are, I'm definitely looking at this position and assuming that white is doing quite well, ahead in development, rook on d6, penetrating the position. But the more that I actually start to look deeper in the position, I'm like, wait a minute. If the knight moves, maybe a knight d4 is happening, it's starting to feel like white's pieces could almost be too far up the board, like too overextended. So we'll see what the next couple moves are, but eyeballing the e2 pawn is Irene.
Yeah, in fact, that's queen g4, by the way, question mark, didn't like that, but yeah, it's actually for more knight d4 type ideas. I guess I have e3 attacking the knight, like a knight going to d2. If knight d7, maybe I go queen d5 or something, maybe queen a3 also, but I guess e3 is just a way to handle this knight d4 move, which e5 is hanging there. Then the knight's hanging. So it's tricky. It's actually very tricky. I guess knight d2 is nice. Maybe you go knight c1 too. It's kind of strange, but knight c1 possibility.
The question is, do you care about the pawn or do you not? I'm with you, James. I think knight d2 and just say, look, you want to take it, go for it. There has to be something there for me. Bishop f3?
You know what? Exactly. Is that just trapping the queen?
I think I just got it.
And that's funny because I was like, I just wanted to sack, which I always like to do. Rook takes f6 and knight e4, but bishop f3 is clean. Just get rid of the queen. I'll take that from you. You don't need it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the generosity.
And I think that's maybe what Irene missed, because playing this move, but then just not being able to actually play the next move you're clearly threatening, that's a problem. So I feel like she may have assumed she could take on e2 and is now realizing that is not the case.
That is not the pawn I should be even getting close to. I cannot capture that.
And how about the battle on board one? Just Ju Wenjun, Katarina Lacknow. There almost is not a more high-profile matchup that we could get here in the women's section than this. We look like we're in a Queen's Gambit kind of position where white has just played the move e4 and captured. And yes, it was e4. And a couple moves ago, what a move that was missed. Bishop takes h3. I feel like we've seen this theme today a few times. Takes, if it's captured back, knight h4. Cold-blooded move. Just looking to bring the queen in. Knight f3, queen f3. Everything looking good for black.
That's cold, bro. I'm not going to lie. That knight h4 move is just, that's vicious. The queen is too far away. Bishop's not good. Knight doesn't help. Knight g3 runs into queen f3. So, but there's bishop f1 there. Oh, I just take everything. Take. King h1, knight f3 hits the rook, and mate on g1.
Everything is just coming apart there with bishop h3. So not played, obviously, just the simple capture. Queen back to d8. This is the current position, and the time is about equal. The position is about equal as well as white. I really would say taking on d6 makes a lot of sense, because if black plays this, I don't think I like dealing with those two bishops.
Yeah, those bishops are nice, especially that bishop h3 idea. Is white the idea? She missed it though. It happens. I gotta calculate the rest of the stuff there. Whoa, there's a pawn on f5. Harika is looking to strike, actually. F5. The question is, but there's a bishop hanging on G5. Let's definitely go into there real quick. See how
That's
Harika's...
board number 2.
Right,
Harika against Lei Ting-Jie. And yeah, you're right. Pawn on F5. How are we taking it?
There's also, I mean, question, are they taking on G5 either? Like, are we taking the bishop or are we taking the pawn here? Probably the pawn, but then bishop F6 takes...
So if we take the bishop first, then this takes back, queen takes G5. It does feel like white is extremely, extremely happy here because everything's locked up, and that's where black's doubled pawn is. So it feels like white just has an extra pawn here, even though it's not actually the case.
Okay, and the other situation is taking on F5.
Right, and if we take back, that's, I think, an option there. Seems to make the most sense, kind of the exact same idea. You could also take on F6 with queen takes H6, but I would say this kind of feels like it makes more sense.
Yeah, this feels better. We also keep bishop H6 alive as well, but I was curious about the knight F5 move here. So knight F5, what happens now?
Yeah, because you can't take this. If you take here, I can see how queen takes is not the move, so it got to be bishop takes.
Correct.
But then what are we really doing? Bishop G5 is coming, knight E3. I'm not feeling this.
That's what I thought as well. I was not feeling this too much, as it can be captured and it is on the board. This is actually may be happening right now, as she does take the pawn on F5.
Now the other move is this one. Will we see bishop takes F6 and queen takes H6? That's the only other continuation. Bishop retreats. Queen's going to have to go back somewhere. But do we believe in this?
I feel like this one gives me more Grand Prix vibes of like the Grand Prix Sicilian.
Yeah.
And here I still have the F file open, and my queen is in a better spot than it was before. So this may be the best bet, which looks like that's happening. That's on live board. Bishop F6.
Let's see it. Yeah, bishop takes F6. So I think the line that we just saw may occur on the board. Bishop back to G7, queen H5, and Lei Ting-Jie, will she play? Takes on E4, followed by F5 again, and maybe even just sack that pawn and say, I've got the two bishops. Pawns are mobile.
What, you mean after queen H5 takes an F5 again?
Yeah.
Bro, that is crazy. Oh, I thought you meant after pawn takes. I was actually thinking of the...
Here, send the bishop back, and basically, can you get organized? Because I'm not going to lie, I don't really care about this b pawn that much if I can use these bishops and these pawns, but I don't know if I can.
This is something. Maybe there's like G4 just to open up the light.
Wow. I like that idea. I like what you're doing there, Mr. Canty. G4, bishop E4 ideas.
I am a fan. Aggressive chess. Open up the lines. If we can attack, we will attack. But this is
back at you with rook B6, right?
Oh, gee. Yeah, rook B6 is coming.
Speaking of attack.
It's quite annoying.
All right, queen H5 played. So there you go. There are definitely some games heating up here in the women's section. 5.5 points out of 7 for these ladies. This is the last round of the day. So, you want to go home in a good mood, right?
Yeah, you want to go home on a win if you can. And a lot of times, especially if you lose a game, I'm sure, you're just still thinking about that game. Man, I lost that game, even though you have to go into the next round. That's what it is.
That's right. Well, should we check back in with the open section, especially because those games, I think, are going to be a little bit closer to time trouble because they were underway first, so we can get back to the women's section once we see more action. But right now, things are heating up. We can report a lot of results. Jan Nepomniachtchi steamrolled Boris Gelfand in that crazy attacking position where he brought the rook over from the queen side. Lots of draws on the top boards. Lenier, Giri, Naroditsky. But we have to go to the games that are still on. How about Hikaru Nakamura and Volodar Murzin? Hikaru trying to win this endgame where, if we're saying he's better, it's only because of the pawn structure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Murzin's playing out of his mind here. Playing as good as he is, and also holding Hikaru here. Like, this is just a dead even game. So Murzin is playing exactly very impressive chess here. good to see he's looking to solidify himself somewhere into the top of the standings here going into tomorrow.
Yep. The games on the top boards, I have to say, what we were mentioning earlier is probably still the case, that I would jump straight to Alexander Grishuk's game because he has a real opportunity to beat Norderbeck here, but as you can expect, he has less than 20 seconds.
This is like a superpower, like he gets activated. Super Grishuk, after 3 minutes. I don't know where that happens, but he just locks in. Look at that. A resignation.
No, I think
was it a draw?
That's going to be a repetition, and that's going to be repetition. Norderbeck is going to be very happy to claim.
Wow.
And Grishuk realizes, the time ticking, he just couldn't find it in himself to play a different move. Wow, definitely off the hook there is Norderbeck, but we can all appreciate playing with that time pressure. You could make a mistake too, but I'm just thinking, man, how do you not play King E1? That guy's knight's on H8, it's not even playing chess right here.
Yeah, it's King E1, and you just try to push the pawn through, but yeah, a little bit of being tired. Also, maybe his back hurts a little bit, sitting like that.
I believe it.
Look like it, But also, again, I'm at the top of the leaderboards, somewhere near there. Difficult game, got to draw.
Yep, that's true.
We're talking about it too, which is good. So, but he just puts himself in these time situations, which it does happen. And I like to see. I think if he gives himself a little bit more time, he'd be able to convert some more positions. But it happens. He likes the time trouble. We always know that.
Well, I'm going to take us around to the live games. Fabi is playing Pranav, and this one is really, it's a type of position that the engine's like 0.00, yeah. But I look at this and I think, okay, somebody's losing. There's no way that we end up in a draw here. We got the king on the run. I feel like we've seen this type of idea before. Queen D7 played, and who do you trust in this position more? The knight here is the saving grace for White's king. Meanwhile, Black's king is under fire.
I actually like Black here because I can just, every time you configure one way, I go the other way. Meaning, if you get a check on G4, cool, I go H7. You go back to C8 and then try to check me on H8, I'm going back to G6. So this back and forth here is never going to give White time to coordinate the type of position he's looking for. So I think Black is going to have a little bit more chances than White here.
I hear you. Trying to coordinate maybe on the G2 pawn, but the rook is just not placed correctly. Rook E8, maybe a move that was missed. Very, very strong there. Not what you like to see.
H4 maybe? Maybe a Queen H4 now. I wonder if White...
Is that 2 seconds? 5 seconds? You made his move just in the nick of time. But now, maybe we'll see F4 from Fabiano and get the knight out, and the tide could be shifting in this game right now.
Easy spot for him too as well, but he plays Rook H8 instead. Queen G4.
Yep. Could also play Queen F5 here, but I don't really know how the resulting position would be. Queen there. Mistake. Huge blunder. Stopping Queen G4 checkmate, but F4 says, well, hello, did you forget about this one?
And also after H5, there's Knight F3 with Knight H4 mate.
Ooh, Knight F3. That looks pretty good. There is some sort of Queen to C1.
Go King H2. Oh, he takes. The sacrifice. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And if check, I go Knight G1. I have to, I guess.
So the interesting thing is maybe this check first would have been good, because then if Knight G1, you don't have to sack. So maybe he did that in the wrong order, but it could have been an interesting idea the other way around.
Fabi looking to close this out. Queen takes pawn.
Yep. And now with the extra piece, I think maybe we can leave Fabi to potentially convert this one. It does look like he's going to handle it with Pranav down a piece here. I want to go right up to board number 1. It's Arjun Erigaisi, Vyacheslav Duda. This is for the lead in the tournament going in to the final day. You have to stick around for this time scramble, because honestly, anything can happen, but Duda with the upper hand.
Duda definitely with the upper hand here. He has he just has the activity, because we got the same amount of pieces. But activity, Black is a little bit more active. I'm not as coordinated, though. I can't just maybe, King D2? Maybe he wants Rook D1. I take E3. You take C1.
Yeah, King F2. d4 looks not very trustworthy.
Right. Yeah.
Not sure what to make of that one. But yeah, king d2, as you said, maybe knight c4, and that knight's not looking great. On the board.
Take.
Yep.
This is kind of shaky, but I'm okay. It's getting away. The question is, does he take the knight or not? Probably not. But then e5's hanging, so
yeah,
maybe we should take this knight and just say, you know what, it is what it is. You want to draw, bro? There it is. Takes. Rook g1.
He does do it.
Checks.
Okay, but there's still a lot that's going to happen here. Most likely, white is going to have to go rook a6 check and try to get the king up to d5 because he is going to have to take. He's probably going to play rook g2. And white's most likely going to go king c4, rook a6, king d5, and try to use the active king to make a draw.
It's looking like that. Where these boys will share half a point. Still be at the top.
Well, because it's in a rook endgame, I think we'll leave this one now. It does seem to be trending more towards a draw. Hikaru Nakamura and Volodar Murzin are entrenched in a time scramble battle. This is one that we need to tune into. And wow, we have to tune in because Volodar Murzin could be about to win against Hikaru Nakamura after a big back-to-back blunders.
Okay, knight f2, king e2, c3, king takes, king e2. I'm good. So what is the move? Oh, he missed again, but Hikaru with that, he not liking this at all. But
there's one move.
The rook.
Played it. The only move on the whole board, king c7, and Hikaru's head is to the skies here. Why is this move so good? What's the difference?
Wow. There's rook c8 check. That's why.
That's why he couldn't play c3, and otherwise c3 is winning.
Right, c3 wins. So he had to have that. Wow. Murzin again. Who is this kid?
How does he keep doing it? He's going to resign the game. Heartbreak, because when I was tuning in, it was actually just balanced here. Definitely black seems to be the one pushing, right? You got the white king cut off, but Murzin hardly contained his excitement there. I mean, what a moment for the kid. This is just beautiful. But yeah, it was this a couple moves ago, back-to-back double question mark blunders from Hikaru unfortunately cost him the game. Murzin takes the win and moves to 7 out of 9.
I mean, what an incredible performance here. Like, you would think it would be Magnus doing that, or Fabiano, even Hikaru. It's Murzin.
And we have to take the action back to board number 1. Ultimately, a win here would put, I believe, perhaps into sole first place. Whoever was able to do it, even though black's up a pawn, even though they're connected pawns, we have an important concept here, which is king activity. That, I believe, will mean that this is going to be a draw.
Looking very draw-like. Ivanchuk looking like a draw as well. Lots of draws. Bach seems to be getting a win. And other games as well.
That does look like a draw. Agreed. Repetition with rook c5 check and king back. So a draw agreed means I think we're going to have a tie up at the top. Let's continue to look at a few games here. It looks like we have, still quite some games going in the open. Vasil Ivanchuk is still playing his game. One of those positions where you're up a pawn, but you know that you have no winning chances.
It all start tough. There's nothing.
Well, most of the games are wrapping up here in the open, James. Should we head over to the women's to catch the action as we approach the time scrambles there? What do you think?
Sure. Let's see what's over there. See what's left. Who's at the top of the leaderboard over there?
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Do it.
And I think in board 1, we had Ju Wenjun and Katarina Lacno making a draw. So sort of a peaceful result up at the very top. But potential advantages to be claimed on just about every other board here. Surprise, surprise, though, James, or not at all. That attack that we looked at between Peitz and Ju Jenner earlier, that ended up working for white. I mean, it was huge advantage on that board.
Huge advantage. Oh yeah, probably. It was already made in 11 when we were there. So of course, even with some errors there is still be mate in 17 max. So
That's right.
pretty good.
That's right.
Pretty good game. Nice.
Rook d1, hitting the pawn here. Harika against Lei Ting-ji. The b pawn could also be under fire after a move like bishop f8, or sorry, even better, of course, b6, rather than removing the bishop back. Same idea. Knight e5, get the knight out of the way, take on b3. Fighting for a draw here is black, but I think maybe successful after this move.
95 is going to be quite annoying. It is going to break up my pawns, which means I might have to push them, which makes them a little bit more weak. But if I could get the d pawn, I may be okay. Knight takes, 95, and there it is. Knight takes e5, forced, bishop takes, and b4. Try not to give up anything.
Yeah, b4 looks like the only move to really keep playing the game. Knight takes d4, we'll just get massive trades, and it will end up in a drawn rook endgame, the classic in high-level chess. b4 is the last attempt to keep fighting, keep playing, try to get a win. But we'll see if that happens.
We will. See if that happens. b4. Black can try to push, but if we get rid of the b pawns and the d pawn, you know, white has really nothing to worry about. Black is just a little bit more active. And we have a trade. Now, yeah, this should be just a draw because I'm going to take on d4 if you'll let me. If d3 happens, okay, maybe the bishop holds the c pawn. I am going to push c5, take, but your rook is holding the d pawn. So here we go. Rook b3. She says, I take one, you take one.
Yeah, it looks like knight takes d4 is a move you almost have to play here. The only other way I can see, a fight is maybe knight a7 trying to get to c6. But of course you take. We will see the capture. And these pawns will trade after black plays rook takes b4 and b5, which means it'll be a 2-on-1 over here. Not a complete draw because there is an outside pass pawn, but definitely a draw with best play. So rook endgames, always a draw.
Rook games always drawn, right? Rook check, maybe rook c8. Probably try to hold there, walk the king up. It'll take some time.
Yep, this will definitely take some time. We'll leave this one for now. I kind of wanted to take a look at Kosteniuk against Carissa Yip because we saw that one earlier and it looked like an advantage brewing for Kosteniuk, but now we're in a position where Carissa is down a pawn and trying to defend same color bishops, but rooks on the board, and Kosteniuk has an opportunity to just show that technique that she's known for.
Rook e2 followed by pushing. Okay, that's the idea here. Not the easiest without the blue arrow, to be honest. You're just trying to find something. But after process of elimination, I mean, what can you actually do by attacking? So rook e2 is a very findable move here. It's probably not the first on the radar as we're looking at so many other moves you could play. H4 type ideas just to be be patient and etc. Because you can't really move anything else. And we'll see what happens.
No, you can't. We have rook a4 played in this game.
Sure, bishop a5. Interesting. Yeah, they probably want bishop a5. I was assuming here, but this one looks like a draw. Like TJ, and here we go.
Yeah, we're still on the camera from the other game, so I'll bring up the I'll bring up the board to match it so that made more sense there. But now we're on the Alexandra and Carissa Yip game, which is where I think more of the action is for now. But you're in this position where it's like, man, I can't actually get these pawns moving. Like I have an extra one, but I can't convince anyone that that they're doing anything. Maybe h4, h5 I might try.
Yeah, h4, h5, and then rook e2, e5 is like a good plan. But I guess rook e2 and they want e5, but I guess he's not doing it because of f5, which makes total sense. And I think they just agreed on a draw. Yeah.
Wow. That's quite something. Yeah, I think that actually was moving the pawn out of the way to put the kings there for the draw. So that move did not happen on the board. Hey, look, these players do not have the luxury of seeing that eval bar go up and down. I don't think you look at this position and think, oh, that's completely winning for white, nice and easy. No, the double pawns don't feel like you have an extra pawn at all. Not that easy.
It's also a long day of chess. So, okay, you know what? Listen, I'm not getting anything from here. Just take a draw, get out of here. No problems, no issues with a few games left.
Yeah, I think, a position like this, bishop takes a5, bishop takes c5, king d3, you start to realize, oh, the rook may come in and cause some havoc. You don't want that type of stress. So, make the draw, move on to the next one, and
get out of there.
That's right. Looking at the game, which might not last very long, between Nino and Humpy on board 4, we may actually be, I was going to say, is that checkmate? Because I came over the move before this and I was thinking, dang, this looks pretty good for black, but that is actually checkmate, folks.
That is checkmate. As you can see, all the pieces were just knocked over here. No, I'm kidding. But this was just with gathering the pieces, and on that board,
that's right. Checkmate on board. Well, we're on board 2 here. The only game at the top of the table still going, Harika and Leiting J. And allowing c5 here is a real mistake from Leiting J. I'm surprised by this because you really want to trade those pawns, and she allowed a moment for white to play c5. I don't know if it's winning, but it definitely looks possible.
That's the scary thing about these is that, you're down the pawn, and sometimes even the nerves and the psych part starts to creep in. I'm down a pawn. Did I mess this up? Also being low on time. Like, there's so many factors that, besides the position going on with when these players are playing, so many scenarios going on in your head.
And this looks winning because you can offer the exchange of rooks. That is a very powerful asset here.
Very powerful and very, very good. Okay. King d7. Bring the king up. Bring the rook over. Yep. And we are getting some action.
Wow, this might just be winning. c6 and rook e7. Looks quite good. To win this rook endgame from Harika is so impressive. This is a battle on 5.5 points. Moving to 6.5 out of 8 in the women's would very likely put her right up at the top of the standings.
She's looking good here. King d8, rook d7, king c5. Push, king b6. Rook moves. I don't know. We might be able to do it. She might go for this king c5, king b6 idea after rook d7. It is very playable. First, probably starting with rook d7, just to see where you go. Then consider king c5 to b6.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Leiting J, I think the amount of time on the clock for Harika might be enough to be confident playing c7 check, king c6, and king b6. That was winning on the spot there with rook e8. Instead, rook b7 played. In my opinion, this is the most natural move. Get behind that pass pawn, and then maybe even hide your king.
Now is... the problem is... Okay, I'll still have these extra pawns, though, because I'm considering... there's going to be some checks. I move the king over. Maybe you check me again. I take the pawn. You take as well. What?
Yeah, surprisingly, on that last move, king e6, b2, and the amazing king f7, hiding from all the checks, and then using the h-pawn may have been the way to go.
Whoa!
It was not played. King d6, king c8. Are they repeating? Surely not. Surely not. Yes, king e6 played. Black missed rook d1, which would have held.
She found it. She's found the idea.
Amazing.
She will not let this one go.
That is such a strong idea. Hiding behind the pawn, you can just see the shock of this move settling in. Imagine not taking your opponent's pawn for free is the correct move.
Like, yo, did you slip? You wanted to take that, right? I'll let you take it back.
Yeah, I'll let you take it. In fact, I'll remove it from the board.
Yeah, you wanted to take this, right? Okay, cool.
King f7. The move is so powerful, there's no response. f5 played. Most likely king f6, but we'll see.
Very nice.
I do think if you play h4, you can kind of run into f4, rook f1, and all the pawns fall. So you're not out of the woods yet, but king f6 is just so strong. Now, I think this game is over.
Man, rook over to g1, attacking the g3 pawn. I have to take.
Yep, must take on b2.
Take and take.
Rook takes on g3, and then honestly, I think I'm between h4 and rook h2. They both look decent, but h4 getting the king involved and maybe having this rook for the c2 pawn could be the way to go.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, does rook h2 actually work? But yeah, h4 is, gives you, okay, I got both pawns. Like,
right.
Yeah, I'd rather have both.
So difficult to keep finding the only move every single time but Harika is doing it. H4. Every other move was a draw.
Under time, under pressure, she's working, getting it done. Under time and under pressure here. And men's games are open, is ending in a few games there. It's like 2 wins and a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, King F5, F3, King F4, Rook G2. Careful. Actually messed
that
that.
would be scary. That's the tricks, right? It's tricks, and you have to try them. Like you have to.
Probably F3. We need Rook F2, so that's not an idea. And I think we're looking at a position that's winning here. So Harika is showing amazing technique in this very delicate endgame.
There it is. Rook F2 found King F7 or King C7 and push. I think we push.
Yeah, King there. I would go King F4 just to like get the Rook out of here. Maybe H5 does the job as well, but I feel like King F4, King G4, just make sure you kind of kick that Rook out, win the pawn, and then cut that King off very, very far away. And that should be the King cut off far enough away from the H-pawn that it is winning. I think it's just in time.
I like it. King F4, King G4. Should be enough. Should be enough here. There is some possibilities to obviously mess it up, but not very likely.
Okay, and we're seeing this all on the board. Rook H3, King G4, Rook H1. I think it makes the most sense to just take the pawn, King takes, and Rook D3. Cut the King off. It is 1, 2, 3, 4 files away from the H-pawn. That is enough to win. If you know your endgames, this should be good enough. However, if the King was 1 file closer and Rook E3, I don't think it would be, because the winning method usually involves some sort of like, bringing the Rook down here to G8 and then getting your King out of the corner, because when you advance these King and pawn up the board, you'll find a position where your King's on H8, pawn's on H7. I think you should be getting win here.
No, that's crazy, because that's the only way to win it, and the only way to draw it is getting the King to C2 in the right time. So you can go King C1 or King C2 back and forth, and your King is in time, and then moving the Rook around, obviously not allowing the King to get out, basically. And the King is able to get out, as we're just going to walk around. As you see check, we get closer to the pawn. Yeah, we're going to push at some point, King H6.
Yep. So Black will do her best, checking, keep the King cut off, basically have the King on C7 and just kind of hold that position. But I think what's going to happen is, let's say the King's on C7, covering all 3 of these squares. The Rook cuts the King off, and we have the King and pawn up the board. That's a very likely position to end up in. I guess White would just play a move like, Rook F3 or something, and just kind of get the Rook down like that, and try to make it happen. Rook F8, Rook G8.
Right. He's just going to bring the King up and push.
So I wonder if this is enough here, but certainly looks like it. That King looks far enough away.
Yeah, we can just back up, and you just zigzag your way up there. So, right, Rook to D2, King B3, A2, A3. It's the same process.
Yeah, I think you can even build your bridge now, right? Rook G5 and just King G7 and walk the H-pawn. The King is so far away.
Late TJ looking for any type of play or counterplay or any type of hope. Time is ticking.
You're not going to find anything here, though. The H-pawn has the perfect escort, and the Rook is covering all checks. So, yeah, if you want to bring the Rook over here, that's the only check you have. But guess what? So easy to sidestep that. It's not going to be a problem.
H6, H7, and Queenie coming right up here. And no way to stop it. Okay, trying. One little thing, one last thing, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, H7, I can just go. Yeah, H7.
H7 is probably good enough. Rook E5 to just remove the King again. Could be something that she's thinking of. I would say H7 is definitely the move you want to do.
Okay, H7, Rook check, King H6. Resignation.
We're just enjoying the technique on display right here. Putting the final touches on this game. Rook G6. And I believe that will be it.
That will be it.
I think any move here wins. Any legal move wins. She chooses king g5. Perfect technique. Lei Ting-Jie put up a fight, but Harika squeezing 1 pawn advantage in a rook endgame, turning that into a win. Super impressive and will do wonders for her position in the standings.
You know what they say, all rook in games are drawn, right? No. Exactly. It takes a lot to do that. But at the same time, we've just been told that Jan has had a crazy game against Boris Gelfand. So let's take a look at what happened there. Come on, let's take a look at what happened in that one. Of course, Boris Gelfand went down to Jan with that rook a2 to f2 idea. Quite wicked there. So let's pull that up on the board. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, we can take a look at this one right here. Obviously, the accuracy is visible there. The one thing that we actually don't see on this screen right here is the time, and the time is actually half the story of this game because Jan was playing every single move instantly. I'll take us back to the moment that we left it, because this is a game that as soon as I spotted the opening, rook a2, rook f2, I said, no, we have to check in with this one. Jan is going crazy. He's only moving rooks and pawns. This was the position, just to remind everybody. We actually had this position on the board, move 12. He had, like, basically fianchettoed his rook, I don't even know how else to say it, and only moved pawns, okay? Obviously, he developed his knight, but it got snapped off immediately. And from there, he sacked the c-pawn, no care in the world, castled into his rooks being doubled. And then from here, things just started to go his way. The knight comes in, queen c1, great move. First of all, he gets his pawn back, and then it's like, wait a minute, I won the pawn, but guess what? I'm still on the attack. e5. The rook swings over. Rook takes g7, and sorry, big fella, that's not a pawn on g7. That's a rook.
That's
not supposed to be there.
Wow, that's a rook. Wow. Okay, what happened after?
Queen e7. He's trying. I mean, what can you recommend here for black? It's like you're just relentlessly being attacked by Nepo, who's still got 10 minutes on the clock. He hasn't even blinked. He's shuffling his queen. He doesn't really know how to improve the position. Queen f5. Nepo made an opening that looks almost like a joke, moving only pawns and pretty much sliding the rook across the second rank. He made it look like it was a cakewalk win against an extremely strong player. Boris Gelfand kind of didn't stand a chance once Nepo got that attack going. What a cool way to play that game. And just utilizing the rook on the second rank was so cool to me as we see the game review here, powered by chess.com.
93% playing that fast.
Beautiful.
That accurate. And beautiful, of course. Beautiful chess there. But that was fun. We still got games left, though, in the women's section. So we got to head over there. We got 4 games left in the women's section. I think one game is a rook king versus rook. Or something weird like that. Let's see what we got. Okay. We got some games left in the women's section. And that's it. We will have no more games for you guys. At least today we have more rounds and more genes tomorrow.
Now, hopefully not more genes. You know, we want to we want to see people competing.
Oh man, right? Exactly. Man, it's actually rook and knight versus rook in the open, guys. That game is still going. How many moves is this? I left and came back. 140 moves. Wow.
And honestly, 140 is supposed to be incredible, but from what we've seen in this tournament, not that impressive.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We've seen longer.
140? Oh, that's baby.
Yeah.
He did nothing yet.
Not a big deal. We've seen almost 200.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, so this one is it looks like the Alice Lee game that she lost to Ju Wenjun. Something similar. Lots of checks here. How do we get out of them?
True. Yeah, this looks like what should be quite a winning position, but you have to figure it out. So king e8, queen check, king d7, queen h3. So not completely easy.
Okay, here we go. Tactinos here, right? Choose king d6, king d4. How do you get out of this? King? Hey, it's happening. It's happening.
You want to try to do that, but what's going to happen is when your king gets to like a6, you're going to get checked here. when your queen is on b6, you're going to get checked here. But I think what you do is you play queen c5, because king b6, either you get checked on b3, you have your ticket at least down to b8 if you want it, or you get to block with the queen here.
Very nice. So we just block here. Queen b3 running around the pawn.
Yep.
Giving us a check for some luft, and then bringing king up and queening.
So I think queen b3 is the best way to do it. And actually, even better move than what I was suggesting. Very well played there. Just intricate, getting down where you want to be on b8, queen a3, king there. And if we see this check on f8, finally, queen c8, and there's no more checks, James.
I'm able to get around. Finally. Able to get out there. Yep, very important to understand. King and queen versus king and queen, and with pawns on the board. Queen in games, as we like to call it, are the very, very hard ones. That's who lost that game? Magnus lost to Nordebek. That's when we first see Nordebek come on the scene with that type of stuff. He won a queen in I think this tournament, in fact, by the way. But queen in games are difficult.
Yeah, some of the most difficult endgames in chess, honestly, because there's just not as many rules to follow. When you're playing opposite bishops, it's like, hey, just do this.
Easy.
Pretty much all the time, that's what you do, and you'll be good. But queen endgames, it's like, I could tell you to do something in one position. Completely different over in this one.
Yeah, perpetual everywhere. Be careful. Got to figure out, especially on an open board, it's like, walking and navigating the minefield here with all the checks. Nuances, so many triangulation on a triangulation on a shouldering triangulation, like it's great.
No, you said it. I think it's that exactly that means queen endgames are so difficult to learn with like absolutes, like, oh, you always play this, because there's so many checks. Trust me, even the best players in the world, they don't know that a certain variation works out exactly perfectly, all these checks, everything calculated. No way. They're just using their instincts, and so that's why you have to train your instincts so well in queen endgames. More than any other.
In fact, I mean, we saw some bunch of checks here. They're trying to figure out, how do I get out of this? So maybe king a8 now. There is no queen a3.
Yeah, it's a good question. How do you do it? And
there it is.
That looks like a very good answer. A3 covered by the queen, and you cannot, after king a8, get onto this diagonal. So that looks like a very good move. King a8.
No, king a8 looks beautiful here. Might be just a resignation here. Maybe play one move, but after the queening, try to get a check off, and the king is going to run away.
I agree. I would take this pawn, allow the queen, and just check, for my own amusement. Because sometimes there are those studies, where the king is in the corner, got a couple queens blocking, and you make some draw, but no, I don't think we're in that position here.
Here we go. Queen, a few checks. This one's over. Always nice to learn from the queen in games. Just move your queen around. Try to get your king into a place of shelter and move the king away.
Yep.
Using the queen to block the check.
And this should be all but taken care of here, as naturally, they're going to continue playing. I wouldn't necessarily resign here, but this should be a win.
Yo, you want to draw? Probably laugh at it before making a move. Check.
Yeah, queen c7. Trying to find the exact variation that wins. But here you don't really need to calculate for white. You just know that eventually you will be able to dodge the checks. It's just a matter of time. So wait and see how long that takes.
Which is nice to know. Like, it's literally just a matter of time. Okay. All right, walk this up. Walk the king up. Keep checking. There is a bunch of checks, though. Not anymore. As soon as I say that, there's a lot of checks. Not anymore. Check what?
Yeah. As soon as you said that, they said, okay, no more checks. Done.
No
Wrap the game up. Bye. See you later. Good game.
Out of here. That's a wrap. Right. Done.
Classic.
Yeah.
Well, are there games still going here after that one?
Good question.
Is that rook versus rook and knight in the open still on?
That's done. I just saw that game has been cleared.
So I think in the women's, I'm not sure that I see any I'm not sure I see any more games here. So I think we may be all completed for today, and kind of wrapping things up here. That's the final round in both sections.
Final round is in the books, guys. Look at that. Final round for both are in the books today. Long day, but not as long as yesterday, of course. Days are slightly shorter now, but we still have lots of chess, and players are tired, obviously, because they're playing lots of chess here. So soon we're going to get ourselves maybe the standings and obviously maybe some pairings if they come out, but we'll see what happens. Again, man, that was crazy what happened today with the jeans thing, Amon. Like, that's going to be all over the internet for the next who knows how long.
Yeah, there's really no other way to say it. That's one of the craziest things that's happened. And let's not forget, by the way, we are at a World Championship. I know that it always feels like the classical World Championship and then Rapid and Blitz, but over the years, especially the recent years, I feel like there's becoming more of a parity between all those World Championships. It's like, no, World Blitz Champion is a real serious accolade. World Rapid, that means a lot to these players. To remove a player, any player, let alone Magnus Carlsen, over something like the dress code is clearly more than just, hey, follow the rules. That's a statement. And if they're removing Magnus, trust me, if I'm in the tournament and I have jeans on, I might be playing the next game without pants. Like, there's no way I'm messing with them after they did that. If you're taking Magnus out, you definitely are ready to remove Amon Hambleton. Trust me.
That's crazy. Chess world is scared to wear jeans out here. Not even on a jean strike. You can't even go outside anymore. Like, that's insane. Oh my goodness, guys. Well, let's take a look at the results from the open section after what happened with everything today. There was a lot of action on and off the board, closed on. Crazy stuff. So, all right, Arjun with a draw there at Grishik drawing as well. Hikaru losing to Murzin, who is on a tear, the only one to win out of the top 6 boards here. Man, that's crazy. Murzin on a tear for sure.
That is the one. That's the result. The nerves on that kid. Nothing seems to phase him. Taking out quite literally one of the absolute best players in the world in speed chess and doing it like it's nothing to him. So the only one to win out of those top boards. As we move on down, more results to speak about as it starts to shape the rest of the tournament. We saw Jan, that almost not game of the day, but certainly one that was really exciting to look at, just moving pawns around like he was 5 years old learning chess again and making it work at the highest level of chess. And we also took a look at Denis Lazovic winning handily against Liu Xianglei.
That's crazy. I mean, lots of action that happened today, lots of decisive wins. Let's take a look at where everyone is in the standings after all of that happened. And the standings at the top is Big Dog. Yeah, they call me Murzin around here. 7 out of 9 rounds, right? Another 7 too as well. Jan Christoph Duda and Arjun Erigaisi 7 piece. Oh, and Grishik as well. Another 7 there. Another one. That's crazy. 7 too as well from Grishik, who was not actually someone you had on your radar really, but now you definitely do.
That's right. Murzin with the conversion against Hikaru. Wow. Up at the top of the table. That is just, it's incredible. It keeps shifting in the open section, James. We have a leader, we lose a game. More leaders. I mean, it's all up for grabs in the final day tomorrow.
Absolutely. Every round, of course. Now we have the women's results coming up for you guys too as well, so we can take a look at the women's results. Here we go. Boom. There it is. And we got a draw. Top board there. Ju Wenjun and Katarina Lagno. Harika winning versus Lei Ting Jay. We had a win there for Humpy. Elizabeth Pates with a miniature, it felt like there. Very strong as well. That was nice. And then on the other boards, lots of action there too as well. Of course, people are changing up the standings. Look at that. No draws in this one, Mark.
Amazing.
Whoa.
Just action from top to bottom there. As we did drop in on a few of those. Alice Lee goes down to Irene Sukandar. Alice was, let's not forget, leading this tournament. So a rather disappointing day for her, because that was 4 wins for Alice on the first day. And I'm looking at the results there. Does that say 4 wins, 1 draw, 3 losses? That means she did not pick up a win today at all. So very disappointing for her, as she's fallen right out of the standings.
It's a tough day, but again, we just say a tough day. There's another one tomorrow. So she still can bounce back, but she is going to have to do a lot of work tomorrow. At the top of the leaderboard there, Ju Wenjun getting it done. Harika was 6.5 as well, and Humpy as well. Look at the Indian team up there. Just both.
Yep.
Yeah, I see you, girl. No, I see you, girl. That's crazy. 6.5, 6.5. The ladies from India here are absolutely at the top of their game and at the top of the leaderboard as well. Trailing them, of course, we have some 6s with Carissa Yip and Stavrola as well. Late teams 8, 5.5, and 5s all the way down there. So, wow, steer more chess. We still got games to go, man. That's a lot, boy. Woo-wee. Schedule-wise is coming up, too. Let's check out our schedule. Aman, are you going to be with us, bro?
Yes, I will be with us. Decided to just be with us the entire way for the Rapid. I know I'll be giving way for another very capable commentator for the Blitz portion, but I'm sticking it out for the Rapid, so we'll definitely be here alongside to close out tomorrow. We learn who our World Rapid Champion is going to be in the Open and the Women's sections tomorrow with the final games.
Man, are you wearing jeans tomorrow, bro? That's the biggest question. Who's wearing jeans tomorrow? I'm wearing jeans. What about you?
Honestly, I think I have my outfit, laid out on the bed the night before, but I might have to substitute the jeans in. It's got to be jeans for me,
It's got to be jeans. I'm with that. I'm gonna find my.
Are we all wearing jeans tomorrow, chat?
Y'all wearing jeans, chat? Y'all wearing jeans? Cool. We'll wear jeans tomorrow, guys. Awesome. No, it's gonna be great, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time, same place. I enjoyed it as usual with Grandmaster Amana. Hambo, good to be with you, bro. As always, right?
Canty.
Yes, sir. And signing off, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. So have a great one, everyone, and we'll see you same time tomorrow.